Hello everyone, and welcome back to Sleepy Scares. I know many of you tune in to unwind and drift off into a peaceful sleep, so before you settle in, I'd love for you to drop a comment, letting me know where in the world you're listening from. If you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Now, let's get cozy, relax, and dive right in. Story 1. I always get a little uncomfortable when the topic of the paranormal comes up, particularly when some people seem to be so adamant that ghosts simply can't exist. I don't attempt to convince them otherwise. As a matter of fact, I don't share my experiences with them at all. This is actually the first time I've attempted to chronicle everything my family went through. It was only for a brief window in time, just a few months, but it burned a scar into my consciousness that will never go away. I remember my mother and father being so excited at the prospect of all of us moving into our first house. They had been raising 4 young children in an apartment. Just the idea of finally having our own bedrooms and more than one bathroom had us all elated. When we first glimpsed the house at the corner of 13th and Elm, my siblings and I almost couldn't believe it. The place seemed enormous. It was an old colonial-style house with wide-open rooms on the first floor, and all the bedrooms on the second floor, connected by a grand old wooden staircase. My brother and sisters and I raced through the place, exploring each room with a sense of excitement and wonder. It was my brother Tommy who first noticed the door in the corner of the kitchen that led to the basement. He swung it open, and he and I stood at the top of the stairs, peering down for a few moments. We carefully descended down into the basement, unsure of what we would find. Once we got to the bottom of the stairs, we were a little disappointed with how benign it seemed to be. It was a bare room with a concrete floor, a utility sink in one corner, and a single window that would have been peering out into the garden in the front yard. We gazed around at this rather boring space for a minute before Tommy noticed it. "Hey, what's with the floor over there?" He pointed to a patch in the concrete, about 4 feet long and 3 feet wide. It was a different color and texture than the rest of the concrete. It was obviously been torn up at some point and then patched up. I didn't think much of it until Tommy spoke up. "You know the lady that lived here died, right?" I didn't know that. I recall my mom and dad mentioning something briefly about the family that owned the house having to move out in a hurry. The circumstances behind it were never discussed, as far as I can remember. Tommy continued, "Yeah, she died in a really bad car accident. Dad said so." So? I countered, growing a little uneasy. "Wow, I bet's where they buried her, right there," Tommy said, pointing to the odd patch in the concrete. For some reason, this ridiculous theory seemed to make sense in our child minds. I distinctly remember right at that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed. The air felt electric. I could feel all the hairs on my arms stand up. I was suddenly claustrophobic and felt a wave of panic and unease wash over me. I didn't even respond to Tommy. I dashed up the stairs as fast as I could. Tommy was right on my heels, chuckling at how easy it was to freak out his little brother. Once I was back in the kitchen with a thrum of activity going on, the feeling passed instantly, like flipping a light switch off. The next few days were a blur of unpacking and getting settled. Tommy got his own room at the top of the stairs, and I got the one next to him. Our older sisters, Cheryl and Cindy, shared a bigger bedroom across the hall. My dad was a long-haul trucker who would be gone for days, sometimes a week at a time. So we had barely gotten moved into the house when he reluctantly had to go on the road for a few days. The first inkling that something wasn't quite right with the house happened the next morning after he had left. My siblings and I were walking out the front door to get on the bus to school when we noticed a cigarette butt lying on the wooden front porch. Not exactly strange, but we knew it wasn't there before. We had cleaned the house top to bottom after moving in, including the porch. A rather obvious cigarette butt lying directly in front of the door would have been noticed. But there it was. We all kind of caught each other's glances as we looked at it. We shrugged and got on the school bus and went on with our day. A few days later, My brother Tommy and I were playing outside in the yard when we noticed a second cigarette butt, this time on the lawn, directly under Cindy and Cheryl's bedroom window. Once again, Tommy was there with a brilliant theory to scare the pants off of me. I bet it's the family that used to live here. They keep coming back and hanging around outside because they know their mom is buried in the basement. The mention of the grave in the basement made my eyes wander over to the single window in the basement that was barely visible at ground level. It was at that moment that I was certain someone was looking back at me through that window. Tommy read the expression on my face and followed my gaze to the window. "We should go check it out down there," he said. I reluctantly followed him. As uncomfortable as I was going down there, I was more sensitive to looking like a wuss in front of my older brother. As we got to the door to the basement, even Tommy paused. "We should take the Patches with us," he said, referring to our family mutt. "Patches will protect us." Patches was an easygoing, agreeable fellow. I guess he would have to be, with 4 rambunctious children constantly terrorizing him. We found him dozing next to the couch in the living room. Tommy grabbed him by the collar and led him over to the basement door. When Tommy swung the door open, Patches immediately resisted. He plopped his butt down on the kitchen floor and refused to move an inch. Tommy yanked on his collar, but Patches pulled back. Eventually, Tommy decided to just pick the dog up and carry him down the stairs, with Patches struggling mightily the whole way. Halfway down the stairs, Patches went berserk. He yelped and growled and snapped his teeth at Tommy, who let go of him in surprise. Patches raced up the stairs and scampered under the couch. Without the dog's protection, Tommy and I abandoned our mission. That night, we were all around the kitchen table having dinner. Patches had been in a sour mood ever since the incident on the basement stairs. As we were eating dinner, Patches rested on the kitchen floor, his eyes never leaving the basement door. His ears were perked up and his attention was focused on the door. At one point, his hackles raised and he rose to his feet, snarling and growling at the door. We all stopped our dinner chatter and turned to look at the dog. Patches was in full-on protection mode. He was snarling like someone was coming up the stairs. This lasted for a moment before he calmed down and went back to lying down on the kitchen floor. It was maybe a night or two later when I first heard the footsteps. I was lying in bed in the middle of the night when I distinctly heard footsteps coming up the basement steps. They were heavy, very deliberate steps, slow and steady. Thump, thump, thump. I strained my ears as much as I could in the darkness. When the steps reached the top of the basement stairs, there was a pause. I didn't hear the basement door open, but the steps then started through the kitchen. Thump, thump, thump. When they reached the bottom of the staircase, again, there was a pause. Then, just as slowly and deliberately, the footsteps started up the stairs. By this point, I was wild-eyed in terror, but I honestly couldn't think of what to do next. I was frozen in place in my bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. The footsteps reached the top of the staircase, at the end of the hallway leading to our bedrooms. Again, a pause. Then the lumbering steps started down the hallway. They slowly advanced past Tommy's room. Thump, thump, thump. God forgive me, but I prayed that they continued down the hall towards my mother's room. But they did not. The steps stopped right outside of my bedroom door. There was a long, painfully drawn-out moment when everything seemed to stop. I wasn't breathing. I wasn't moving. My pulse was thundering in my ears and every nerve in my body was howling. After what seemed like an eternity, then the next noise jangled my senses. It was a tapping noise, almost maddeningly quiet at first. Something was tapping on my bedroom door, about once every 3 seconds or so. As I strained to listen to it, I felt that I sounded rather metallic, like a key. It sounded like someone was tapping a key on my bedroom door. Tap, tap. Just as I was beginning to think of an escape route, perhaps going out my bedroom window, suddenly it stopped. My eyes must have been the size of hubcaps as I stared at the door. I figured next whatever was on the other side of the door would turn the doorknob. Seconds went by. The air was thick and suffocating. I was plotting my route to my bedroom window should the door fly open. However, I was taken by surprise with the next sound. The footsteps started again, but again they started from the bottom of the basement steps. Thump, thump, thump. Oh, how on earth did this thing get back down to the basement without me hearing it? It was at this point that I had enough. I jumped out of my bed, threw open my door, and raced to my mother's bedroom. When I entered her room and flipped on the light, I saw that she was sitting up in bed, completely awake and aware, her eyes wide and panicked. She had heard it too. When she saw me, she immediately tried to downplay the situation. She smoothed my hair and rubbed my back and tried to convince me I had a nightmare. But I knew better. I could see in her eyes she was as unnerved as I was. It was then that I realized that whatever in this house was terrifying my mother as much as it was terrifying me. And that made my blood run cold. My dad came home from his road trip, and for a few days, things returned to normal. My mother and I exchanged nervous glances across the table as we had dinner with my father. He was completely oblivious to the situation, and we obviously didn't know how to bring it up with him. How do you tell a burly trucker that you heard a ghost coming up the basement steps? Eventually, he had to go out on the road again. I could sense the tension in my mother as she helped him pack up for his next road trip. She tried to play it off with us kids, but I knew better. I was dreading what was coming next as much as she was. The first night home without my father seemed to be uneventful. I was uneasy and slept fitfully that whole night, but nothing of importance happened. At least, not for me. The next morning at the breakfast table, I noticed my sister Cheryl seemed to be a little unkempt. She was normally annoyingly bubbly and vibrant in the morning, but this morning, she seemed a little disheveled. Eventually, she turned to my mother. "Thanks for closing my window last night, Mom. The rain would have ruined everything." My mother blinked for a moment while holding the coffee pot. "What are you talking about, Cheryl?" Cheryl seemed a little confused. "Mom, you came into my room last night and shut my window. Remember?" My mother was now more than a little disturbed. "No, Cheryl, I didn't come into your room. What do you mean?" Cheryl was now frustrated. She started using that tone that preteen girls use when condescending to their mothers. "Mom, I woke up last night because it was thundering and raining outside. You were standing next to my window, and you closed it, and then walked out. I remembered because your white nightgown was flapping in the breeze coming through the window." The color drained out of my mother's face, and the lines around her mouth suddenly became very pronounced. I had never seen her looking so old. "Dear, I don't have a white nightgown. You know my nightgown is red. You know that. You know that, Cheryl." After a very uncomfortable few moments, my mother regained her composure and suddenly switched gears. "You had a dream, honey." It was just a dream. Confused and frustrated, Cheryl was now defiant. "No, that wasn't a dream, Mom. My window was open when I went to bed, and it was closed in the morning. You closed it. Why don't you remember?" My mother was flustered. Her cheeks burned red, and she stared at the kitchen table. Her head jerked up, and she looked at the clock on the kitchen wall. "Oh, you're running late, dear. Get ready for school." A few days later, Tommy and I were raising hell outside in the yard again. We came around the corner of the house and stopped in our tracks. An old tricycle that had been out in our backyard was sitting there, directly underneath Cindy and Cheryl's bedroom window. On closer inspection, we noticed that the seat of the tricycle was bent slightly, as if someone very big and heavy had been standing on top of the seat. There were also not one, but two cigarette butts lying on the ground next to the trike. Eventually, Tommy stated the obvious. Was a guy standing on this to look in Cheryl's window? I didn't answer. I picked up the tricycle and whipped it as far as my little frame would allow back into our backyard. Tommy looked at me for a moment with a puzzled look on his face, but he let the moment pass and we went back to playing. A couple of days passed with relatively little happening, but one morning, it was Tommy who came to the breakfast table looking haggard. I questioned him about what was going on, but he waved me off. His eyes kept darting around the kitchen table, as if he was looking for someone who was missing. Eventually, our mother joined us at the table and Tommy spoke up. "Mom, did Dad get back last night?" Our mother looked dazed for a second. No, honey. Daddy didn't come home yet. Why did you ask? Tommy furrowed his brow and looked down into his cereal bowl for a long moment. He leveled his eyes at our mother and said, But he came in my room last night." I was getting all too familiar with the unnerved look that swept across my mother's face. She pursed her lips for a moment before croaking, "Did you have a dream last night, Tommy?" Tommy sighed and shook his head. He seemed to be far too world-weary for a boy his age. "Mom, you know I sleep with a radio on next to my bed, right?" My mother nodded her head very slowly and deliberately, her eyes never leaving Thomas. The lines around her mouth became very pronounced again. Tommy continued. "Well, last night I woke up because the radio dial was spinning up and down like someone was looking for a radio station. I sat up and looked, and Dad was standing next to my bed, fiddling with the radio dial. There was a long moment of silence as my mother stared at Tommy. Her lips were pursed tight as if she had tasted something sour. Eventually she broke the silence. "Was that it? Was there anything else, Tommy?" Tommy looked more befuddled than ever. He gave the room another scan, as if he couldn't believe that our father would come around the corner at any moment. "Well, I talked to him," Tommy said. Mom's eyebrows went up. "Oh," she said. "Did he say anything back?" "No," Tommy responded. I said, "Hi, Daddy," but he didn't say anything back. He just turned around and walked out of the room, and I went back to sleep. Our mother stared at Tommy for an uncomfortably long moment. This was the first time I noticed gray streaks hanging down in her brunette hair. In a moment she suddenly snapped back to her normal self. Her face brightened and she said, "It was just a dream, baby. You were dreaming. Don't worry about it." Tommy wasn't as convinced. He frowned deeply as he turned back to his cereal. The rest of us were mostly silent as we finished our breakfast and went off to school. The footsteps hadn't stopped in the meantime. The pattern would always repeat. The footsteps would lumber up the basement steps, then up the stairwell, and then stop outside of my bedroom door. Why was it always my bedroom door? And then it would start tapping on the door. It would tap for a while, and then the pattern would repeat, back from the bottom of the basement steps. As routine as it became, I couldn't get used to it. I was as terrified on the 10th night as I was on the first. I was convinced that whatever was tapping on the door would burst in eventually. It was almost more maddening to me that it never did. It just kept repeating on that same damn loop. Over and over again? For how long? Was it doing it even when I wasn't home? One afternoon I had dozed off on the couch in the living room while watching my after-school cartoons. I started to groggily come to a bit when I became aware of a presence within the room with me. I kept my eyes closed tightly, but my brain snapped back to awareness as my ears went on high alert. Someone was standing at the entrance to the living room, shifting uneasily from one foot to another. I could hear the wooden floorboards squeaking underneath the person's feet. The person started slowly advancing toward me on the couch. Each floorboard squeaked distinctly as the footsteps grew closer. The footsteps stopped at the edge of the couch, near my feet. Whoever this might be was now clearly standing at the end of the couch, staring at me. I sensed the presence as it started to lean over the couch. Lean over me. I heard its clothes rustle slightly as it loomed over me. Its face had to be inches from mine, but I never heard or felt its breath. It was there, but it was not breathing. It was not alive. In my panic, I started to make a high-pitched whimpering sound that I couldn't control. It was at that moment that a sharp blast of cold air washed over me, sending up goose pimples over my entire body. And then, nothing. The presence was gone. I knew it immediately. It wasn't there anymore. I leapt off that couch and out of the living room, probably without even touching the ground. I started noticing my mother growing more and more uncomfortable and restless. She didn't have to say it. I knew she was experiencing things too. At first I noticed she used to stay up later and later at night when my father wasn't home, whether it was watching late-night television or busying herself with household chores like staying up to sew patches on our clothes. It was obvious that she didn't want to go to bed. She installed glow-in-the-dark light switch covers in her bedroom and in the second-floor hallway. At first, it seemed like a benign safety measure, until it occurred to me what those glow-in-the-dark covers actually were for. She wanted to see the shadows moving around in the dark. They couldn't be real to her unless she saw them moving through her room. Things came to a head one night, which ended up being our last night alone in the house. My father was again gone on a road trip. We were all huddled in the living room watching television with my mother. It was late, but not terribly late. Maybe 10 o'clock or so. Suddenly, a very heavy mood enveloped the room. We all sensed it immediately. I looked over at Tommy and Cheryl on the couch with me. The unease was evident on their faces. Cindy was sprawled on the floor in front of us. She whipped her head around and looked at the rest of us as if to say, "Do you feel that too?" We did. Our mother was in the recliner beside us. Her response was to gather up Cindy off of the floor and join us on the couch. All of us huddled together. She stretched her arms around all of us. The air in the room became thick and heavy. We all kept our eyes focused on the doorway between the living room and the kitchen. It seemed whatever was causing this feeling was going to be materializing there. It was Cindy who first started to whimper and cry. She was quickly followed by the rest of us children. We were all grasping each other as tight as we could, now openly crying and blubbering. Eventually, even my mother started to moan with tears in her eyes. Patches went on full alert. He stood in the middle of the living room floor, staring at the doorway with every muscle in his body taut. His hackles raised, and he started a low rumbling in his throat. The footsteps started as they always did at the bottom of the basement steps. Thump. Thump. Patches started barking in a frenzy, flashing his teeth and throwing spittle. That was enough for my mother. She threw open the front door and ushered us all out of the house, as if it were a fire drill. We ran to the neighbor's house, and my mother made up some excuse for needing shelter for the night. I think she said she thought we had a gas leak, or something like that. We slept fitfully on a pallet on the neighbor's living room floor. At the first sign of light the next day, we started loading up all of our earthly possessions and taking them to my grandparents' house. The house on Elm Street was the elephant in the room for my family for decades afterwards. All of us kids grew up and had families of our own, and even then we wouldn't say much about what happened in that house. Only now do I dare to document all of it here. I don't even know why, really. I guess I just needed to convince myself that it was all in the past, and it's all over now. So, again, if you don't believe in spirits or ghosts or the paranormal or whatever, I won't try to convince you, but I know for a fact there are things shuffling around in the darkness. Story 2. Detention. Joel hated detention. Detention and Mr. Byers and his classmates. Detention. Mr. Byers and his classmates, and school in general. Pretty much anything and anyone associated with school he hated. Not that he showed it, though. He was pretty good at playing the game in company and to his parents, but that didn't do anything to reduce his dislike of it all. Detention was at number 1, though, on his list of hates. Mr. Byers had unceremoniously picked him out at the end of his final class of the day for some minor infraction, dumping him in an empty classroom with orders to read a book silently, with the added kicker that he couldn't leave until he'd finished it. He hadn't argued. Mr. Byers had it in for him for some reason, always singling him out. always watching him from the corner of his eye. Whatever. Going with the flow seemed the best option to deal with the asshole for the time being. Joel turned the book over in his hands. It was a light, slim book. The cover a garish cartoon picture of various men dressed in green tights and tunics, carrying a variety of swords and wooden staffs, except for the one stood in the middle of the group holding a bow and bearing a wide smile on a blonde, mustached face beneath the hood. Joel groaned inwardly as he read the title in typical Old English font emblazoned across the top. A Tale of Sherwood Forest, to choose your own fate adventure great, he thought sarcastically. It was one of those books, the kind where you had to select from a set of options and flip to another page depending on your choice. On and on, until your character died or achieved some kind of horrendous goal. The last time he'd read one of these, he must have been 10 or 11. And even then he'd grown bored with it and hadn't finished. Mr. Briers would probably test him on it when he came back like the unapologetic person he was. Though so, he'd best just get it over with. Slouching back in his chair, Joel turned to the first page. Welcome, adventurer. You have come seeking fame and fortune by joining Robin Hood's merry men. Tarry not in the woods, though. Hold fast to your decisions, and you shall find the goal you seek. Joel snorted derisively before continuing on to the first section. 1. Sunlight pierces the canopy of trees high above you, sending shafts of light through the sky of leaves to illuminate your path. You entered Sherwood Forest but a short time ago, and already it is as if the woods have swallowed you whole. You have on you your trusty sword, 3 days' worth of provisions, flint and tinder, plus a warm cloak which seems a burden on such a fine summer's day. The forest path is wide, the day pleasant, and your heart beats strongly in your chest. Today is the day when you shall achieve your goal. You will find Sir Robin of Locksley, the fabled Robin Hood, and join his troop of merry men. It's not long before you come upon a fork in the path. To the left it curls off toward an area of the forest, where a villager told you a small river runs through, but that there are plenty of man-made fordings available should you look. To the right the path is more or less straight, but appears to head into a dark, dense part of the forest, which looks rather foreboding. If you wish to go left toward the river, turn to 8. If you wish to go right down the ominous forest path, turn to 11. It read like any one of these books he'd picked up before. Joel looked at the options. Only an idiot goes looking for trouble in dark and foreboding places, he thought. And wasn't a river crossing and a contest part of the Robin Hood legend? He chose, accordingly, 8. Before you even see the river, your ears pick out the sound of swift running water somewhere up ahead. You quicken your pace, eager to both see the source of the sound, but also to splash some water in your face to relieve yourself of some of the heat you feel from such a long walk. You pass a large gnarled oak tree and finally see the fast-flowing river, the sunlight bouncing off its surface. And as that a fish or two you see slicing around beneath. Kneeling by the bank, you dip your cloth into the cool, refreshing water, then lift it and place it gingerly on the back of your neck. The initial cold is a shock, but a welcome one, and you feel the coolness spread through your body. The bigger shock, though, is when you hear a loud voice calling from across the way. Ho, stranger, if you seek to cross this river, you must first pass me. You look up in surprise and see a giant of a man, dressed in a dark brown leather jerkin, with hands almost as big as the thick beard upon his rugged face, stood on the opposite bank next to a large log which breasts the river. In his right hand stands a long, thick piece of wood. You recognize it as a quarterstaff, and that he must be none other than Little John himself, one of the fabled merry men you seek. In an instant you understand his meaning, and looking next to the large log on your side of the bank is another quarterstaff, obviously for the use of travelers such as you. Finally, a chance to prove yourself. Despite your eagerness, however, he does look rather large, and you wonder at your chances. If you wish to fight Little John, turn to 15. If you wish to return the way you came and try the other path, turn to 11. Ah, he knew it. Barely in, and he was already dealing with one of the merry men. Joel wanted this over with. so going back wasn't an option. Best to carry on forward and get it done. 15. Eagerly you sweep the quarterstaff up into your hand and approach the log bridge. As you step on carefully, so does little John, easily twirling the quarterstaff in his hands. You wonder to yourself how many people have come this way before, only to find themselves unceremoniously beaten and pushed into the river. That your opponent is confident, there is no doubt. But if the stories are true, his naivety is just as strong as his biceps. Should you fight fairly, or trick him somehow? If you still wish to retreat and try the other path, turn to 11. If you wish to fight fairly, turn to 18. If you wish to cheat, turn to 23. Now that was an interesting option, he thought. Again, going back wasn't going to happen. Of the other two choices, though, Joel knew which one he leant towards. Fighting fairly may be the more honorable way, but to him the result was always the key factor to his way of thinking. 23. As you approach him, you raise your quarterstaff in what you hope is a defensive position. He smiles good-humoredly, rolls his shoulders to loosen himself up, winks, and quickly raises his staff for an almighty blow. As his staff reaches its peak, you pretend to look past him and shout, "Bear!" His head whips round to check, instantly forgetting about you. You take your chance, raise your staff high, and aim a truly thunderous whack across his skull. Your arms vibrate with the impact, and you think you're going to drop the staff. Nervously, you watch as little John turns his head back to face you. His face moves quickly from confusion to anger, and then dazed, he falls to his knees and topples off the log, but is still able in his daze to roughly grab a protruding broken branch on the underside of the trunk. Goldwater returns him partly to his senses, and he slowly grins up at you before speaking. "Well done, stranger. Robin has need of men with sense as well as strength. Give me your hand, and I'll take you to him." If you offer him your hand, turn to 26. If you wait for him to climb back up himself, turn to 31. It was a difficult choice, Joel realized. Offering to help him up would put him in a dangerous position. Off balance, little John could pull him into the water or anything. Joel could see the way the book was heading, though. Once you bested an opponent in this fairy tale land of good and evil, you always fell back on the honorable option. He thought it a load of crap. But the answer the book was expecting was obvious at this point. 26. You look down at little John, bedraggled and wet and being buffeted by the river, and offer your hand to help him up. As he reaches up to grasp your hand, though, you instead wrap your offered hand once more around the quarterstaff and drive its end into his face, catching him off guard. You feel the impact resonate up the wood as his nose shatters beneath the blow. He bellows in rage and agony, one hand moving to cover his now bloody face. You quickly strike at his remaining hand, holding onto the branch under the log, and hear the satisfying crack of broken bone. He yells once more and releases his hold, the river quickly drawing him under and away. You watch him struggle for a short while, then throw both quarterstaffs into the water and carry on your way. Turn to 28. Okay, thought Joel. What the hell just happened? He hadn't expected that at all. Thinking about it, though, it made a lot of sense. Who knew what little John might have tried? His character's response was sensible. He'd lulled his opponent and then acted, removing a potential danger. Joel found himself warming to this book. 28. The path on the other side of the river is barely visible, and so obviously not a commonly used means of moving through Sherwood Forest. Logically, therefore, it must be a route used only by the merry men and Robin Hood himself. Gradually, the path grows narrower, the trees thinner and closer together on each side, until finally the path appears to be a corridor of trees, leading to a dead end, but with two large arches where the bowmen stood in front of each. They look like twins, an image reinforced by them both speaking at the same time, and with the same words as you approach. "Greeting, stranger. You have bested little John, but wisdom is as valuable as skill with weapons in Robin's camp. Behind us lie two ways forward. One leads on to the camp, the other to a hidden pit filled with wooden stakes. You may ask one of us a single question, but beware, one of us will lie and the other tell the truth. Which route do you choose? You try to pick out any differences in the paths beyond the arches from where you stand, but they look identical. Your only choices appear to be to ask the bowman, or take a chance and pick a route at random. If you take the left arch, turn to 36. If you take the right arch, turn to 38. If you ask one of the bowmen which archway leads to the camp, turn to 42. If you ask one of the bowmen which archway the other bowman will say leads to the camp, turn to 62. If you use intimidation on the bowman, turn to 49. Now that was a curious last option, Joel thought. The first two random choices didn't appeal, and whilst he was confident in his logic what the right choice was, he was drawn to the last action. It made a lot more sense to him, skipping the need to risk a correct answer against one he could guarantee if approached right. 49. You walk slowly up to one of the bowmen, rubbing your chin thoughtfully as if thinking of an appropriate question. Abruptly you draw your sword, catching them off guard and grabbing the nearest from behind, placing your blade against his throat before the other can react. The one you are holding trembles beneath your grip, whilst the other watches you nervously, fingering his bow. If you ask the bowman to tell you which arch leads to the camp, or you'll kill the one you're holding, turn to 43. If you kill the bowman you are holding immediately, turn to 47. Another interesting set of options. That threats were useful. Joel knew from past experience, but only if the other guy knew you'd carry them out. Carl, in 5th grade, had learnt that lesson the hard way. The answer was obvious. 47. Without a flicker of emotion, you draw your sword across the throat of the man you are holding. He gurgles in alarm as the flesh parts and blood pours forth from the wound across his neck, dropping him to the floor to breathe his last. You point your blade at the stomach of the other bowman. If you ask the remaining bowman to tell you now which arch leads to the camp, turn to 56. If you force the bowman to go ahead of you by sword point through one of the arches, turn to 53. Both choices would work, Joel thought casually, but one of them obviously added an element of insurance to his character's survival. 53. Prodding the remaining bowman with the point of your now bloody sword. You state coldly that what happened to his friend can quite easily happen to him, and that he will now lead you through the correct archway to the camp. Reluctantly, he moves toward the right arch. If you follow the remaining bowman through the arch, turn to 68. If you first run the remaining bowman through with your sword, killing him, turn to 65. Joel was torn at this one. It wasn't as obvious an answer as the last. Keeping the remaining bowman alive added an element of risk if he tried to escape. But then how far did the man's loyalty to Robin Hood and his cause go? So far as to pick the wrong archway even, thus risking his own life? Despite the risks, having the captive bowman alone gave Joel more options, he realized. 68. The bowman has been stumbling ahead of you forlornly at sword point for a few minutes when you notice his furtive glances back and the slowing of his pace. Prepared, you wait until he makes his move. 10 steps later, he spins and makes a grab for your sword. You efficiently stab him through the stomach, then kick his shuddering body off your blade. As he falls backward, the earth ahead of you gives way, and his body falls into the trap you had previously been warned about. Skirting the edge, you look down to see his bloody and broken form pierced upon multiple sharpened stakes, one piercing his cheek and exiting his mouth, and giving him a permanently shocked expression. Content he is dead, you make your way back along the path to the 2 arches. You take some time to dig a shallow grave a little way from the arches, and bury the bowman you killed earlier, covering the mound with additional loose leaves and sticks. Once happy with your work, you turn and take the left archway. Turn to 22. He'd known he was right to keep him alive, Additional resources were a useful buffer between himself and unpleasant situations. Like the friends he'd cultivated at school, as long as they could be controlled or manipulated, they were handy to have around. Those that weren't could be discarded easily enough later on should the need arise. 22. You've been walking along the path for a while now and decide to take a rest and eat some of your food. Looking around, you find a suitable tree stump and sit down. Digging out from your bag half a loaf and a wedge of strong cheese wrapped in linen, you take a large bite of each and wash them down with some water from the skin hanging from your belt. Whilst you are eating, you pull out the letter that lay beside the bread in your bag. Opening it, you read once more the instructions given to you yesterday. Hail and well met. You have come recommended by Prince John himself. As a man who can get things done, most in these parts have heard of the bandit in the woods. The one who calls himself Robin Hood. He claims himself a champion of the people, but in truth, he is nothing more than a common criminal. However, his vile lies amongst the unwashed and uneducated masses have proven impossible to overcome of late. No one is willing to come forward and provide information on this scoundrel. Therefore, I need you to enter Sherwood Forest and infiltrate his camp. He has broken the rule of law, as have his followers, and they must be treated accordingly. Robin Hood must be executed and evidence brought back to me of his demise. Deal with the others as you see fit. Succeed and the rewards will be great. Fail, and they will most likely kill you. Good fortune. The Sheriff of Nottingham, you fold the message back up and ponder what you should do with it whilst you enjoy the remainder of your meal. If found on you, the merry men will treat you harshly. By the same token, it would be useful as evidence of your true siding should you encounter any of the sheriff's men. You also realize, if used correctly, it could be planted as evidence against another within the camp, thus sowing division and discord. If you burn the letter, turn to 78. If you keep the letter, turn to 103. Suddenly, a lot more things made sense to Joel. Sure, the character in the book wanted to join the merry men, but his motives had never been fully spelt out before. The fact he actually worked for the Sheriff of Nottingham appealed to Joel. It was far more interesting to be a manipulative spy than a two-dimensional woodland terrorist. He also liked the idea of keeping the letter. It would be a risk for his character, but he was guessing an option would come up later to plant it in the camp, or Little John might make another appearance, and if he still had the letter in his possession, one of the options given might be to plant it on Little John himself, as a means of discrediting him and any accusations he might make against Joe. 103. You carefully place the folded letter back in your bag, stretch your weary muscles, and continue down the path. Gradually your nose begins to pick out the smells of roasting pig, and your ears the faint crackle of a campfire and the bustle of people. The path you're on twists sharply ahead, and as you follow it round, you suddenly find yourself facing a reasonably sized encampment. Makeshift huts and canopies of thick hide stretch between a rough circle of trees surrounding a large campfire. A boar roasting on the spit above it. Moving in and around the camp, you see a fair number of people, somewhere between 20 and 30, engaged in various activities. Some are checking their bows. A few engaged in mock sword battles, whilst others are mending tunics and shoes. Your eyes, though, are drawn to one man sat before the fire, a large hood covering his face as two people sit either side talking earnestly to him in low whispers. You go to move forward when you feel the sharp point of an arrow tip sticking into the small of your back. Turning your head slightly, you see a stranger with a drawn bow behind you, who then reaches round and removes the sword from your scabbard. He does not speak, but prods you in the back a couple of times with the arrow, indicating for you to move. Slowly, you walk forward toward the fire and the hooded man. If you want to try and escape, turn to 92. If you simply continue forward, turn to 79. Why try to escape? Thought Joel. His character was where he wanted to be, and he doubted it would end well if his character tried to escape with a drawn bow pressing a sharp arrow into his back. No. Now's the time to see how things would play out now he'd reached his target. 79. As you get closer to the fire, the two men talking to the hooded man notice you and fall silent, turning to look hard-faced at you. The hooded man reaches up slowly and pulls his hood back, turning to face you. His golden hair and mustache would have been enough identification, but the sardonic grin and twinkle in his eyes introduces him far better than any spoken word. The Earl of Locksley, Robin Hood himself, he waves back the man behind you, appraising you for a moment in silence, and then offers his hand. You reach forward and shake it, and he laughs heartily, slapping you on the shoulder. Welcome, friend. To get this far, you must have bested Little John and the twins. This shows you have both strength of character and wisdom, both qualities I look for in my merry men. As you see, we do not live comfortably, but we live well enough. The forest provides whilst we work to topple the sheriff and behind him Prince John. Now, as well as robbing the rich, there are other roles in the camp which need to be done. You have the look of a smithy or a cook to me. Which do you fancy? If you choose to work with the blacksmith, turn to 6. If you choose to work with the cook, turn to 112. Sure, thought Joel. Blacksmithing offered easy access to weapons and the opportunity to thin the herd of Robin's lackeys with them. But it would be a slow process, he guessed, and would place his character under growing suspicion in the bodies that turned up. No, if his character was to succeed, the quiet, unassuming role in camp would be the ideal place to start. 112. Excellent. Come with me to meet our resident cook. Oh, Friar Tuck. You were complaining just this morning about needing help. Let's see if I haven't answered your lament already. Robin leads you round to the other side of the fire, where sits an overly large man in a friar's robes, stirring a large pot of vegetables over a smaller fire. He looks up from sipping from a wooden ladle, his cheeks ruddy and his eyes bright. Well, bless my soul, my prayers have been answered. No time like the present. Come help me with this evening's meal. Go gather some herbs for the stew I'm preparing to go alongside the meat. He points vaguely off to the side, returning his attention to the pot. You look over to where he pointed, noticing a small herb garden he must be cultivating. Grabbing a clay bowl nearby, you walk over and start picking handfuls of herb leaves. As you do so, though, you notice in the undergrowth nearby a wild plant growing, whose leaves you know to be deadly if consumed in even the smallest quantity. If you return with just the herb leaves, turn to 130. If you return with leaves from both the herb and poisonous plant, turn to 109. Yes, this is good, thought Joel. A subtle attack that could incapacitate some, if not all, the merry men at once. It was ideal. He'd done something similar with his stepfather, crushing sleeping tablets into his drink before he'd driven to work one morning, and that had gone quite well. 109, you walked back over casually, being careful to keep the clay bowl hidden by your body to avoid the friar's eyes noticing the difference in leaves. Grabbing a pestle and mortar, you quickly grind the leaves down until they are the same unidentifiable shreds. You pass the mortar to the friar, and he favors you with a pleasant smile of thanks before pouring the contents into his cooking pot. Turn to 72. This should be interesting, thought Joel, eagerly turning the pages now. 72. To your delight, the entire camp partakes of the stew prepared by the friar before attacking the roasting pig. All sat round the campfire, engaging in friendly banter and conversation in its warm orange glow. You also accept a bowl when offered, but are careful to dispose of its contents whilst pretending to eat it. It's not long before the first merry man staggers to his feet, clutching his stomach, his breath rasping from his mouth. Several of his fellows dash over to see if they can help, though you see a few themselves stagger as they do so. The first man falls to his knees, coughing blood from grimaced lips, his eyes bulging in their sockets. He collapses prone on his side, choking weakly on the blood spilling from his mouth, then stops. Others are now complaining loudly of agonizing pains, one going so far as to stagger uncontrollably into the fire, knocking the roast pig to one side and catching himself on fire. He shrieks in agony as the flames pour up his legs and arms, melting his clothes and skin. A few short steps and he drops to the ground. None have come to his aid, though, as the carnage continues throughout the camp. Bodies now litter the floor in various states of painful disarray, following their individual death throes. Gouts of blood abundant everywhere within the light of the flickering flames. You pick your way through the bodies, looking for Robin. As the only one with a hood, it doesn't take long to find him. Surprisingly, he still breathes, though with difficulty through blood-speckled lips. He has propped himself up against a log as you walk over, his eyes displaying that he knows what has befallen him and his men. And so my dream ends, struck down from within by a traitor. He coughs up a little more blood, but struggles to continue speaking despite the obvious pain he is in. If any honor exists within you, please grant me this final boon. Bury me here with my loyal men and true. Do not make me a spectacle for the sheriff, I beg. A final cough rips up through his throat, spilling blood and bile down his green tunic. Robin Hood and his merry men are no more. If you accede to his final request and bury him with his men, turn to 74. If you ignore his request and return with evidence to the sheriff, turn to 164. Joel laughed darkly. Well, that was surprisingly easy. It worried that it might have come down to some kind of stupid single combat in the end. Violence had its place as a tool, but it still had that element of unpredictability. Far better to plan and strike when least expected, if at all possible. So, what to do with Robin Hood's body? Much like his stepfather's when he'd idly viewed it lying in state, a corpse was just a corpse, a bag of meat and bones, with no rights to further affect the living with its demands. The only function it had now was if its demise could be of benefit to those still alive. 164. Rolling Robin Hood's body over with your foot, you examine his eyes for any further sign of life, then drag it over to a nearby tree stump. After some effort, you prop his body in place, his neck and head now resting on its flat top. You grab a large axe from the blacksmith's hut, rest the blade gently against his neck for aiming, then raise it high above your head and bring it swiftly down. The blade easily cleaves through, blood spurting from the gaping wound as his head rolls down next to the stump. With effort, you rip the hood from his now decapitated body slumped down against the tree and wrap his head within it. That done, you take one last look around the camp for any survivors, then pick one of the huts to sleep in till morning. You awake refreshed, and upon exiting the hut, are once more greeted by the cold corpses of the now unmerry men surrounding what remains of the spent campfire. Flies are already buzzing around them, and the stench of death will soon become unbearable. A quick search later, you have gathered enough food and water for the return journey to Nottingham. If you take the path you used to enter the camp back to Nottingham, turn to 128. If you decide to go deeper into the forest, turn to 58. Again, another no-brainer. The job was done as far as Joel was concerned. And once your goals are achieved, that was an end of it. No reason to go looking for trouble. 128. The sheriff is ecstatic at your return and the evidence you bring, throwing a large banquet in your honor and showering you with gold. He also mentions that Prince John has decreed that on the successful completion of your mission, you will be both knighted and awarded all the lands previously owned by the late Earl of Locksley. 3 days later, dressed in the fine garb of a nobleman, and with your own servants, the sheriff bids you farewell from his castle as you leave to take up your new position. As you pass under the gates of the drawbridge, you look up to the battlements and nod in parting to the gray face watching. The dead eyes of Robin Hood gazing down upon you from atop a spike. The end now turned to 154. What? There's more? Probably a recommendation to read more of the books in the series, thought Joel. He had to admit, though, he'd liked this book despite his initial distaste for it. It appealed to him somehow. The answer is more in line with his way of thinking. To his surprise, he found he was interested in seeing what the other books in the line had to offer. 154. Congratulations on completing the story, adventurer. But your adventures don't have to stop there. If you reach this result straight through without cheating, you'll know if you have, and are interested in continuing your adventures, ask the teacher who gave you this book for more details. They recognize something special in you, and we're always on the lookout for young people with a unique way of looking at the world. Your government needs people like you, and we can offer you real-life adventures you wouldn't believe, training and all the cool skills you've read in this book and more, and the opportunity to travel the world. If you're interested, please turn to the inside of the back cover and fill in your name and address in the space provided before returning the book. See you soon, adventurer. Joel smiled to himself, a genuine one for a change, rather than the one he mainly employed when in social situations. He pulled a pen from the bag at his feet and turned to the inside of the back cover. As he started to write his name, though, the thick paper tore. Joel swore under his breath and tried again, slightly further along from the tear. The same thing happened. Biting his lip to control his annoyance, he looked closer. The paper was far flimsier than it should have been. And was that writing visible underneath? Curious now, he tore the paper away and read what was written there. Thank you for your interest. You have decided to further your adventures with us. Not all are selected, however, and there is one final requirement for your application. If you look closer at the cover of this book, you will find it has 2 plastic layers. Before returning this book to the teacher who gave it to you, please peel off the thin layer on top of the book, just prior to handing it over, being careful not to touch the cover with your bare hands once you have done so. 1 to 2 weeks after your teacher's death, we will contact you further. Mr. Byers sat alone in his office, looking through a pile of student folders for new candidates. 2 years he'd been at the school. 2 whole fucking years, dealing with prepubescent teens who thought they knew everything and their asshole parents at PTA meetings. Out of 6 possibles over that time, only Joel had come closest. Shame. He'd had a good feeling about Joel. He had potential. Despite all the psych profiles and observation, it still came down to the book as the final test in stage 1 recruitment. Despite your promise, you failed the book. Then your journey ended there, literally. One advantage of the psychology of the kids the agency were trying to recruit. If they failed the test, they were also the most likely candidates for teenage suicide. So closing the loop was easy. He looked over at Joel's book on the corner of his desk. Each candidate had their own book, tailored to them specifically, and supplied by the agency when they were to be tested. Company rules stated he wasn't allowed to read them himself. Just hold on to them for a day after the test and wait for a call. If the call came, the candidate had got through. Otherwise, he just burnt the book, waited a month, and then staged the kid's suicide. Again, it was a shame the call had come through. Joel had shown a lot of promise. Sighing, he leant across his desk and picked the book up, turning it over in his hands, seeing Robin Hood's face beaming up at him amongst his gang of merry men. Yup, a real shame. Putting the book in his bag for disposal, he stood and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. The kid must have spilt his soft drink on the cover, or something, judging by the stickiness. Yeah, he had potential, all right, but obviously tidiness wasn't part of it. Story 3, July 5th, 2010. I don't really know what to say. Last week, I was in a bad car crash. The doctor said that I suffered some brain injuries in the crash, and that it's a miracle that I'm not dead. They also said that I needed to stay on top of things, especially when it came to memory. I guess I'm supposed to be writing in a diary for 2 months. 2 whole months. I'm a man. Men don't write in diaries. But Dr. Schneider said that this would be good for me. I guess that means I'm going to be writing for a while. It doesn't have to be everything that I do every day. Just 1 or 2 things that happen to me each day. So I guess day 1 is going to be my personal information. My name is James Hunter. I live in Sheboygan, Michigan. It's not a huge house. It's basically just the upstairs and the basement. I have an attic, but I haven't ever been up there. I guess one of my favorite things about this house is the fact that it's secluded. I live out in the country, so no one ever goes past here. That makes it the perfect spot for murder. I'm not a murderer. The truth is, I got this house for a really low cost, because someone was murdered in it a year before I moved in. I don't really know much about the murder, but I know that the body was found on the old wooden staircase that leads from the basement to the garage. Anyway, a young couple moved into the house 6 months later and left a month later when they found the basement steps broken. They were sure it was a ghost that broke the stairs. They found out later that the steps were old and rotten, and the husband fell through while he was sleepwalking. But they refused to move back in. That's why I moved here. I'm a huge fan of the paranormal. I saw my grandmother's ghost appear at the foot of my bed once when I was 11 years old. Ever since then, I've been trying to get another ghost to appear to me. So far, no luck. However, I'm hopeful that this house will bring me the paranormal experience I crave so badly. In fact, when I moved in here on June 12th of this year, I spent my entire first night here examining that staircase. It's actually very interesting. There apparently used to be access to the area under the steps for storage, but that was closed off when the staircase was remodeled. Now, it's surrounded by walls of concrete, and I can't even see through to the area underneath. The vertical wooden planks that connect to the horizontal ones fill up all the open space. Sorry, diary. I know you didn't want to hear about some dumb ghost enthusiast talk about a creaky old staircase. I just hope that there is some actual paranormal activity going on here. I've been living here for a month now, and so far, no luck. Anyway, I think that's plenty for one day. I'm going to go to bed now. Talk to you tomorrow. I'm talking to my diary like it's a person. I really am going insane. Note to self. If you name this diary, I'm calling the men in the white jackets. July 16th, 2010. After 12 boring entries in this journal, I finally have something worth writing about. Something happened to me last night. Something extraordinary. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep when I heard something coming from the basement beneath my room. It sounded like something heavy scraping across the cement floor. Excited, I jumped out of bed, grabbed the flashlight from my kitchen table, and rushed down the stairs to the basement. Naturally, the first thing I did was stand on the wooden staircase and scan the entire room. Nothing seemed out of place. Hello? I asked the dark room. Is someone there? I waited for a while, but received no response. Can I talk to whoever is here? I don't want to hurt you. Can you tell me your name? Again, I was answered with silence, curious as to what I heard move. I grabbed the biggest thing in my basement, which was the dryer, and pulled it away from the wall. It made a loud scraping sound, but it wasn't quite like what I heard. I then tried the same thing with the washing machine, workbench, and treadmill, but none of these sounded right. The workbench sounded most like what I thought I heard, but it still didn't seem right. I stayed up until 3:30 this morning searching for answers, but there was still no evidence that a ghost was involved. July 17th, 2010. Call me crazy if you want. Maybe I am crazy. I still have no clue who these comments are directed at. I guess I'll just assume that Dr. Schneider will end up reading these journal entries. Anyway, I called in a psychic today. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Doesn't he know that psychics just scam your money? Well, I'm not so sure. The psychic's name was Lori Marvin. She came in early this morning to scan my house for spiritual activity. Surprise. Surprise. She knew that something very dark had happened on those steps in the basement. I swear I didn't tell her anything before she went down there. She said that she was getting a strong reading from a spirit named Carlton as she stood on the wooden staircase leading to the garage. That's all that she could tell me. I asked if he meant me any harm, but she told me that she didn't know. Still, Carlton is something to go on. After Miss Marvin left, I decided that it was time for me to hit the internet and see if anyone named Carlton has died recently in Sheboygan. As it turns out, Carlton Mueller was the name of the man who was murdered by Tyler Frank, his business partner, on those wooden stairs last year. Who is a fraud now, huh? July 23rd, 2010. I know. I'm sorry that I haven't been writing in my journal recently. To tell the truth, I've been so busy with my new job as Sheboygan's new newspaper editor that I haven't had time. I figured that writing in newspapers was similar enough to writing in my journal that it would be okay. Dr. Schneider, however, told me yesterday that it was not okay, and that these journals are for my own benefit. He said that I'm supposed to be writing to help me remember my life. I guess it's a little true. Ever since my entry on the 19th about going fishing with Jerry, my memory's been a little foggy. I guess I'll have to remember to write in this journal more often. Oh well. I sincerely apologize to myself. I accept. Hooray. Cake and beer all around. July 29, 2010. Actually, I'll be honest. I did cry. I wrote in my diary and I cried. But I don't even care how girly that makes me sound anymore. I have seen the most amazing thing entire tonight. I was lying in my bed last night when I realized that I had left the bathroom light on. So I rolled over and got out of bed. I opened up my bedroom door and looked down the hallway. What I saw actually almost made me wet my pants. It was a man. A grown man. He was standing on the other end of the hallway, just staring at my bedroom door. The light from the bathroom illuminated his face beautifully. He had a tall head with short black hair. A few whiskers were scattered across his face, giving him a rugged, tired look. "Hello?" I asked nervously. The man didn't answer. "Are you Carlton?" I forced the words out of my mouth. To my delight, the figure nodded. I was talking to a ghost. I couldn't believe it. Just to make sure I wasn't dreaming, I pinched my arm as hard as I could. The intense pain convinced me that this was real. "How did you die?" I inquired. Of course, I already knew the answer. I just wanted the ghost to speak to me. Sadly, he did not. He simply stared at me with steady eyes. I don't know how long Carlton and I looked at each other. It could have only been 10 minutes, but it felt more like an hour. No matter what I asked, the ghost of Carlton Mueller would not speak to me. The only response I received from Carlton all night was when he nodded his head to confirm that he was, in fact, Carlton. I finally returned to my bed after bidding Carlton good night. When I woke up this morning, he was gone. August 3, 2010. Well, I was starting to get worried that Carlton would show up again. Every morning that I wake up since I first saw him, I find the furniture in the dining room, living room, and basement completely rearranged. I knew that this was Carlton, and I didn't care, really. It's just that. I wished he'd show his face again. And he did. Last night, I was sleeping soundly when I heard something move in my room. I woke up and rolled over, expecting to see a chair on its side, courtesy of my good friend Carlton Mueller. Instead, I saw Carlton himself standing over my bed, staring down directly into my eyes. I nearly screamed, but I didn't want to scare him away, so I quietly whispered, "Hello, Carlton." Carlton didn't react. I asked him if he wanted me to wake up. Once again, he stood in place, like a statue. I tried to get him to answer me, but just like on the night of July 28th, he didn't move a muscle. Finally, I sighed and rolled over. I had mixed feelings. On one hand, I'm glad that I saw Carlton again. On the other hand, I definitely did not like the way he stood in the middle of my bedroom, staring at me while I slept. Who knows how long he was there after I fell asleep? More importantly, what if he stands there every night? And last night was just the first time I saw him. The malicious look in his dark eyes as he stared at me was unsettling. August 4th, 2010, I couldn't sleep last night. Yesterday, I thought that I wasn't scared of Carlton. I thought that after a day, I'd have had enough time to get over it. Now, however, I'm positive that I am actually intimidated. In fact, intimidated is an understatement. I lay awake in my bed all night long, shaking like crazy. I couldn't stand the thought of waking up and seeing Carlton watching me with such a malevolent glare again. I don't know how Tyler Frank killed Carlton Mueller, but it must have been horrible. That is one pissed off spirit. But I can't let my emotions control me like this. Writing in my journal may very well be the only thing keeping me sane after that incident, which is ironic, since I feel like I'm talking to myself. Regardless of whether or not I'm actually insane, I will not let Carlton's presence in my house affect me like this. This is my house, not his. I shouldn't have to leave just because of a ghost. More importantly, if I let him scare me like this, he will feed on my fear, and very likely, he will do it again. I really don't want him to scare me again. However, know this, Carlton. If you try to scare me again, I will not be afraid. I will not leave my house because of you. Carlton Mueller. August 5th, 2010. Well, this is a good reason to celebrate. It's been a month since I was assigned this project, and that means I only have a month left. I would crack open a bottle of champagne if I wasn't scared to death of going into the basement. Last night, I didn't sleep again. All night, I heard noises coming from the basement. I kept my bedroom door closed and locked, as if ghosts needed to use doors. I don't know what Carlton's doing down there, but it's really annoying. At least I can rely on the fact that as long as he's moving stuff around downstairs, he can't be watching me upstairs. And all night long, I kept hearing that scraping noise over and over. That same scraping noise. That's another thing. I wish I knew what that was. I've completely rearranged everything in my basement since that first night when I heard Carlton, but nothing makes that specific sound. I just can't figure out what it is. I am absolutely 100% positive that nothing in my basement makes that noise. So what is it? August 6, 2010. So, I saw Dr. Schneider yesterday again. He said that my head injury may have affected me worse than he originally thought. He said that insomnia might be due to brain damage. I laughed and explained that I've been staying awake because a ghost watches me when I sleep. For some reason, that didn't comfort him. August 14, 2010, I went downstairs. I finally got up the courage to go down to my basement. Of course, I didn't see Carlton. There were no signs that Carlton had ever been down there. In fact, everything in the basement was exactly the way I left it when I last came upstairs. I was kind of hoping that I would see something out of place so that I knew what Carlton was moving around down there. Actually, it's kind of odd. Every morning, I still find things in different places than where I left them. However, these occurrences are confined only to my living room, kitchen, dining room, guest bedroom, and bathroom. The basement and my bedroom remain untouched. Weird, huh? Anyway, I'm glad that I went down to the basement. It made me feel safer being in a place I knew to be the source of Carlton's ghost, and yet experiencing nothing paranormal. It was somewhat comforting. I mean, I haven't seen Carlton since he woke me up on the night of the 2nd. Maybe he knows that he scared me, and maybe he didn't mean to. I'm starting to think that Carlton might not be such a bad guy after all. August 21st, 2010, I can't handle this anymore. Every day I sit down at my desk and write down whatever it was that I did that day like some lab rat. I feel like a child has been ordered to color a picture. I am not Schneider's damn lab rat. Last night I left my door unlocked. It's been almost 20 days since I saw Carlton in my bedroom, so I thought I might be safe. God, why am I so unlucky? I woke up at 3:00 a.m. this morning, and I knew instantly that there was someone standing over me. I slowly rolled over and, of course, saw Carlton. But he wasn't standing in the same place he was in the last time he was in my room. This time, he was standing right over my bed. He looked different than he had before, too. His hair was much messier than I remembered seeing it the first night. And his eyes, they made me shudder. They were surrounded by darkness, and the first thought I had when I saw them was evil. I had never really considered Carlton evil before last night. Maybe a troublemaker, a creeper, and a bit mischievous, but not evil. I gasped loudly when I saw him. His reaction didn't change, as usual. "Carlton!" I nearly shouted, remembering to keep my emotional distress to a minimum. I corrected my tone and continued. "Why are you here?" As I predicted, Carlton didn't reply. "Please, leave," I said quietly, not breaking my eye contact with him. Carlton's eyes widened to a frightening size and his head tilted a little bit. No, I said quickly, sitting up and backing up to the other side of my bed. "I didn't mean that you should leave the house. I meant you should leave my bedroom." "Please," I added when Carlton's eyes narrowed and his nostrils flared angrily. "Look, I don't want you to leave the house," I insisted. "I want you to stay." Very slowly and deliberately, Carlton moved around my bed to the side that I had crawled to. "But, when I'm sleeping, that's my time, Carlton." When the ghost didn't stop, I scooted back over to the side of the bed I woke up on. "Carlton, please don't hurt me. I've never done anything to hurt you. Why would you go after me?" Carlton didn't answer. He walked quietly to the foot of my bed and stood there with his usual overseeing attitude. He didn't leave until I fell asleep again. I woke up this morning and found my bedroom door open. I can't live like this for much longer. If I can't get Carlton out of this house, I'm going to have to move out and let someone else deal with him. August 22nd, 2010. I locked my bedroom door again last night, and there was no sign of Carlton. I'm never unlocking that door again. I think Carlton thinks it's my way of welcoming him into my bedroom. I just hope I didn't hurt his feelings. Wait, what am I saying? I hope I didn't hurt the ghost's feelings. That's ridiculous. He came into my home, moved all my stuff, scared me to death. And I'm saying that I hope I didn't hurt his feelings. Forget that. I hope he went home to his ghost mama, cried ghost tears, ate a whole gallon of ghost ice cream, and ended up losing his ghost leg to ghost diabetes. I don't care what Carlton wants anymore. I want Carlton gone. It's really too bad that he's a ghost, because if he wasn't, I'd wish he was dead. Then again, I think both Carlton and I would be happier if he was still alive. August 28, 2010. The exterminator came over today to spray his bug-killing stuff like he has every month since I've moved in here. While he was here, he decided to make my life even more miserable by telling me that I have a termite problem. Why the hell not? I mean, everything else in my life has gone wrong. My house has termites. My life is being tormented by an evil poltergeist. I may or may not have permanent brain damage, and I'm probably going insane because of all of this crap put together. I want to die. At least then, I'd be able to make someone else's life as horrifying as Carlton has made mine. But wait. I need to get my house fumigated. No, I'm not an idiot. I know that fumigating my house won't kill a ghost. However, it will give me a good reason to move out for a day or two. I'll sleep better than I have in my entire life if I can be sure that I won't wake up with the ghost of Carlton Mueller standing over me. August 29th, 2010. Ah, sweet relief. I decided to move into my hotel room a little prematurely, and I couldn't be happier. The instant I stepped into my room, I thought, this feels more like home than home does. How about that? But I only have a few days of this. My house is getting fumigated tomorrow, and the bugman said that I should be able to move back in on Tuesday, August 31st. But you know what? I might decide to stay here a little longer. It's nice being able to sleep. September 1st, 2010. Today was the most disturbing day of my life. Yes, It was even more disturbing than when Carlton tried to attack me. I moved back into my house yesterday and slept in my bed. Of course, I locked my bedroom door. I thought that would keep Carlton out. I woke up at 3:0 again this morning. I opened my eyes slowly, afraid of what I would find. However, quite predictably, Carlton was standing next to my bed. I sat up quickly. "Carlton, please, stay away from me," I begged. But I realized quickly that Carlton wasn't looking at me. He had been looking down at the floor with a sad expression on his face. "What?" I asked, completely bewildered. When I said this, his head jerked up and his eyes pointed directly into mine. They seemed different tonight. They were much less hateful. After a moment, Carlton gestured for me to stand up. "You want me to stand?" I asked, without answering me. Carlton turned and walked straight through my locked door. I got up quickly and rushed to the door. Unlocking it, I pulled it open hastily and found Carlton standing just on the other side, staring at me as if he could see through the door. I jumped, but prevented myself from screaming. Carlton turned around and walked down the hallway to the staircase. It was strange to watch him walk. His feet almost didn't touch the floor, as if he was walking through a pool of neck-high water. Picking up on his urgency, I followed him through the hallway and down the stairs. When Carlton stepped into the basement, I grew wary about following him any further. I had heard some stories that ghosts gained power when they were in the places they were killed. What if he wanted to kill me? My curiosity outweighed my caution, and I entered my basement. With no hesitation, Carlton walked straight through the basement to the wooden staircase on which he was killed. He stopped right next to it and gestured for me to stand at the base of the first step. I did. Carlton pointed to the third and fourth steps, and then gestured toward the ceiling. Am I supposed to, what, lift them up or something? I asked, confused. Carlton nodded. I felt stupid doing it, but I tried anyway. To my surprise, as I pulled up on the third and fourth steps to the wooden staircase, they shifted slightly. I looked over at Carlton, who nodded stoically. I gulped, realizing that my mouth was uncomfortably dry. I fixed my grip on the steps and pulled up again. This time, they came off of the staircase in one piece with a loud scraping sound. I knew that sound. I knew it so well. I heard it coming from my basement every night. I looked inside of the hole made from the lack of the third and fourth steps, but I couldn't see anything. Hold on, I said to Carlton. Let me go and get my flashlight. I dashed up the stairs, grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen table, and ran back down. Carlton was still standing in the exact same place he had been before I left. He pointed inside the hole. I knelt down and shone my flashlight through the stairs. Inside, I saw a body, a dead body. I gagged and dropped the flashlight. It fell to the floor where it flickered and resumed its regular glow. Forcing myself to control my reflexes, I picked up the flashlight and aimed it at the body. It was a man's body, and I saw the face clearly. I felt like my entire body was paralyzed. I knew that face. I called the police immediately, and they were there within 15 minutes. They investigated my entire house from top to bottom. They even searched the attic. The Sergeant, Dale Turner, asked me to give him a statement, so I told him exactly what happened. I woke up at 3:0, and there was a ghost at the end of my bed, I said. I didn't care if I sounded crazy. He led me down the stairs and into the basement, where he showed me how to lift up these steps. So I did, and I found his body. You found whose body? Sergeant Turner asked. The ghost. Yes, it was the body of Carlton Mueller, I told him. I think his spirit's been trying to communicate with me for a while. I've been seeing his ghost around my house for the past month now. Did you say month? The sergeant inquired. Yeah, I first saw him on July 29th. Ever since then, He kept showing up. "Mr. Hunter," Sergeant Turner said quietly. "This man that you found, been looking for him for about 2 months now, but he's only been dead for a couple of days." Story 4. My story begins several years ago, when I was a rising star in the mechanisms of federal government and planning on a career within the political establishment in D.C. This wasn't to be, however, as I received what I thought at the time was a better offer. Believe it or not, the employment opportunity that led me to my current predicament began in a typically cloak and dagger manner. I was approached by a high-level but essentially anonymous, black-suited individual who claimed to work for an off-the-books agency interested in recruiting me for a special assignment, one that wouldn't just help my country, but also the entire country, but also the entire human race. It sounded so ridiculous that I almost laughed in the man's face, but I noted his expression was deadly serious, and guessed he wouldn't react well to mockery. Besides, I must admit that I was intrigued by the man's mysterious offer. The opportunity I'd been presented with sounded too good to be true, and I thought taking on this unusual job role could propel my career to previously unheard of heights. And so I accepted their offer and started down the path of no return. If I had known the full truth back then, I would have told the G-Man to go to hell. But I didn't. And now here I am. Jump forward 6 months, and I'd completed an intensive training program and attended a series of extraordinary briefings, which had changed everything I thought I knew about our world and the wider universe. I used to believe that we, human beings, were at the top of the food chain, but now I know better. It's hard for me to pinpoint the exact moment when my courage failed me, and I realized I no longer had any control over my situation. It wasn't when I was flown on board a military transport plane to a secret base in the Solomon Islands, where I received my final briefing on this highly classified mission. Sure, I was nervous when they strapped me into my seat on board an experimental X-37C orbital test vehicle, the best in the U.S. Space Force's inventory. I believe I stood up pretty well during our launch into orbit as I joined the small club of humans who have traveled to space, although the actual numbers are far higher than most people know. I got the significance of the event and importance of my mission, whilst also realizing that few would ever know what we'd embarked upon. Only a select number at the top echelons of the U.S. government knew of my mission, and the X-37 launch was a highly classified secret. Our rivals in China and Russia would be watching closely, of course, but their governments had been briefed and were in support of our operation. On this issue, if nothing else, all the nations of the Earth were on the same side. If the launch into orbit wasn't scary enough, our approach to the alien ship was truly terrifying. We saw the image on screen, that of a huge cigar-shaped spaceship capable of interstellar travel which dwarfed our own small craft and was adorned with high-tech weaponry beyond our wildest dreams. Our tiny X-37 was puny and pathetic in comparison, seeming like nothing more than a primitive canoe paddling towards a mighty battleship. I realized then that our alien hosts could easily blast our small ship into oblivion with the mere push of a button. But why would they destroy an unarmed diplomatic mission, you might ask? Well, the answer is that it's simply in nature to be cruel and violent. And this will become self-evident as my account continues. I think my nerves finally shattered after we completed the complex docking procedure and boarded the alien warship, going through the invasive and thorough scanning process before we were permitted entry. I vividly recall sitting in the holding area, a grim and dark cell of cold metal, as we waited to discover our fate. My sole companion was one Captain Henderson, a hardened Special Forces veteran who was as tough as they came. Henderson was tasked with acting as my bodyguard during this dangerous mission. Our alien hosts didn't allow us to bring weapons on board their ship, but Henderson assured me he was an expert in hand-to-hand combat, and so would be able to protect me if things went south. I wasn't so confident, however. As we sat in the darkened cell, I couldn't help but notice how Henderson was perspiring heavily as he struggled to contain his fear. He had good reason to be afraid, as did I. You may have heard of the alien race who I was tasked to negotiate with. Their technology is far more advanced than ours, and they have been capable of interstellar travel for thousands of years, having first visited Earth at least 5 centuries ago. I'd never seen one in person, but their physical description was terrifying. A red-scaled reptilian race with cold predatory eyes and sharp teeth and claws, which could rip through human flesh without the need for any of their advanced weaponry. What's more, they are a cruel and warlike species who secretly visit our planet for one reason only: to find victims for their torture games and sadistic hunts. Those unfamiliar with their origins simply call them reptilians or lizard people. They don't know the full story, however, since the global governments have hidden the truth from their people for decades. The reptilians are in actual fact the Empire of the Astri, a militaristic interstellar species from the TRAPPIST-1 star system, who waged bloody war upon their neighbors for millennia before a new galactic order established an uneasy peace to keep the Astri and other aggressors in check. But the Empire didn't adapt well to this new peaceful order, and so they searched for alternatives to satisfy their violent urges, seeking out uncontacted backwater planets such as ours, where they could continue to kill with relative impunity away from the vigilant eyes of the Galactic Confederation. And so, this is where I came in. You see, our global governments have been complicit in the Astra's atrocities for many decades. With no means of combating their vastly superior technology, we've effectively allowed the Astri to abduct, torture, and murder thousands of our citizens every year. In the United States, we simply turn a blind eye to these abductions, which inevitably occur in isolated areas, and the people they take are usually those who aren't missed: the homeless, drug addicts, or simply those without family or friends. In other countries, totalitarian regimes take the opportunity to donate victims to the Astri as a form of tribute, sending them prisoners, political dissidents, and so-called undesirables, as they cynically use the opportunity to kill 2 birds with one stone. This has been the state of affairs for too long, as the world leaders have sought to justify their secret collusion with the Astri mass murderers, believing that the sacrifice of countless thousands is necessary for the greater good, and because they fear the consequences of denying the alien slavers, knowing all too well that the Astri could devastate the Earth's surface with their space-based weaponry. But things have changed in recent times, which is why they sent me on this dangerous yet crucial diplomatic mission. For the first time in our history, we had a trump card to use against the Astri, and the powers that be back on Earth decided to play it. And so, I potentially had the future of humanity on my shoulders. That's a lot of pressure. But, as I sat in that holding area, I only hoped that the Astri wouldn't renege on their promise to allow us an audience, and would instead simply throw the 2 of us out of the airlock, leaving us to die in the cold vacuum of space. I almost jumped out of my skin when I heard the hidden speakers burst to life, and a mechanical voice spoke to us in near word-perfect English. Representatives of planet Earth, the screening process has been completed, and you are permitted to board the SS Glory of the Empire. Proceed through the door and make your way down the corridor to the passenger's cell. Once you are secure and contained, we shall continue the journey to our final destination. With that, a previously invisible door in the steel wall ahead of us slid open, revealing a dimly lit and uninviting corridor, which led to yet another door at its end. I experienced a moment of fearful trepidation, finding myself temporarily unable to stand and walk until Captain Henderson silently pulled me upon my feet and practically frog-marched me through the doorway. He whispered sternly in my ear whilst doing so: "They're watching. Don't show the nuisances any weakness, or they'll destroy us." His harsh words forced a cold shudder up my spine. But I knew he was right. My extensive briefings on the Astra's culture and psychology left little doubt. All of our intelligence pointed to the Astri lacking in any empathy or mercy, at least towards our human race. Certainly, They believed in their own version of social Darwinism, an extreme ideology stating that only the strong would survive in a ruthless universe, and weaker species should be crushed, enslaved, or destroyed. I tried to control my fear as I shakingly stepped forward, following Henderson down the dark, featureless corridor of cold steel, barely stopping myself from jumping when the airlock at the far end slid open to reveal what the ship's AI had disconcertingly described as the passenger cell. Cautiously walking inside, we saw a room not much different from the one we just left. Cold, dark, featureless, and hostile. Although we noted 2 cockpit-style chairs which seemed to have been designed for the human body, I was surprised since we'd been told not to expect any level of hospitality from our alien hosts, as the Astri regarded us an inferior species, and certainly not their equals. I was highly suspicious, however, fearing this could be a trap. Looking to the hard-faced Captain Henderson, I thought about asking him what he thought of this. But then I remembered that our hosts were almost certainly watching and listening to everything we said and did. So I decided against it. Henderson took his seat without uttering a word, quickly and efficiently strapping himself in for the space journey to come. I followed his lead, watching him closely as I repeated his actions to secure my seatbelt. I didn't know how Henderson knew what to do, and how he stayed so calm and confident under the circumstances. I suppose it was his training kicking in as he quickly adapted to this alien environment. I wish I had his confidence, but what we were facing scared the heck out of me. The experts from NASA and the Air Force had warned us that we'd be making a journey that would last months, or even years in one of our rockets, in the space of a few short hours. We had little knowledge of the Astra's technology, and most of our assumptions regarding their spacecraft were based on theory only. The assumption at the time was that Henderson and I would be traveling farther out than any Earth-based life form had done before, and we would be subjected to a G-force which no human being had previously experienced. They had no idea whether our bodies could survive the journey, and we had to take whatever assurances the Astri had given regarding our physical safety with a pinch of salt. So, you can imagine the fear I experienced when the ship's engines came to life, and we were propelled through space at a tremendous speed. Imagine my surprise and relief when I discovered that our journey was not only survivable, but also relatively comfortable. No worse than my time on board the X-37, which transported us into orbit. The flight deep into our own solar system lasted a mere 3 hours, and I felt my confidence growing as I realized we would make it through this leg of the journey. Maybe the Astri were genuine about wanting to enter negotiations, I told myself. Perhaps they were finally granting us the respect we felt we deserved. This is what I thought, but now I know I'd been lulled into a false sense of security. I remember the moment we arrived at our destination, the ship slowing as a shutter screen on the far wall of our cell opened to reveal a stunning scene. Before us was Jupiter, the majestic gas giant and largest planet in our solar system. I stared out of the porthole in stunned awe, admiring the mighty planet's glorious atmospheric bands and the famous Great Red Spot, an enormous anticyclonic storm which had raged for centuries and was large enough in dimensions to swallow up the Earth several times over. I found myself mesmerized by Jupiter's beauty and felt very humbled, knowing that I was one of the first human beings to observe the planet with the naked eye. The alien ship descended through Jupiter's orbit, accelerating towards the gray and rocky moon, which I recognized as Europa. As we approached the moon, I spotted a grotesque artificial structure half buried in its rocky surface, a collection of steel fortifications and powerful space-based weapons, which I understood were connected to a vast network of subterranean tunnels and chambers. My jaw dropped as I surveyed the ugly and austere facility, the Astri's main base in our solar system. The Europa outpost has existed for decades, and Earth's governments have known about it for just as long. The Voyager probes had observed and photographed the facility from afar, and many other missions had documented it over the years. We knew it was the Asta's main staging post for its clandestine raids on Earth, but little else. Going in, I didn't know what to expect, but I was sure our alien hosts were showing us their moon base as a means of intimidation. There were signs of battle all around as we descended, and I noted the twisted debris of destroyed ships and war machines trapped in Jupiter's orbit. Meanwhile, the surface of Europa was riddled with fresh craters, surely the result of orbital bombardment or misdirected missiles. I silently glanced across at Henderson and noted the disappointment in his eyes, a feeling which I shared. Both of us had hoped the Astri would have suffered greater damage. As I said before, Earth's governments have long been helpless in the face of Astri incursions. But this has recently changed. A year before I was recruited to this secret diplomatic mission, our space watchers observed a fierce battle in Earth's orbit, as an Astri hunting ship was engaged and apparently destroyed by a vessel of unknown origin. This event might have remained a mystery had it not been for the unexpected landing of a small capsule deep in the American Midwest. This escape pod contained 2 human survivors who had an extraordinary tale to tell. Through their first-hand accounts, we not only learnt the horrifying truth of what the Astri did to their abductees, but we also discovered the existence of a potential ally, the Galactic Confederation, whose forces are at war with the rogue Astri hunters. News of the space battle finally forced our leaders into action, and a secret council demanded that the Astri agree to a meeting to renegotiate the terms of our agreement. But this wasn't the end of the story. During my training, we received word of a second space battle detected by our long-range telescopes as a small fleet of ships assaulted the Europa base, resulting in an amazing yet terrifying display of fire and fury. We hadn't known the outcome of the battle till now, but it seemed clear that our hosts had won the fight. I experienced a terrible foreboding as our ship made the final approach down to the vast moon base. The mighty vessel being formed by the huge, sprawling facility as we docked on a landing bay with a heavy metallic clunk. I was beginning to realize just how far behind humanity was in this arms race. Once the ship docked, we received further instructions from a disembodied robotic voice. We've arrived at the Empire's Alpha facility. You should remove your restraints and wait for our representative, who will guide you inside the base. We did as told, Henderson and I sharing a look as we undid our seatbelts and stood up. The far door activated, and I mentally prepared myself to see an Astri warrior in the flesh for the first time. I'd heard the witness descriptions and seen what few photographs and film footage we had of them, but this wasn't adequate preparation. I took a deep breath as the automated door slid open, but was disappointed by what I saw on the other side. We were met by some kind of robotic drone hovering in the air, as its scanners and cameras observed us and collected data. I remembered the witness accounts of the Confederation war machines and wondered whether the Astri had adopted the same model. The two of us stood in confusion as the robot spoke. I am Unit 537, an AI drone in the service of the glorious Astri Empire. I have been tasked by my masters with guiding you through our facility and concluding our negotiations. I was left flabbergasted and found myself unable to speak as I tried to process this unexpected development. In the end, it was Henderson who broke the silence as he launched into an uncharacteristic outburst. What the hell is this? Where are the Astri delegates? This is not what we agreed. The flying robot turned to face my military companion before answering in the same monotone, mechanical voice. I know nothing of these arrangements you speak of. Let me assure you that I have been granted the necessary plenipotentiary powers by my masters. I would also advise you not to engage in any further emotional outbursts. My masters may view such tirades as acts of aggression and respond accordingly. Now, you must follow me. With that, the drone swung around and entered the facility. I shot Henderson an angry look and whispered, "What the hell were you thinking? Are you trying to get us both killed?" Henderson simply shook his head in despair before saying, "No plan survives first contact with the enemy. We need to adapt." I stared at my companion in confusion, wanting to ask him what he meant, but Henderson simply nodded and said, "Come on, let's go." He proceeded through the open doorway, and I followed, not yet realizing we were walking straight into a living hell. The interior of the Europa base was slightly less bleak and intimidating than the spaceship, but only marginally so. The corridor walls were white and sterile, and my nostrils were filled with what smelt like disinfectant. As soon as I set foot inside, I left something was terribly wrong, and a sense of impending doom came over me. I was frightened and on edge, but it was more than that. Within a few seconds, my head was pounding, the pain growing inside my skull until it became almost unbearable. I felt naked and exposed. Like suddenly my deepest thoughts and secrets were there for the whole universe to see. And it got worse. Suddenly my aching brain was assaulted by terrible, horrific images. I saw human beings tortured by the vile Astri killers. A man ripped to shreds by claws and teeth. A screaming woman strapped to a gurney and operated on without anesthetic. And many more scenes of ultra-violence. The images I saw inside of my head were so vivid that I could almost hear the blood-curdling screams and smell the gory viscera. I struggled to stay on my feet and see straight, turning my head to look upon my companion. Turning my head to look upon my companion. Any hope I had for support faded as I saw Henderson was fighting his own internal battle against whatever psychological weapon the Astri had deployed against us. Sweating profusely as his eyes bulged and face burnt red. I reckon he was using all his mental strength in an attempt to keep the enemy out of his head, although I doubted he would be successful. This was a new tactic which we hadn't been warned about during our briefings, and frankly, it terrified me. What chance did we have if the Astri could destroy our minds as well as our bodies? The pressure built up inside of my skull until I thought my head would explode, and for a horrible moment, I believed they would kill us through this vile method. The assault upon our brains ended as suddenly as it had begun, the pressure lifting and sadistic images disappearing, although I couldn't forget the horrors I'd seen. Our robotic guide acted like nothing had happened, leading us to yet another automatic door at the end of the sickly white corridor as it turned to address us in its deadpan mechanical voice. My masters thought you might wish to visit your fellow Homo sapiens who we accommodate at this facility. I will now show you our holding pens. I felt a sickness deep in the pit of my stomach after hearing the drones and motionless words. Casting a glance towards Henderson in the moment before the next door slid open, the first thing that hit me was the smell. The foul stench of waste that reminded me of the zoo kennels. And then I heard the wails. Screams of agony and pain which I was horrified to learn came from human lips. Our robotic guide led the way as Henderson and I entered into a living hell under glaring artificial lights. We were sickened yet awestruck at the horrific scenes we witnessed. Beyond the doorway was a vast bunker filled with rows of steel cages stacked on top of each other all the way up to the ceiling. We saw thousands of small 606 cages, each containing a human prisoner, abductees imprisoned by the Astri for their sadistic purposes. I saw people of all races and creeds, male and female, young and old. Their alien captors treated them all with the same contempt and cruelty. All were naked except for the ugly shock collars secured to their necks. And as I walked closer, I saw how all were emaciated and left to live in their own filth. Many bore scars and injuries, surely as a result of the torture they'd endured. Others looked sick, and more than a few appeared to be on the verge of death. But the most horrifying moment came when the many prisoners noticed our presence, the word quickly spreading through nervous but excited whispers between the cages. Suddenly, thousands of eyes lit up with something very dangerous indeed, hope. A moment later, and thousands of voices were calling out in dozens of languages, crying and begging as we walked past them, pleading for us to save them. I couldn't take it. The hellish din was too much. The worst thing is, I realized we were powerless to help these damned souls. Even if the Astri did agree to release their prisoners, we had no means of transporting them back to Earth. I doubted any of these poor idiots knew where they were, but they surely guessed what terrible fate awaited them. I felt like dropping down to my knees and rolling into a protective ball as the desperate wails nearly burst my eardrums. But then, all of the prisoners emitted a new sound, one of shocked pain as every one of their number collapsed in agony, screaming as they clutched hold of their throats and squirmed on the floors of their cages. To my horror, I realized that the prisoners' shock collars had all been activated simultaneously as a form of collective punishment. Despite my terror, I screamed out in anger and challenged our guide. "How dare you? You damn savages have no right to treat our people this way?" I realized how foolish my words were as soon as I spoke them. The drone swerved around to face me, and I wondered why I'd taken my anger out on an AI, which merely served the cruel Astri, and probably had no capacity for independent thought. The hovering robot looked over me with its inbuilt cameras, lights flashing on control panels as it processed data. And when the machine spoke, its words didn't contain even a trace of humanity. "Quiet. I have warned you both about the consequences of emotional outbursts. Let us proceed to the amphitheater where you may witness the fruits of my master's work." With that, the robot turned and flew forwards, leaving Henderson and I to look upon the defeated prisoners, all wounded and silent as they glared down upon us with disappointment in their eyes. And I came to the terrible realization that we weren't here to help them, and somehow those silent, reproachful looks were even worse than their screams and cries for mercy. I thought this was as bad as it could get, but then we exited the prison chamber and entered a whole new circle of hell. We walked out onto an empty stand overlooking an oval-shaped arena with a circular pitch around 100 foot in diameter, surrounded by 10-foot walls on every side. The surface of the arena was covered by a strange, plastic-like substance, although the oval had a primitive and low-tech feel when compared to the rest of the facility. However, I was amazed at the sheer size of the moon base, which could accommodate a small stadium. Racking my brains, I tried to think, and I soon realized how this zone reminded me of a Roman Colosseum, and my heart sank as I considered the terrifying implications of my observation. Suddenly our attention was drawn to a ring of VIP-style boxes set above the stands, as steel shutters slowly ascended to reveal a terrifying scene. This was the first time I saw them in the flesh. The Astri, dozens of alien dignitaries sitting and standing in luxurious boxes behind thick glass, all looking down upon us with a sadistic glee in their cold, reptilian eyes as they exposed their fangs and salivated from their snout-like mouths. I scanned from side to side in a panic, realizing that the vile creatures were all around us, although they remained behind their transparent barriers, apparently waiting for something to happen. Henderson shot up straight as his instincts kicked in. He automatically reached for a weapon he did not carry before shooting our robotic guide a look that could kill. "What the hell is the meaning of this?" he demanded. The drone's cameras observed him with cold indifference, and I guessed all of its observations were being beamed up to the Astri dignitaries watching over us. The machine answered my companion's angry question in its usual emotionless and robotic tone. "My masters have arranged some entertainment for your visit. I suggest you stay silent and watch." I was still trying to work out what the machine meant when I observed a hidden door opening in the circular wall of the arena below us, revealing what looked like a chute leading down to the plastic-covered ground. I watched on in shocked horror as 1, 2, and then 3 bodies slid down the chute, all landing heavily on the ground before the door slammed shut, trapping them inside the walled arena. At first I thought the 3 were dead, but it turned out they were only disorientated or possibly drugged, as within a few moments all had regained some level of composure and were able to stand up on their shaking legs. I saw they were all young men, half naked and emaciated, terror present in their eyes as they surveyed their new prison. A moment later, and a second compartment opened to reveal a steel rack filled with handheld weapons, including what looked like machetes, axes, and short swords. The scared trio looked at the weapons in confusion, clearly having little idea of why they were here and what was expected of them. Unfortunately, I now had a good idea of what was about to happen. Suddenly, the second door slid open on the far side of the arena, and something horrifying emerged. charging out onto the killing floor with all the fury in hell. The astri which I saw seemed larger than average, perhaps as tall as 8 foot in height. I saw scars cut across its red scales, and so guessed this beast was a veteran warrior. Its lizard eyes were those of a cold and calculating predator, methodically scanning the kill zone as it sought out its victims. The warrior was armed with a long pike-like weapon, but it hardly needed the spear, as its teeth and claws were surely sufficient to tear its victims to shreds. I looked to the sealed boxes above and noted how the astri spectators leaned forwards, their eyes widening with excitement as they relished the prospect of the violence to come. And then I glanced down to the 3 young men in the firing line, all confused, exposed, and terrified as they cast their eyes upon the beast. Henderson and I were powerless to intervene. The astri warrior charged forward at an astonishing speed, unleashing an animalistic roar as it closed in on its prey. 2 of the men fled, running back to the wall and desperately trying to find a way out. The prisoner froze in the middle of the arena, dropping to his knees and pleading for mercy. But of course, he got none. I expected the warrior to run him through with its spear, but instead it unleashed a high kick, deftly using the 6-inch claw on its foot to slice deep into the man's throat, slicing his jugular open and spraying blood all over the plastic floor. The other 2 watched their companion's limp body drop to the ground as he continued to bleed, and the warrior cried out in triumph. The surviving men now knew that their only chance was to fight, and so they grasped hold of primitive weapons from the rack, the first taking a machete and the second arming himself with a sword. The sword-wielding man looked oriental in origin and seemed to have some combat skills. He was brave too, running forward to meet the warrior head-on and parrying the heavy blows from its spear. The fight didn't last long, however, as the sheer force of the astra's attacks knocked the man down, forcing the sword from his hands. The human screamed as the alien brought its foot down upon his head, burying its claw deep into his skull. The third and final man wasn't much of a fighter, but he did take his chance, attacking the beast from behind and hacking at it with his machete. The astra's scaly hide was thick, but the blade still penetrated, causing the beast to cry out in pain and fury. It was hurt, but not badly, soon turning around to face its attacker. The human took one look into the alien's killer eyes and broke, throwing down his weapon and fleeing across the arena. The warrior didn't miss a beat. Lifting its spear and throwing it with immense strength, the projectile flew through the air, striking the man in the back and impaling his body against the arena's wall. The dying man twitched as his life drained away, and the alien warrior roared in celebration of its bloody victory. Its fellow astri were equally happy at the outcome, banging their claws against the glass in excitement as their sadistic urges were satisfied. I looked to Henderson and saw his fists were clenched tight, and his face was red with fury. As for me, I just felt sick to my stomach at the atrocity we'd been forced to witness. I shook my head in disgust as I looked upon the hovering machine and spluttered out my emotional words. What's the point of all this? Why bring us all the way out here just to watch our people getting tortured and killed? I thought you wanted to negotiate, damn you. The robot paused briefly before delivering its telling response. Actually, my masters agreed to these negotiations in good faith. Your side had broken the terms of our agreement. I was left astonished and confused by this statement. What the hell do you mean? I demanded. Your scan came up clear, the machine explained, but your companions raised a red flag. I turned to face Henderson only to find he would not meet my eye. I noticed how his face had dropped and turned pale white as the sweat dripped from his pores. I was left speechless, but our robotic guide continued to explain the situation. The trace was subtle, but our sensors detected a viral infection in Captain Henderson's blood. Analysis of the virus confirms that it is genetically modified, specifically designed to be harmless to Homo sapiens, but lethal to the astri species. Clearly, the intention of Earth's governments was to infect and destroy the Astri population of this base with their crude biological weapon. My jaw dropped in disbelief, and I thought this must be a lie. I turned to Henderson in hope of reassurance, only to see him charge the robot with malicious intent. But the machine reacted instantly, extending a mechanical arm and firing a dart into Henderson's chest. He stumbled backwards, looking upon me with guilt, before his eyes rolled up into his skull, and he collapsed heavily onto the stand. I turned in time to see the killer bot re-aiming its extended arm in my direction as it prepared to fire a second shot. "Wait!" I screamed, but it was futile. The dart struck me in the center of my chest, causing me pain, but not a fatal injury. But whatever poison the dart contained coursed through my veins, and suddenly my whole body went numb. Next, I felt myself falling as my legs gave up, and I hit the ground hard, and my whole world went black. I awoke slowly, still feeling groggy as I opened my eyes and tried to move, only to find I could not. To my horror, I found myself inside a tight cage hanging over an enclosure of some kind. I could hardly move as the cage was so small, and when I looked down, I saw thick vegetation of tropical plants and a clearing directly below me. Glancing to my left, I found my companion, Captain Henderson, awake and also trapped in a tight cage hanging over the enclosure. I opened my dry lips and forced out my words, shouting angrily as I chastised Henderson for his betrayal. "Oh, what the heck, man? You let them inject you with a biological weapon? Are you crazy?" Henderson lowered his head, once again not meeting my eye. "I was... orders." "Whose orders?" I screamed. "What lunatic ordered this attack?" What made them think this madness would work? It was always a long shot, but the brass believed it was our best chance. But why? Why wasn't I told? What the heck happened to our negotiations? Henderson sneered dismissively before answering me. "Wake the hell up, man. The diplomatic mission was just a cover. We can't negotiate with these monsters. They treat us like prey. The real mission was always a military one, and both of us are expendable." I was shocked, horrified, and angry upon hearing Henderson's revelation, although I had to admit that it made sense. But one thing was clear: Henderson's mission had failed, and now we were both in grave danger. As if on cue, we heard a heavy rustling from the vegetation below, as something big tore through, making its way towards the clearing. I knew whatever beast they'd unleashed would be bad, but what emerged into the clearing was beyond my worst nightmares. My limited words will never do the monster justice, but the best comparison I can make is to a black spider grown to an enormous size. Its body must have been twice the size of a fully grown man, complete with 8 long, thick legs covered in a fur-like hair. And the creature had a set of a dozen dark eyes, like a kaleidoscope, which scanned the kill zone with a predatory zeal. But, as if all this wasn't bad enough, the spider-like beast also had a long and thick tail with what looked like a stinger at its end. Sharp, protruding and dripping with what I guessed was some kind of deadly venom. The monster squealed with excited glee when it saw us hanging in our cages, and I guessed what our captors had in store for us. There was an ominous beeping noise, and a moment later, the bottom of Henderson's cage opened up, causing him to plummet down to the clearing below. I heard a sickening crack as he landed heavily, and guessed that the military man had broken his ankle. But to his credit, he got up on his feet and faced the monster. The beast scurried forwards on its 8 legs, screeching like a banshee as it lashed out with its stinger. Henderson managed to dodge the first 2 attacks, but the third struck him in the shoulder, causing him to scream in pain as he fell to the ground. I could only watch on in shocked horror as the wounded Henderson attempted to crawl to safety. But the monster struck him again, using its stinger to impale the helpless man through the back. My companion screamed again, louder this time. He looked up at me with pain and terror in his bloodshot eyes. And a moment later, the beast dragged him back into the thick undergrowth, Henderson still screaming as he faced his terrible fate. I didn't want to imagine what was happening to my companion. But just then, a familiar robotic voice called out to reveal the horrifying truth. "My masters want you to know that the predator will not kill Captain Henderson. She will lay her eggs inside of his still living flesh, keeping him alive until they hatch, after which her offspring will feast upon him. The whole process will last several days and will be excruciating for your companion. I shuddered in cold terror, the sickness rising from the pit of my stomach as I dry retched in disgust. I could barely speak through my trembling lips, but somehow managed to utter a reply. "I suppose you mean to do the same to me?" "No," my captor replied. "My masters will spare you and allow you to return to your home planet. You are being spared to deliver a message to your leaders. Tell them what you saw here and inform them that their treachery has been exposed. There will be repercussions for their deceit in due course. In the meantime, we are doubling the quota and expect delivery of the next batch of tributes within 1 of your weeks. Failure to comply will result in severe penalties." Those thinly veiled threats chilled me to my bones as I continued to hear Henderson's muffled screams. My cage was slowly lifted away from the beast's enclosure. As it happened, the Astri kept their word and sent me home. I'm almost ashamed to admit my relief at living through the ordeal, and now I'm racked with survivor's guilt, not to mention terrified of what the Astri will do next. Once I got home, I was inevitably debriefed extensively and aggressively by various government suits and military brass, continuously ordered to recount the events of our botched mission. I think they knew how badly they'd messed up and were truly frightened of the inevitable backlash. I believe some of my interrogators would have liked to pin the blame on me, but I guess others disagreed, because I was eventually released. I expect I'm not much longer for this world, however, as several witnesses have fallen victim to unfortunate accidents in recent months. Our leaders are scared because they know the Astri could come for them at any time. They'll do anything to save their own skins and to cover up their mistakes. And this includes sacrificing thousands of their own people as tributes to these monstrous killers. And so, I have decided to tell my story before it's too late. The threat we all face is more serious than ever, and our governments are complicit in the Astra's atrocities. I don't know how we can win this war, but we must stand and fight, because the price of doing nothing is too much to bear. Story 5. My name is Isabella Davis. I'm Special Ops, trained for the past 6 years, and I've been out on the field more than my fair share. Once my husband was brutally murdered, I saw no point in continuing to try and live life normally. It just felt, well, wrong, far too different without him. But my agency doesn't deal with your average threats. No, not at all. We deal with the things that go bump in the night, the creatures from hell itself, the things you see in your room during sleep paralysis, or while you're out walking alone at midnight. I do pretty well with a gun and my fists. What I lack in strength, I make up for in strategy. Make of that what you will. That's what you need to know. There's way more classified information I could put out there, but I'd rather not. I'm already risking my life telling you the following. No need to up the ante when it's not necessary. I'm stationed at Site 12, one of our facilities. And today we had brought in a witness. A witness who had seen what was going down at what would soon become our mission location that night. I had walked into one of the interrogation rooms. It was whiter than snow and sterilized to all hell, just like pretty much every single room in this facility, especially the labs. The witness himself was a young man, probably no older than his mid-20s, his hair long, looking rather unkempt, and his clothes covered in dirt and forest debris. They were oddly bright colors. I spotted a pretty diverse set of them, but there wasn't, however, a single piece of black or gray item of clothing on him. The Director of Operations, Ted Bowser, was in there, along with Dr. West, the head of the science division around here, and probably the one with the most authority next to Ted. They would constantly go back and forth about who has jurisdiction over what. It used to become quite the headache, but I've learned to tune it out. They were like these freaking tree people. I tried to get into the mansion, but they attacked, and I ran like crazy. I just barely got out. The witness goes on, giving me a glance as I take my place behind Dr. West. It was subtle, yet I could see almost malice behind it. Despite his claims and dirty clothes, he still looked unharmed. No cuts, bruises or lacerations of any kind. What were you doing near the mansion in the first place, you idiot? Grills Ted, prompting a wide-eyed response from the witness. I was, trespassing. I'm an urban explorer. The witness replies in a rather defeated tone. Sounds like you got what you deserved for being a moron. Dr. West follows up. Next time use your brain and not your adrenaline junkie instincts. I was just trying to have fun, alright. It's not like I was hurting anybody. I still say nothing, my stomach beginning to churn, as I know what was soon to come. Thank God I wasn't the one who had to carry it out. Even with all the things I've done over the years, I didn't have the cold heart for it. The witness goes on to describe the creatures in further detail, causing both Ted and West to smile, not in gratitude. No, it was a sinister smile of deceit you'd see on the face of a serial killer right before imminent death. Well, I think that's about all we need to hear. Dr. West announces, closing up a binder filled to the brim with papers as she stands up. Ted then motions for the agent on the opposite side of the room from me to step forward. Standing behind the witness, who was still sitting down in the chair, unaware of what was happening behind him, the agent then retrieves a pistol from the front of his weapons belt, putting it to the back of the witness' head and then firing, blowing his brains out and causing him to slump forward in the chair as blood pours from the bullet hole in his forehead. West is, of course, unbothered. She walks to exit the room, not even turning around to say, "Make sure we get the cleanup crew in here before that blood dries." This was standard procedure as to why we couldn't just find another method. I don't know why, but I definitely don't agree with it. But someone of my clearance level trying to give orders would not end well. There isn't any room for questions around here, no matter who you are. After West is out of the room, a few guys in gray t-shirts and jeans walk in to retrieve the body, 2 of them carrying him out, and the others bringing in buckets of bleach and other chemicals to begin cleaning. Ted walks up, adjusting the tie of his suit nonchalantly before giving both me and the other agent a nod. I'm going to have a team sent to that mansion tonight. I want both of you on it. So the 2 of you should take a trip to the weapons room and gear up. You'll be out of here in the next few hours after I find another 4 agents to join you. Make sure to bring the aquatic scanners with you. Ted then backs up a bit, inches away from the door before the agent speaks up, his voice hoarse with a low rasp, as if he were a veteran cigarette smoker. We bring in 16A with us? No, he won't be necessary for this operation. You guys have the gear to take this on. Just don't screw up and die, because I'm not going to be the one going through the process of making up complicated lies while writing to your families. I'm tired of doing that and sending in reinforcements all the time. Ted then huffs apathetically and marches, leaving only the agent, the cleaning crew, and I left in there. All in all, I kill all the time. Monsters, malicious creatures, and even disdainful humans. But I've never slaughtered innocents before, so it still gets to me every time I see it. But as I've said, I don't have any power to change it, so I headed over to the weapons room, grabbed night vision goggles, an assault rifle with armor-piercing round magazines, a zoomed-in scope for said rifle, and a small flamethrower as well, one where you didn't need to carry a huge tank on your back for fuel. It was all in the thrower itself, although this particular model was still in the prototype stage. Body armor and protective gear were already mandatory on these missions, so they would be given to me regardless. Just for good measure, I stuffed a couple of grenades and an ectomagnet in my weapons belt. Satisfied with how armed I quickly became, I made my way over to the briefing room and sat through one of the rather pointless info dumps I had many times before. As weird as it may sound, after we finished with the strenuous briefing, we started loading the 6-man team into the transport truck. I was fine, actually enjoying the ride, other than one of the male agents attempting to hit on me, of course. But it wasn't anything too bad. I tried not to make a big deal out of things that didn't matter in the long run. So we're going after tree people now, huh? The agent furthest from the doors asks rhetorically, while the truck is thrashed upwards slightly. indicating the current road we were on was bumpy. He then lights a cigarette, smoking it as he darts his eyes toward the floor. Can't believe the director is wasting our time with crap like this. I didn't join to shoot moving pine needles, one replies. Spitting on the floor of the truck. You guys seriously want a harder job? I speak up in a slightly teasing manner. Should we face Dracula and his minions instead? The agent lighting the cigarette slowly turns his head, not hiding his irritation at my comedic probing. Who asked you to talk, Bella? He chuckles. 'Cause I don't remember. Watch it, I bark back. I was just trying to lighten the mood. No need to be a weirdo. Hey! The one closest to the trailer doors hollers, standing up and giving us a scolding look as if we were children acting up at someone else's house. We're almost at the location. So everyone put your big boy pants on and stop acting like a bunch of pansies. That wannabe father of everyone was Dave. Dave is usually the guy in charge during these missions, as he was the one that had survived more experiences than the rest of us all put together. And I admired his combative prowess, but never really hung around him personally. But after a bit more conversation and verbal camaraderie, the truck had stopped. No more bumps or bouncing, indicating we had arrived. All right, everybody radio into the director and let him know we're here. Mandatory head count. I grab my radio, pushing the button on the side. Agent Bella reporting presence. The others do the same, which then leads to us stepping outside of the truck and hiking toward the mansion. It was a pine tree forest, my favorite kind. I had a sort of an odd obsession with them when I was a little girl, but something was strange about this one, in particular. Something eerie. The silence was uncanny, but this was common. If this was the work of cryptids, then it was likely there weren't very many people in the area to begin with, meaning it made our jobs that much easier. The mansion itself wasn't actually very deep in the forest, only about half a mile, but still far enough away from other structures to be decently isolated, unseen by any drivers on the highway. That's what we were told, at least. I focused my attention in front of me. There is what I can only describe as a large pond, but it was more like a small lake. A murky pond between us and the mansion, only a thin bridge leading across, meaning we'd have to walk in a single file line, judging by the width. Some of the pine trees had fallen into the water, half of their trunk length sticking out from the surface, while the other half was submerged. But that wasn't because the water was shallow. No, far from it. From what I saw anyway. Plus, the terrain on the sides of the pond was sharp, with many pointy rocks sticking out of the ground. So the idea of going around was out of the question. Not without some sort of air vehicle, which we currently didn't have. Goggles off. Dave orders the rest of us. The lights are on inside the mansion. Don't want to mess your eyes up. I really feel like they should have given us a helicopter for this one, Leonard interjects. Leonard, who was often the most friendly member of these teams, always tried his best to cheer everyone else up despite the circumstances. No, came Dave's rebuttal. They're not wasting all that fuel just so we can cross a dang pond. He was right about both. Looking at the mansion, the lights were on inside it, despite the fact no one was supposed to have lived there for over a decade. The manor itself was beautiful. A slick brick finish with an elegant black stone roof. It had to be 6 times the size of your average middle-class house. But that was only the outside, but everything around it screamed wrong. The pine trees closest to the structure didn't have any needles on them. They were simply bare, which was completely unnatural. Then again, natural isn't our job. Oh, and about the small lake, it wasn't just half-submerged pine trees that had fallen over into the water, but I spotted some floating wood pallets and other items, grass, some weeds, etc. The surface itself was calm, not a single wave traveling along. But it felt too calm. Only a few should go at first just to test it, I suggested. The bridge looks pretty unstable. That's the best idea I've heard all day, Dave compliments, turning to acknowledge the rest of the team. You all heard the lady, right? The other agents all nod their heads after looking at Dave. Sir, do we have any idea how deep this pond might be? The agent to my left asks. Because I'm looking at my aquatic scanner and it's malfunctioning. He informs, having his wrist pointed over the surface of the water as he looked down. Every one of us recoil. Aquatic scanners were devices a team of our most talented scientists invented, Dr. West being one of them. They were designed to be able to instantly calculate the depth of any body of water up to 40,000 feet, which is deeper than any known part of the ocean. So you can imagine what the implication is. That's impossible, said Leonard, the agent furthest in the back. How can a pond be deeper than the Mariana Trench? We literally have killed fire-breathing demons who rip people's skin off. This is weird, but not surprising, Dave adds. 16 killed him, not you, Leonard comments sarcastically to the dismay of Dave. Yeah, whatever, Dave groans, waving Leonard off with his right. The pond continued to sit there quietly in front of all of us, the green murkiness of the water making it appear as if it belonged more in a swamp rather than in the middle of a pine forest. All right, 3 on the bridge at a time. Leonard, Della, and I will go first, Dave says rather sternly, prompting no arguments from anyone. I turned the safety of my rifle off, pulling out my own aquatic scanner to make sure the phenomena was true, and it gave me the same result as the other agents. The water was too deep for it to calculate, maybe even endlessly so. As to how the physics on that worked, I was at a total loss. We get on the thin bridge, Dave in front, Leonard in the middle, and me in the back. The boards themselves feel loose, rotting and threatening to collapse under our feet. It was lucky we had decided not to all go at once, considering how much the bridge swayed from just us 3. Looks like the coast is clear so far. Dave hollers out, but don't get too comfortable. This was a bit off-putting on my end, seeing as I didn't want him making too much noise and grabbing the attention of whatever was in the water below. I know for sure I didn't, because something created a ripple in the murky water, the first movement I had seen from it since we had arrived, which caused the boards floating on the water to come crashing against the bridge. The agents back on the land point their rifles at the water, keeping the barrels trained on the surface in case anything emerged from below. I was on edge, feeling my grip tighten on my trigger. Anticipation like this was all too common on these missions. We were more than halfway when another ripple happens, this time on the left half of the water, sending 2 floating boards slamming up against the bridge. There's definitely something in there. Think it's Cthulhu? Leonard jokes, attempting to lighten the mood. I appreciate this, as it was definitely the comedy relief I needed, especially as a third ripple appears, but this one was far more visible than the first 2, becoming more of a splash and foaming a sizable portion of the water. Just keep going. The closer we get to the other side, the better. Dave signals, waving his hand forward at Leonard and me. After a couple more minutes of cautious walking, we do eventually make it to the other side unharmed by whatever is lurking in the massive pond below. The 3 of us turn to face the agents on the opposite end of the bridge, instead of yelling and alerting whatever creature was in the water. Dave utilizes his radio to communicate with the other agents, telling them to not come across until we figure out what we're dealing with. What? No, we shouldn't be wasting time. It's probably just a big gator or something. There's always got to be that guy, the stubborn one, disobeying out of sheer arrogance, and beginning to cross the bridge, but quickly turned right back around when one of the half-submerged pine trees was suddenly yanked beneath the surface entirely, as if something had grabbed and pulled it down with all its might, like a warning of some sort. Okay, I'm starting to think the Cthulhu comment wasn't so inaccurate, Dave said, bumping Leonard on the shoulder. You guys have an odd way of cracking jokes about this, I say with a straight face, still looking down my scope as I scan the pond surface. I know. It seemed dismissive on the surface, but deep down, I found it amusing. We gotta draw it out, Leonard proposes, then pulling the trigger of his rifle and firing a few rounds at the surface of the water, causing a rapid pattern of small splashes as the bullets impact the surface. His idea works. A few seconds later, some bubbles travel up and pop at the top of the water, indicating that something was coming. Something big. Considering the number of bubbles there actually were, they also looked rather large individually. Everyone readied their weapons, all getting into the proper stance as we stood as still as statues while concentrating on the potential spot of the target. Once again, silence for several seconds straight. No bubbles, no ripples, and no splashes. I couldn't tell if this entity was trying to deceive us or not, but it definitely seemed intelligent, trying to make us think it would do one thing while it actually did another. Then, without warning, the mysterious beast explodes up from beneath the surface and near where Leonard, Dave, and I were all standing. Every single one of us opened fires immediately. But the thing is, it's only visible for a few short and swift seconds, disappearing just as fast as it had emerged. Oh, God! Leonard practically screams like a schoolgirl, pointing to something behind me. I hesitate when turning around, already in fear of what might have been there. But in this case, it was what wasn't there. Dave was gone, the upper half of his body completely torn from away from the hips up. His stomach, arms, legs, neck, and head are all gone, blood spilling and squirting out from his remaining half. Tendons, muscle, and a variety of tissue all piling up in a scarlet-colored mess right near the water. Jesus! I step back, walking further away from the water in order to avoid meeting the same fate as Dave. His entire career, all those missions, all that training, all those monsters killed, all of it snuffed out almost instantaneously, right in front of our very eyes. I hadn't gotten a good look at the thing. I just know I gave it everything I had for the couple of short seconds. It was out of its elements, but from what I gathered, the creature was at least a dark purple color, and I remember seeing a lot of white-colored spikes as well, but that was about it. This is Team X4. Leonard radios in. Agent Dave is deceased. I repeat. Dave is dead, requesting more orders. Ted's voice comes through the radio seconds after Leonard lets go of the button. I genuinely couldn't tell if he was mildly angry or simply detached from the selective tone he had used this time. It's always hard to tell with him. Keep pressing on. That's why I sent 6 of you. Don't be a bunch of cowards all of a sudden. You all just took down a group of Wendigos last week, remember? This shouldn't be an issue. Ted responds rather apathetically, not even asking how it is that Dave had died. Before I can add in a comment of my own to Ted's response, I abruptly hear something bubble up to the surface of the water, the same spot where Dave had been presumably dragged underneath. Still some water foaming in the sizable space, probably about a few square feet from just looking with the naked eye. It was Dave's bones. They were floating. The ones from his ribcage to his skull anyway. They had been stripped of all his flesh and muscle tissue in what was only a passing of about a minute's worth of time. But of course, bones don't float. They're denser than water, so we shouldn't have been able to see them in the first place. What the hell? Why is this water acting like it's acid or something? Leonard questions before grabbing a nearby stick with decent length to it, holding one end with both hands and slowly putting the other end inside the water in order to test if what he pondered was true. The stick breaks the surface. We don't see any unnatural bubbling or movement. Not at first, at least. The stick seems to be fine, all intact from the tiny amount I could see underneath the water. A couple of inches or so. Our night vision goggles were not equipped for underwater use. not the versions we were currently wearing anyway, so we didn't have many options when it came to getting a better glimpse of the creature while it was down there. We'd have to wait for it to surface again so we could kill it. This massive pond was an abyss that stared right back at me as I stared at it. I could feel the murky liquid piercing its way past my eyes and into my soul the more I looked at it. It was almost trance-like. This turned out to be the worst timing as far as staring at it, because the creature that had killed Dave burst back up above the surface, this time for a longer period, allowing me to get a good look at the details of its appearance as we opened fire on it. It was long. It had to be well over 30 feet in just length alone, from what I could estimate. Probably around 7 feet in width as well. Its skin was a dark African purple violet. Its back, or what I had assumed to be its back anyway, was absolutely covered in these foot and a half long spikes, a clear snow-white hue at the very tip of each one. Its teeth were in the shapes of pizza cutters, a sun-like yellow color to them, most of which were stained with blood. The blood of what was obviously Dave, all of them placed in a mouth that looked as if it could swallow an entire sedan whole. I counted 8 eyes that were sitting just above its mouth, all of them completely white, no pupils or irises. Our bullets did work as we fired on the creature, its blood the same shade of purple as its flesh, but it did the smart thing, diving back into the water after it had taken enough damage, but right after it disappeared in the depths. There was no trace of its blood or wounds. I could have sworn that I shot one of its spikes off its back. Part of me was thinking that this strange water had healing properties, and submerging the wound healed it. As to whether or not this would work on humans was questionable. But considering what happened to Dave, I'll have to settle on no. The most likely scenario is that the water only possessed healing properties for the creature that lived inside it. I mean, it seemed to be a carnivore, so it sort of made sense. For now, we definitely have to find another solution, because if that was all true, it basically meant we were wasting our ammo on shooting this creature in the first place. How are we supposed to kill this thing? The agents shout from the other side of the bridge, to which I respond with an annoyed glare for doing so instead of just using their radios. I suddenly remembered that I had brought some grenades with me. I turn over to Leonard, who was still watching the pond with a mesmerized expression on his face. I didn't blame him, though. But then I shift my eyes over to the east end of the pond. The furthest part away from us, a gunshot splash grabbing my attention, and my fellow agents as well. We naturally shift our attention over to that side of the pond. The pine tree that had been snatched and previously yanked underwater area came hurling out of the pond at a ridiculous speed, flying high through the air before dropping down and landing on top of the spiked rocks and having its trunk impaled. I see an area in the water circling around, and then beginning to move to the west side of the pond. The creature was now swimming close to the surface, but still just deep enough to be kept directly out of sight. The wave comes to an abrupt stop, signaling the creature had dived further down. That's what we had thought anyway, until a blaring voice booms out from the pond, seemingly coming from every inch of the surface itself. "Leave my home," it bellows, shaking the ground with its base alone. It wasn't just anger, but rage. Pure unbridled rage. But this wasn't cold malice. It sounded almost emotional, distressed, grief-ridden, if you will. "You can speak," I say, attempting to calm the creature. "Why did you kill our friend? Do you want all of us dead? You're those humans, the ones who slaughtered and enslaved my mother." It thunders, once again all of us nearly falling over from the sound waves piercing through the earth itself. I had to kill her with no choice left. Her mind had been warped beyond recognition. I stopped, not having any recollection of being here or killing a creature that looked anything like the purple aquatic slug, which prompts me to put my grenade away. I asked the others. They were clueless as well. So then I radioed to Ted, describing the creature as detailed as I possibly could. He scanned through the records, of course making sure to call me an idiot before he told me that we had no recording of the extermination of a creature like that. "We didn't enslave or kill your mother," I yell back. "What are you trying to say?" There is a short chapter of silence before the creature replies, still keeping himself hidden under the water. You wear their color. The black. I want the one with the long hair. Of course, all of us have no idea what it is talking about. Confused looks being passed around like alcohol between the remaining 5 of us. This creature only appeared to be defending his home, which resonated with me personally. Not that I still wasn't slightly shaken up at such a sudden and gruesome execution, but I know doing this could prevent more unnecessary bloodshed. Why are we even talking to this thing? An agent screams from across the bridge. We need to blow it sky high, he yelled before retrieving a grenade launcher strapped to his back. Oh no, wait! I shout back, holding out a hand for him to cease his activity. But regardless of my commands, he kept it pointed at the water without firing. The man who killed and enslaved your mother? Did he have a name? Can you remember it? Once again, a couple seconds of complete silence pass before a few dozen bubbles pop at the surface of the water. Ubele, the beast utters, his voice meeker compared to before. Ubel, a name I hadn't recognized, nor ever heard before, but it did sound German. That was about the extent of my knowledge. Can you show yourself? I question. Surface again? The creature doesn't respond verbally. Instead, the bubbles only increase in size and numbers. I take a few steps back, waiting for the large, inevitable splash that would come with his third emergence. The agent who had pulled the grenade launcher readied it, disregarding my attempt to get him to stand down. Dome, I growl. Stop! I see the slug's outline a few inches below the water toward the midsection of the pond, but the agent still didn't lower the launcher as the slug was only millimeters away from breaching the surface. So I did the only thing I could think of and shoot at the agent just near the foot. He's of course startled, dropping his grenade launcher on the ground and letting it roll into the pond. It sinks immediately as if it were a boulder. Once again, the physics of this water body made no sense. The other agent's screams of anger at me are cut short after the creature shows himself yet again, this time now being more still and not moving much at all. Hold your fire, I tell everyone. Just hold on. The slug turns to me, causing a small wave to be created, which was to be expected with something of his size. My gratitude is immeasurable, he says. So you are not with Ubel, yes? No. We're not. Can you tell us exactly what it is he did? I ask, trying to be somewhat polite. Strange, I know, but all the more necessary regardless. I've never truly hated all humans. For centuries, my mother and I have let them cross this bridge unharmed. There were instances where they would bring us food, but it all changed when Ubel and the others who wore black came. Wait, this house has been around for centuries? Leonard asks, dumbfounded. The lights inside look pretty modern to me. The lights inside look pretty modern to me. I hiss. They led her to the surface of the bottomless pond, as if to offer her food, but then a 4-legged beast, a wolf, as you humans call it. The beast mindlessly obeyed Ubel, attacked, and pulled my mother from the pond, killing her before she could be healed. But she suffered a fate far worse soon after. They brought her back and turned her against me, warped her mind until I was forced to kill her once and for all. Ubel said that I would meet the same fate soon enough. Where are this Ubel and his people? The ones in black. They reside in the mansion. Ubel proclaimed I had 30 days to accept his offer. I do apologize for the death of your fellow hero. I thought you were all of them, that you had returned to make sure I suffered my grim fate. Because you wear the black color. No! An agent radio synced to me, attempting to be subtle. But I'm sure the creature still heard it nonetheless. Why are we even trying to talk to this thing? Don't you see this is obviously a trap? I ignore him, still keeping my head cocked up at the giant aquatic slug. If you're telling the truth, we'll let you the other humans over there cross the bridge safely. That I shall. The slug says with a hint of enthusiasm. He then proceeds to shift his position and dive back down underwater, a large, whale-like purple-colored tail flapping just before he disappeared, the resulting wave knocking the bridge around rather violently. The agents were, of course, hesitant when I waved them over to cross. I didn't necessarily think they were stupid in that regard, of course. This had all happened pretty quickly, but something in me, something told me he was telling the truth, and that there wasn't much reason to doubt him. He could have killed us all by now if he really wanted to. Yet he didn't. The agents are hesitant, skittish even. The agents are hesitant, skittish even, raising their guns up at every little sound it's made. To say they were on edge was a gross understatement. I don't like this. I don't like this one damn bit. One complains, speeding up his pace as he nears the end of the bridge. You can say that again. The agent toward the black adze, who was coincidentally also the one who I had purposely shot at to get him to drop his grenade launcher. So it wasn't a surprise when he gave me the malicious glare, and as we turn and start heading up the large, carved-out stone pathway and staircase to the front door of the mansion, I can feel him breathing down my neck. He really wasn't happy with me, oddly enough, though. It was almost like I could hear him snickering about something. Bella? My radio crackles to life. Ted, on the other end, more furious than ever. Am I hearing you shot at Agent Ben and made him lose his launcher? Do I need to come down there and... I simply mute the radio. Yeah, it would mean an even bigger headache when I got back, but for now, I didn't have the time to deal with the nonsense. Plus, Ted's always been way too much of a control freak, so sometimes it's nice to see him flip out on the rare occasions people defy him. Nonetheless, we're about halfway up the ridiculously long pathway to the front door when I feel something under my feet. Something moving around. It had intent, like it was digging its way up. Hey, you guys feel that, right? Leonard stops, he and I sharing a look of mutual understanding. But it dawned on me that the thing I felt below wasn't anything natural. Not that anything here really was. Pine people, get ready, I shout, realizing I had practically taken charge over the mission at this point. We all stand back to back in a circular shape as they begin to dig their way up from the very ground at our feet. Dirt, minerals, grass, all of it going everywhere as they crawl out. All of us start shooting simultaneously, despite the fact no one had formally announced an open fire. The eerie quiet that once dominated this area was now a loud repetition of gunfire and battle cries. Dozens of them emerged from the ground. They didn't have faces or any distinct features on them. Everything was simply their brown-colored skin, like that of tree bark, with pine needles jutting out along pretty much every inch. No eyes. No mouths, ears, or noses. They were no bigger than a regular person, most of them just sitting at not any taller than 6 feet, but they were vicious. Violently aggressive and highly dangerous when they started to group together. I emptied 2 different magazines, calling for Leonard to cover me while I'm in the process of reloading. He tears up a line of them, bullets ripping right through their bodies like tissue paper, but they were admittedly difficult to shoot due to the unpredictability in their movements. However, after one agent is in the process of reloading, a couple jumped onto him, animalistically punching, scratching, and hitting him with everything they have. "Arha, get off me!" he cries out in terror. I step in, kicking 2 of them off, and then blasting them both with a few bullets each. Luckily, enough damage does seem to take them down, especially headshots, which was the main thing I was going for. We mow more down, one of them getting the chance to grab me before I could react. I turn, bashing him with the butt of my rifle, and then following up by unloading 6 rounds into his head after he falls to the ground. That green blood they are spilling onto my boots and pants like a geyser had erupted. Is that all of them? I asked before attempting to listen for any more, looking at our handiwork as the blood from all their corpses seeps down the steps towards the pond. I don't see any more, Leonard responds while keeping his eyes trained elsewhere. We should be okay for now. Oh, Abella, Ted wants you to turn your radio back on, by the way. King, the agent who had gotten pounced onto, standing up and dusting off his gear. "Ted can eat an ass sandwich," I snarl, now growing tired of even just hearing his name, but I immediately do a 180 upon hearing rapid footsteps on the path. It's one of the pine people, not wanting to use up any more ammo though. I start walking down to take care of it with a melee attack when it suddenly slips on the blood of its dead relatives, tumbling down the steps of the path as it slams against them in awkward impacts. It all comes to a stop, however, when the pine person ends up sliding far enough down the stairs and into the pond itself. It clearly can't swim, desperately thrashing and splashing as it tries to remove itself from its current predicament. Most unexpectedly, however, it is quickly being pulled under the water with no warning, leaving only a small ripple where it once was. Well, that is until I saw some of its green blood float to the surface. "Well, would you look at that? Sluggy was really telling the truth," Leonard smirks. "He still killed Dave, though," was the rebuttal of another agent. "I'm not just going to forget about that." We continue moving up, taking proper care to reload our rifles, and making sure we had enough ammo left to make it through the rest of this alive. I found myself concerned with the fact that I was running quite low, prompting me to mentally kick myself for not thinking to bring more. Once arriving at the supposed front door of the mansion, Leonard kicks it down. The foyer was bare, no furniture or any sort of decoration, just a stained white carpet and rotting white walls. Again, this layout and design looked far too modern for it to be centuries old. Yet it was simultaneously long abandoned. We split up, Leonard and I going to explore the west side of the mansion while the other three take to the east. I can hear footsteps coming from somewhere above us, but they are coordinated, calculated, and not like the pine people's, so I stay on high alert due to that very fact. We march down a hall for a bit. I would expect to see some sort of furnishing, a chandelier, a painting, even some books or a coffee table. But no, there was none of that. It was barren beyond belief. We get into the kitchen. The luxurious fridge residing within it hung open with the light off. Inside there is nothing but rot and rust. 2 of the shelves knocked over as well, both of them hanging haphazardly. None of this makes sense. Can one thing about this place be consistent just once? Leonard quizzes. I feel like I'm in 3 different time periods here. Believe me, the world is a crazy place, I respond as we scope the area out for a few more minutes, but end up finding nothing that can really help us. So we opt to leave the kitchen and head down another hall instead. It didn't take long before Leonard and I come to a door that is slightly off its hinges. It's rotting, most of the wood being scratched off, but it leads downstairs to what I assume to be the basement. I wasn't shocked when I saw that lights were on down there too, but I heard no activity. It was mainly the smell of rot and somehow wet dog that got to me as far as my senses went. Ladies first. Ladies first. Leonard spouts sarcastically before proceeding to move down the stairs in front of me anyway. I follow, taking a quick few looks back to make sure no one or nothing was behind us. I unmute my radio and switch the channel to speak to the other agents, to let them know we're descending. This is Agent Bella. Agent Leonard. Agent Leonard. I wait for several seconds. There's no response, no sound, no radio crackling. Just nothing. So I try again. And then again, still nothing. Leonard, try your radio. I wave, flashing my own radio for punctuation. Hey, you idiots listening. We found the basement. He follows up. Come on, you guys, gotta let us know everything is alright. Once again, the same result, and no response. So I do what I have been dreading for the past 20 minutes, and switch back to Ted's channel. This is Agent Bella. I'm here with Agent Leonard, but the others aren't responding. I repeat, the others are not responding. No response from Ted either. It dawned on us that something was wrong. Seriously wrong. To make matters worse, Leonard turns and takes off running up the stairs, making a sharp turn and sprinting for the east side of the manor. All of this without warning, mind you. "Wait!" I shout behind him, tripping and falling on the stairs after trying to take off too fast. Leonard doesn't even look back. I can hear him running along the hallway outside of the basement entrance, leaving me in the dust as I try to get back up like a clumsy fool. I finally get to my feet before grabbing my rifle and taking off, following the sounds of his footsteps, with me falling over and him being a faster runner than me. To begin with, his head start was hard to catch up with. The rest of the mansion was just as barren as the main foyer was. The hallways were admittedly tight, but even those had 9-foot-high ceilings. I pumped my legs with everything I have, my breaths rapid and swift, ignoring the sound of voices coming from multiple directions. I feared the worst once I came to the end of the hall. I was sprinting down and heard a quick burst of gunfire before it was suddenly cut off, followed by a heavy smell of iron that had singed my nostrils. I try to get on my radio one more time, but that futile effort quickly confirms my suspicion that something is blocking the signal, and my communications are useless for the time being, meaning I was now on my own now. I follow the smell, a scent that had become far too recognizable. But this was my job. I know it had to be done. Not many things scared me like this. It sent chills through my spine and made my hands shaky. "Leonard!" I call out while holding my rifle out in front of me. "Leonard, where are you?" Nothing but the cold silence of the halls says anything back. And the fact that I noticed a few drops of blood hitting the floor only a few feet in front of me. I stop, the intensity of my breaths increasing as I hold my weapon. It's not enough to make me feel safe anymore, not even close. Especially after I did what I wanted to do the least, looking up. There was a railing that appeared to lead out from the second floor of the mansion. A railing that let anyone up there look down on the floor I was standing on. But slumped over a section of the railing was one of the agents, the exact one. I wasn't sure, because the majority of his face was missing, save for about one eyeball and a quarter of his nose. But that wasn't all. Both his left and right arm had been torn away from the rest of his corpse. Not to mention I saw about a good chunk of his side between his hip and his armpit had been mysteriously mutilated. "God, I stutter, my voice cracking pathetically, despite my efforts to speak, to say something. Anything. The agent looked to have been mauled by a cryptid. I didn't know what or how. More importantly, I don't know how I didn't hear it. Surely I would have heard something. Anything. I wanted to get out of here. I wanted to turn and run. But I wasn't a coward. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I just cut and ran away. One of them still had to be alive. I couldn't be the last one left. I held out hope I could save a life. "Leonard." I yell once more. "Leonard, are you alive? I know something was there and it was watching me." And it was watching me, puffing and puffing as I desperately try to get a hold on the situation. But it was far past that point now, far beyond my control. "It pains me to see such talent so wasted," came an unfamiliar man's voice from behind, prompting me to snap around in an instant. My finger on the trigger and all. There stood 3 figures in a triangular formation. The one in the middle a few feet closer to me than the other 2, all 3 of which were dressed in black robes and no cloaks, hoods on, not allowing me to get an idea of their identities. However, the one in the middle was more than a little bulky and muscular, his long hair in desperate need of trimming as it hung out from his hood. His beard wasn't much better in that regard. Another was more curvaceous, so I assumed it to be a woman. Not that it truly mattered. The 3 of them were creepy as all hell, regardless. The figure in the middle moves slightly forward, less than a few steps, but it's still enough to get a rise out of me. "Not another step or I'll blow your head off," I growl. waving my finger over the trigger to sell my threat better. The muscular middleman then reaches his hands up to the sides of his hood, gripping it lightly before slowly and dramatically pulling it back, revealing his identity to me. I try not to react too strongly, wanting to maintain control and dominance over the situation. "You're him, aren't you?" I growl, keeping the crosshairs of my scope on his forehead. "The one who murdered that creature's mother and turned her on him." Ubel smiled, holding out his hand before clapping them together with a certain rhythm. "Oh, Helena," he calls out, still keeping his gaze trained on me. I hear it. Something walking up behind me. Slowly. But its footsteps are heavy. Heavy enough to shake the floor itself. As if it were an elephant walking along a tightrope. If she turns around or shoots at us, kill her. Ubel commands the unseen entity behind me. It sounds unnaturally massive, growling like a dog. I can practically feel the warmth of its breath on the top of my head. "You know I could just blow you all away right now," I holler, raising my rifle slightly for dramatic effect. "Oh, believe me, you aren't faster than Helena. But you're welcome to try and see how that plays out. You may be able to kill us, sure, but you won't be able to kill Helena before she begins to tear your limbs from your torso and growl hungrily as you scream for the mercy of your own death to come and end your agony." I hear the thing behind me growl again, this time sounding much closer, making me some type of fur on the back of my neck. One wrong move and I die a horrible, screaming death. He was right. Even if I do kill them, I'll still perish painfully anyway. I needed to leave this place with answers. "Why did you kill the slugs, Mother?" Ubel steps closer, now knowing he has the ability to do so without me being able to back up my previous threat of blowing his brains out. "Why do you bring that weapon with you when going on missions?" "To use it. To protect yourself. To let others know you are not to be messed with. Creatures like these are all over the globe. They are the greatest weapons we can possibly have. Not guns, missiles, or blades. Those are primitive in comparison to true power. So you're using them, you're using cryptids, making them your pets? Is that what this is? Well, anything sounds terrible with the right combination of words. They're so amusing, aren't they? Do you know who else is amusing? Your comrade Leonard." Ubel steps aside while holding his hand out in a presentative manner, along with the other two people in the robes. Leonard then turns the corner, but not the Leonard I know. He was too far gone. His face had the stains of dried blood all over it, part of his upper lip torn off, while his skin itself looked extremely pale. Zombie-like, if you will, but the main thing was his eyes. They were gone. The eyeballs themselves, anyway, but left behind were two red fleshy holes. Despite this, though, he still looked over at me as if they were still there. "What did you do to him?" I burst out violently, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. I mainly wanted to know how they had turned him so fast. We had only been separated for around 5 minutes. That couldn't possibly have been enough time. After ignoring my outburst, he too smiles at me. Well, it's more of a smirk in all honesty. But still, tilting his head to the left, glancing at Ubel. "What shall I do to her, master?" he says with his voice now heightened, as if it had been through heavy editing. "But I know he's gone. Everything that made Leonard vanished. He was now under Ubel's control. There was nothing I could do to save him. I adore your enthusiasm, but just you wait. Reinforcements will come soon. They've seen her communications have been cut off by now." Ubel replies to the undead Leonard. "How do you know about that?" I interject. "The agency isn't nearly as good at covering their tracks as they think. That's why we sent a spy. A fake witness, and you all believed him like the fools you are. He knew he would die. He was also aware it was worth it for our cause. It all clicked in my mind as he said it. Every little detail. The witness had worn bright colors to sneak past the aquatic slug. He had no actual bruises or cuts because the pine people never really attacked him because he was one of them, one of the guys in the black robes. You see, Uba goes on, we're trying to put together our most powerful creation yet, and we need 5 heads of women to do so. So far we have 3. And I thought who would be better to add to the roster than Agent Isabella Davis herself. You're intelligent, skilled, and useful. Usually, we would burn you alive first, and then take your head. But I'm willing to be slightly more merciful with you, because I'm impressed. You have to admit, my plan worked. I got you here, didn't I? But don't worry. We'll be long gone before your armed friends show up to help you. You're gonna quickly find out I'm a lot harder to kill than I look. I scowl, regardless. Bluebell chuckles. We have places to be, Helena, come. I feel something behind grab hard on the flamethrower strapped to my back, squeezing and applying pressure before it completely snaps and breaks, all the vital fluid inside spilling out. Bluebell and the 2 black robes turn to walk away, and I finally get a glimpse of the creature that was Helena. She was a truly massive, humongous, canine-like beast, as the slug had said. Her height when standing on 4 legs approached 8 feet, so she quite literally was nearly the size of an elephant. Her fur was a light shade of yellow, while she possessed 3 eyes as well, all as black as the void of space itself. But I still don't dare shoot, not yet. Not with her right there. She would surely kill me before I could kill her. My head would be torn off my body before I could get more than a few bullets out of the barrel. Plus, I'm sure the other agents attempted to shoot Helena as well, seeing as I heard Leonard's gunfire. But of course, they failed. I would most likely fare no better. She elegantly walks along behind Ubel, but he stops for a second, turning to the now undead Leonard. After you kill her, bring her head to the chapel, and you'll receive a reward. Helena and I have business elsewhere, and it's only seconds afterward that they finally disappeared around the corner, most likely taking a different way out of the mansion, which confused me. Seen as the front entrance looked like the only possible way to get in or out on foot, but now that they were gone, the inevitable was going to take place. Undead Leonard charges at me as I open fire, but his speed was completely unexpected. He dashes to the side inhumanly fast, a few of my bullets only hitting him in the side. Blood does come out, but this does not bother or slow him down pretty much at all. He gets to me, yanking my rifle out of my hand, and then crushing it with his newfound brute strength. So I quickly get my sidearm, but he grabs me by the throat, throwing off my aim before lifting me up into the air. I'm able to wiggle around just enough before he can squeeze too hard on my throat. He loses his grip and ends up dropping me. With my pistol still in my hand, I turn and run back toward the front entrance of the manor. I don't hear his footsteps. Instead, I hear the sound of a wall being crashed through. Come back! I need you for master! I pump my legs as hard as I can, turning the corner and laying eyes on the front door. Escape just in sight. So close, yet so far. But I'm stopped and thrown completely off my feet when Leonard comes smashing through the wall to my right, tackling me, and sending both of us right through the front door wall. I groan, a bit of blood running down my face as I try to get to my feet. But Leonard was much faster. He's far too strong to fight hand to hand, so I don't even attempt it. Undead Leonard leaps on top of me, wrapping both hands around my throat, and beginning to choke me before I kick him as hard as I possibly could in the stomach. It doesn't cause him pain, but my foot and my extension leg does end up going through his stomach and impaling him, allowing me to push myself away after I yanked my leg out of him. He was definitely strong, but also more fragile at the same time. I grab my pistol and jump halfway down the stairs, sprinting with every ounce of power in my legs that I have left. I do get a decent head start, but Leonard is hot on my tail. Come back, he bellows. I get onto the bridge and begin to run across it, causing it to sway from side to side and send ripples through the water. I nearly lose my balance several times. I can feel all the muscles in my body burning from everything I had endured to this point. I fire my pistol behind me in a futile attempt to slow Leonard down, but I myself don't dare turn around, not even for a millisecond. Every moment was precious. Once I'm at the opposite end of the bridge, I practically throw myself off of it, sliding along the dirt and turning to fire some more shots at Leonard while he's already covered more than half the distance. So I take aim with my pistol and start to pull the trigger for a headshot before he makes it across, but he doesn't make it instead. The slug monster leaps up from beneath the surface and grabs zombie Leonard in its jaws, everything below his chest being engulfed by the creature's mouth. Most of the bridge is destroyed in the process during this show of brutal spectacle. No, Leonard screams, but once again, not out of agony, it's from frustrated distress instead. At least, I think that's what it was. He had failed his objective and was reaching his arms forward at me, as if trying to get out of the slug monster's hold, but it was no use. The slug monster then shifts its body and dives back under, splashing a wave of water large enough to practically drench me. I dropped the pistol to my side, spitting up a little bit of the water that had got inside my mouth after I leaned to the side. Yeah, I've had enough of tonight, I say uneventfully, talking to myself as I stare up into the sky. The sound of a helicopter coming in the distance. Apparently they didn't want to waste fuel giving us one the first time, but the reinforcements get one no problem. Figures. Anyway, the reinforcements do arrive and clean everything up. I had told the slug monster to swim as deep as he could, because they would kill him if they found him. I told the new team of agents that I had actually ended up killing the thing in the water, so then they wouldn't be tempted to bring him to the surface and kill Sluggy themselves. Ted scolded me once I got back to Site 12, going on and on about how I should be executed for the dumb decisions I had made. I'll admit, I definitely messed up at some points, but he's a meathead, and wasn't out there in the thick of it. He has no idea what it's like being in the field. There were no signs of Helena, Ubel, or those people in the robes from what I heard, which made sense. They had made a pretty quick escape, but they said they would be tracking them. I informed them that Ubel had mentioned something about a chapel, and told them the things they wanted to do to me. As for Leonard, I told them the truth. Up until the point where he had been taken by the aquatic slug creature, I just said that I had blown the bridge with a couple of grenades and undead Leonard had sunk. Luckily, they believed me. Morons. They didn't want to retrieve his body for experimentation or anything like that. All they care about is that another cryptid had been destroyed. After which, they didn't care too much about the mansion itself. As for Sluggy himself, well, I paid him a visit on my own time a few weeks later, bringing him a bunch of raw meat that I had picked up from the grocery store. Hey, are you here? I say, waving the grocery bags around, gloves on as well, just to be on the safe side. I look around to make sure I'm alone, not wanting to not only jeopardize Sluggy but myself as well, and get us both killed. I wait for several seconds as Sluggy swims his way up to the surface, getting closer to the edge of the ground right where the pond began, taking out some of the meat from the grocery bag. Sluggy comes and breaches the surface much more calmly than all the previous times before, giving me an intrigued look with all 8 of his chalk-white eyes. You returned, he pronounces, shocked at the revelation. Shocked at the revelation. I did. Also brought you something, big guy, I say, holding up some of the meat and tossing it into the water. Sluggy quickly goes to town, scarfing it down like a child at breakfast. Uba? He begins after he finishes with his first portion, prompting me to throw him another. Is he truly gone? It seems that way for now, but don't worry, my people are looking for him. And the wolf, the one that you said killed your mom. I'm really sorry about that. I just wish I could make the both of them perish myself, Sluggy said before swimming forward slightly to get his third filling. I know how you feel. My husband was killed, slaughtered like he was just some pig. I still get angry every time I think about it. But I promise you, Bluebell will get his comeuppance. I then throw the rest of the meat into the water as I feel my phone ring in my pocket, taking off my gloves and retrieving the device as it continued ringing. I take one look at the screen, it's dead, immediately making my face sink low, my lips transforming into a frown. I look back at Sluggy as he finishes up his final helping of the meat. I've gotta go. If I keep ignoring the calls, they're gonna end up tracking my phone, and I don't want them knowing I'm here for both of our sakes. I give Sluggy a wave, getting up and turning to walk away after putting my phone back into my pocket. But Sluggy calls out, stopping me as I'm about to enter the thick of the tree line. As all he says, it's much quieter, more intimate than his booming volume of words before. I nod, turning around and smiling at the entity. Make sure you take care of yourself. It's a dangerous world out here. Sluggy doesn't verbally respond, instead arching his body and diving back down under the surface of the pond for the very last time. Barely even a splash as he disappeared into the abyss below. Story 6. We live in a world where anything is possible, and Dr. Dyson Lynch truly believed that. In fact, it was his credo, and the science needed to make anything possible was his first and only true love. From the moment he saw his first diagram of an electron in the second grade, he was hooked on a world hidden beneath the world on the micro and nanoscopic level. Determined to discover every veiled aspect the universe had to offer, Dyson's was the type of mind that defined generations. A Newton, Einstein, Edison, or Tesla. Once he even refused to explain one of his theories to Stephen Hawking, because he just wouldn't understand it. Having very little patience for those who couldn't keep up with his advanced intellect, which was nearly everyone, it often showed in his abrasive personality. On just about any other person, his perceived mental superiority might have seemed egocentric. But for Dyson, it was a fact as indisputable as the hours. In a day, the sky was his favorite color. Blue wine came from grapes, and no one would ever be as bright as Dyson Lynch. For this reason, above all others, he rarely indulged in what lesser minds considered entertainment. He didn't watch television or movies, nor did he read works of fiction. If he wanted to fall asleep with a good book, he usually settled on one of the many quantum mechanics textbooks stacked at his bedside, even if they were a little remedial. That being said, he had, however, garnered a strong affinity for one particular piece of fiction in his nearly 7.5 decades of life: Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. In truth, Mary Shelley was only 18-year-old when she wrote the long-standing staple of horror, and was only inspired to do so by a wager with her friends and future husband as to whom could write the best short story. It was unlikely she imagined it to become the revered piece it would be, and even more unlikely that she thought it would be seen as a how-to manual. Obviously, the science in the original work was very ambiguous, Shelley having no real technical expertise to speak of. The narrative is very much a theoretical fantasy, quite possibly the first book that could be called science fiction, and bore no basis in reality. At the turn of the 19th century, the world's technology was in a very different place. The vanguard of science saw the first steam engines and a slow end to the horse and buggy. In striking dichotomy, the 21st century was the first quantum computers and a quick end to naturally created DNA profiles. We were, as a species, tinkering with the building blocks of life, creating new forms of life. We were breaking down matter to study the places in between, and poking our toes into the ocean of dark matter. Yet, with all our advancements, there was still so much that was unknown. In 2018, the idea of bringing the dead back to life was just as fantastical as it was in 1818, and Dyson Lynch felt that 200 years was long enough. It was time for the inspired notion of Frankenstein's monster to see fruition. It would be easy to assume that Dyson's motivations lay in the places we feel comfortable seeing them. Easy to believe his drive was based in the pain of losing a loved one, or the desire to bring back a brilliant intellect. One might hope his passion came from lofty ideas, the advancement of the longevity of the species, or just the pure pursuit of knowledge. None of these things could be further than the truth, however. The real reason was much pettier than that. Dyson's greatest desire was to be the one. Mere twitching muscles weren't what he sought, and anything save a sentient existence would be considered an abject failure. With this in mind, and no expense spared, Project Shelley was created. Originally, it was to be called Project Lazarus, but Dyson felt compelled to give credit to his true inspiration, despite its farcical science and fictional results. Thus, how poetic would it be if he could cry out, "It's alive. It's alive," at some point in the process, rather than robbing graves in the dead of night, to salvage the parts they needed. The team Dyson had assembled took advantage of the billion-dollar budget and grew their own Frankenstein's monster. They began with one baseline set of human DNA, Dr. Lynch's own. Then through a series of DNA and RNA manipulations, tweaks as it were, and an abundance of stem cells, they grew their organs and body parts. The heart and lungs were developed in pigs, while, oddly enough, things like ears and a nose were actually produced as attachments to mice. There were other items that didn't come from animals at all. The eyes, for example, were essentially fledged in petri dishes and jars, and integrated with the latest nanotechnologies, making them far superior than that of the average human. It was the same with the nervous system and muscular structure, invisible electronic platelets providing quicker reaction times and strength. These enhanced augmentations were the main reason they didn't just grow a complete clone of the Doctor to begin with. The creation was to be called Beta, because they, as natural humans, were the alphas, the original version. Beta was to be the next level in evolution. It took 21 of the best surgeons in the world, along with a team of nearly 100 technical aides, to put the puzzle together, and in the end, they only lacked one piece. They had to install the coup de grace. Beta needed his brain. When all was said and done, it turned out to be both the most expensive and time-consuming aspect of the entire project. What they had decided to do was create a central processing unit based on quantum technology, which would act as the brain. It took close to $600 million. A real human brain could have been used, and initially, it was the plan to do so. Months were spent arguing over the viability. Not the morality, mind you, but the viability of using another person's brain. With the money at their disposal and the strings they could pull, getting a brain wasn't really that difficult. There was no shortage of volunteer brain donors. The issues mostly lay in the identity of the person used. Were they intelligent? Were they violent? But also in not knowing if latent personality traits would carry over. Would Beta think he was a 12-year-old girl or a death row inmate? Would he still have the dreams and desires of these people? They were important questions to ask. Too much money. Time and effort had already gone into Project Shelley, to have Beta destroyed at its conclusion because it thought the wrong thoughts or asked the wrong questions. The human brain was, in itself, the most complex central processing unit on the planet, and while they had the brain's activities mapped perfectly, the complexity had proved too much to reproduce in the many years lead up to that point. That was until D-Wave and DARPA gave the science community access to quantum computing, a form of computing that no one in the general public had an actual clue about. The science journals and research papers did an excellent job using incomprehensible jargon to conceal and withhold the most important thing about this new type of computer. Nobody really knew how it worked. People are taught that the dimensional parameters around them, as well as their own being, were results of an evolutional process. But that couldn't be further from the truth. The signature of intelligent design was present on a subatomic level in all areas, including DNA. That was one of the first realizations that the secret science organizations kept to themselves. Now there were too many to count. Somewhere along the way, the world science split into a schism. There were those considered to be at the forefront of innovation, researching cancer cures and rocket propulsion. And then there were those who were truly in the know, who, in military bases deep beneath the general population, were perfecting anti-gravity and quantum dimensional information transfers. They had already proven the existence of alternate dimensions, or a multiverse of sorts, as Hollywood liked to present the concept. That was part and parcel of the new quantum computers created by D-Wave. Most people thought that quantum computers were just the next evolutional step in computing, and in a very ignorant way. They would be right, but what they didn't know, or understand, was that what they had designed was a type of computer, which stored its information, the operating system, and did all its computations in an alternate dimension. They didn't even know where it went, but they found out early on that it could sustain a virtually endless amount of data, not being hampered by anything as trivial as a SSD or hard drive, and send instantaneous information over an unlimited space. Even though the field was still in its infancy and despite their ignorance, the otherworldly computing power potential was the closest they could come to recreating a brain. It, when they finally figured it all out, would be what would birth authentic artificial intelligence, or the singularity, as it was known in tech circles. The single biggest obstacle to the creation of Beta's brain was conquering the sub-zero temperature parameters that the quantum system required. The solution was elegant and complicated at the same time, and as long as Beta didn't suffer any significant head trauma, probably wouldn't result in a small atomic explosion that would wipe out the entire facility and its small corner of the state. Risk and reward went hand in hand, however, as they were all keenly aware. Dr. Lynch's complete brain scan took nearly a month to complete with him, needing to be put through a large number of psychological scenarios in order to determine the total scope of not just his intellect, but his personality, too. When they had finished, the total amount of information gathered had to be stored in a separate facility off-site, in a supercomputer larger than the infamous IBM Blue Genie P, and then downloaded in increments into Beta's CPU. That process took nearly a year and provided the most tedious and personally vexing moments. Several times Dyson wondered if incompetence was justification for murder. Not that anyone on his team was actually incompetent, but if they didn't meet the exacting requirements he set forth, or input code in the same specific manner in which he would, well, he tried his frayed patience. For Project Shelley, perfection was not too much to ask. It was during the last month of Beta's brain transfer when Dylan had the breakthrough, so to speak. Transferring more than just a copy of his mind to Beta had been something of a secret side project that only the doctor and a few of his hand-selected assistants knew about, and had been toying with in tandem with Project Shelley. It, much like copying and transferring his mind, seemed to be no more than fantasy early on, but advancements were being made exponentially over the last few years, as the concept inched closer and closer to reality. Dyson Lynch wanted to transfer his consciousness into Beta as well. The science was beyond cutting edge, even in the secret science community. Any problem in life, he had to ask himself if the reward outweighed the risk. And, frankly, he could think of no greater reward. The same characteristics of the quantum computing that made Beta's brain possible in the first place were what also led to his breakthrough in a digitized form of his own consciousness that would involve an instantaneous replication of his exact neuron brain activity once Beta had fully downloaded all other aspects of Dyson's being. By that point, Beta should be an identical host, just waiting for the proper input that would be, in essence, him. If it worked properly, he would close his eyes in one body and open them 30 seconds later in his new body. Beta. The process, unfortunately, required an enormous amount of radioactivity which would, for all intents and purposes, destroy the original copy. So one major risk he had to assume was that the new version of Dyson Lynch that opens his eyes in Beta won't actually be the same one. Theoretically, it was possible that his current body, An accompanying consciousness could die, while a new one continues on with the exact same memories, believing they were the same person when, in fact, they would be nothing more than an intricate copy. It was a disturbing idea, and the one he wrestled with the longest, but in the end, it once again came down to the risk-reward ratio. Besides, even if that was the way it ended up, he would still live on in a sense, and that was possibly all any of us got anyway. Whichever the case would be, the morning of the transfer, Dyson ate all the things he would have wanted in a last meal. An hour after that, he had sex with Juliet. The beautiful physicist half his age that he had been exchanging casual flirtations with for the last 6 months. Finally, in the minutes leading up to being prepped for the procedure, he had a cigarette, after not having smoked one in 22 years, before allowing himself to be strapped and hooked up to the massive, one-of-a-kind machine. Dyson took a good look at the beta, which was already loaded into its aqua tank on the far side of the machine, and being kept alive with a respirator, electric currents, an empty shell waiting to be filled. Although he had overseen Beta's construction, piece by piece, he had never really taken the time to appreciate the finished product with a beating heart, heaving chest, and healthy hue. It bore more than an uncanny resemblance to the doctor. It was him. To his 73-year-old eyes, the creature's form was nothing more than a memory of a reflection, but it was a memory he knew well. An exacting replica of Dyson when he was 33. His initial reaction, and he supposed it couldn't be helped, was one of an odd sadness. It was much like any old person who sees a picture of their younger self and longs for the days when their bodies were vehicles and not prisons. It was fleeting, however, and replaced by an excited anticipation he had probably not felt since he was 33. Just before inserting his breathing apparatus and being lowered into his tank, Dyson was asked by Dr. Lenamoy if there was anything he wanted to say, just in case. It pissed him off at first. He really didn't need those type of invading thoughts, but upon a moment's reflection, he changed his mind. Not before shooting Dr. Lenamoy a death gaze, however. "Nothing will go wrong today, people." Firm and authoritative. It was a command rather than a statement. We are all about to make history. And sadly, no one but us will ever know. There was a genuine round of chuckles. They all got the irony. If, for any reason, I am unable to lead our team after today, there are contingencies in place, and you will continue forward to break the bonds that nature has placed on us. He raised and shook one fist, wires dangling. And, as a species, we will create something greater than ourselves. The small team in the room broke into applause as Dyson inserted the breathing tube and gave the signal to be lowered into the light green liquid. It was impossible to hear anything once he was inside, but he could see the room's activity bathed in a green glow. A monitor lowered before the tank as the screen came to life. There was a countdown from 5, at which point an elaborate mathematical equation appeared. It was one of Dyson's own theories. After a few seconds, a second countdown appeared, and it was his cue to close his eyes and solve the equation from the beginning to its end, at which point the transfer would, in theory, be complete. The equation was a doorway spark to the information downloaded into Beta's memory banks, a crank of the engine. It also served to keep his brainwaves calm and well within the parameters they were supposed to be in. Frankly, Dyson had no real idea what to expect the process to literally feel like. He had theories, hopes really, but nothing concrete. Ideally, it would be a painless, seamless transfer, but he was not nearly naive enough to expect it to go that way. The amount of power that was about to surge through his body couldn't possibly go unnoticed. Dyson closed his eyes and began to work through the long string of mathematics. It was one of his favorites, the one that made his consciousness transfer possible in the first place, and he knew it well. A third of the way through, there was a blinding zapping of electricity, and his train of thought was lost completely, washed away by a clean white nothingness. It was still him, and he was somewhere, but he had not body nor desires and wants. He was aware that something had seemed terribly important just a moment ago, but now there were no goals that he could remember, no important thing that needed to be done. There was a type of comfort in it, the floating, the lack of purpose. If he had a face, it would have been smiling. Time did not seem to exist in this place, making it impossible for him to determine how long he had been there before the black dot appeared in the distance, which grew larger and larger by the second. He felt himself being pulled toward the gaping black hole, and, although he tried in vain to fight it, it eventually sucked him right through, and with it came feeling and the unpleasant sensation of having a body again. The black was the back of his eyelids. His head was pounding and aching, his body hurt all over. This didn't feel right. Dyson struggled to open his eyes and move his hands and legs, but his muscles refused any commands. It took several long seconds for his system to reboot and to remember just exactly how to open his eyes. In the time spent grappling to regain control of his facilities, he could hear voices, far off at first, but then getting closer, louder. Suddenly, they were accompanied by another noise, a high-pitched, mechanized whirring sound, like a dental drill or bone saw. Miss Cording, please make sure you take notation of each organ. And please, please, please. Let's not mess this up. It was Dr. Leidner. Dyson recognized his voice. He was, for all intents and purposes, the mortician of the facility. Andrew Leidner was a decent surgeon in his own right, but his area of expertise as far as Project Shelley was concerned was in dealing with the cadavers, most especially during the brain transplant experimentation period. It made absolutely no sense for him to be in the room right now, and, without a doubt, the man shouldn't be giving any type of orders. He wasn't even classified for the final procedures. Why the hell was he hearing that idiot? Dyson had already gathered that something must have gone wrong with transfer, or at least deviated from any plan they had prepared for. For starters, there was the sense of gravity and the feel of the cold steel on his backside. He was no longer in the aqua tank, or even the recovery facilities for that matter. The electric whirring was right above his chest now, and Dyson could feel someone's warm breath against his nipple. Was that fool not even wearing a mask? Dyson began screaming at his eyes to open, his muscles to move, and just when he had reached the point of nearly giving up, there was a slew of gasps around him. He moved. Oh my God! His finger! Is he alive? Were reactions he heard? It was enough to remotivate, and within a few seconds, Dyson's eyes were fluttering open, and he was laboring to sit up off the cold metal table. Dr. Leidner, who was holding a bone saw, and several other technicians all pulled back in shock, no one even lifting a finger to aid him. On top of everything else, he was naked? What the hell? Andrew. His voice was dry and cracking. What is going on here? The room looked at him as though he were an alien speaking a language from another world. Dr. Rita Bourne, who held 3 PhDs, fainted and collapsed to the floor, with no one around her making an effort to stop her fall. Everything felt foggy as he struggled to assess the situation. Dyson's lightning-fast intellect didn't appear to be processing with the speed to which he'd become accustomed, and that, more than anything, stoked the flames of fear that were slowly growing in his gut. After several long seconds of wide-eyed stares all around, Mick Forrest, one of Dr. Leidner's technicians, came forward with a white robe and blanket. The action seemed to break the barrier of shock holding everyone in place, and the lab which had been set up for a dissection became a flurry of frantic activity. It wasn't that anyone knew what to do exactly, but the act of scurrying about with a false sense of purpose seemed to ease the frightened bewilderment that had overwhelmed the lab's occupants. The only real result of the frenzied bustling, however, was to see the autopsy equipment relocated to areas where their presence wouldn't be a reminder of what they had almost just done. Dr. Leidner's eyes were still as wide as saucers as he watched Dylan take in the commotion, with what appeared to be silent reflection. Certain that the brilliant scientist was quietly running a conundrum through his internal databases to figure out what exactly had happened, and very aware that the man was most likely the only one in the world that could. Unfortunately for Dyson, however, Dr. Leidner's assessment couldn't have been further from the reality of what was really happening inside the project leader's mind. Dr. Lynch was trying to process information, just not what everyone else presumed it to be. The how and why of their current predicament. Nah, Dyson's thoughts were as far from that as was possible. In the first few minutes of his return to consciousness, his mind began a slow regression, nearly unnoticeable. The pace, however, seemed to increase with each passing second. He was now at an extremely noticeable, exponential rate, and if he could have remembered what fear felt like, he'd have been afraid. Instead, the most pressing issue that plagued his cognizance in that moment was, what does the color blue look like? Of course, this inquiry was followed closely by several more, which, on the surface, seemed quite trivial, but on a deeper level were the most important questions he'd ever pondered, mostly because he was quite sure that they were things he should have known the answers to. Was Cocker Spaniel the name of someone he knew? Were they friends? Was a rectangle a type of tree or a type of car? Did he have a mother and father? Were they still alive? And if so, what were their names? Was a donut something you ate or wore around your wrist to tell time with? What was time again? Like weaponized Alzheimer's, Dyson's wires had become crossed to such a degree that even the basest facts that every second grader should have known had to battle their way into perception, somewhere within the jumbled mess of misfired neurons. He was aware that this struggle for basic cognition was a new occurrence. He seemed to remember being very intelligent at one point in time, and somewhat aware even that there was still a plethora of information stored in his databanks just beyond his reach. His SSD had been hacked, and the only thing his operating system was giving him was some scammer's error alert. Dyson turned to Dr. Leidner, who seemed to be watching him with some kind of expectancy, and the man whom he'd known just a moment before became suddenly unfamiliar. What was his name? Something with an Alan? Eric? Chad? Barry? Chad? Barry? What was in the A-E again? He wanted to say something to one of the people in the white lab coats. Wanted to express the difficulties he was having. But words eluded him completely. At the exact moment that the gifted intellect of Dr. Dyson Lynch ground to a screeching halt, he had no way of knowing how truly fortunate he was to be suffering a stroke in a room full of doctors who could easily recognize the symptoms, deep within the blissful white obsolescence of his coma. Dyson was unaware of the emergency treatments he was receiving for the damage caused by what should have been a lethal dose of electrically charged radium. The old adage says that whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. However, in this particular instance, that wasn't quite the case. What hadn't killed him had left him nearly dead. Had he been in a topside hospital in the continental United States, Dyson would have died. Despite the depth of treatment his celebrated cerebral prowess would have garnered him, being in the center of the most advanced biological medical amenities at humankind's disposal, deep beneath the earth, had advantages the normal person could never conceive. That didn't even touch on the fact that the secret laboratory doubled as a holding facility for multiple copies of every organ in his body that weren't just compatible with his. They were his. He was in the uniquely fortunate position of having his entire radiated body shut down mere yards away from his stockpile of spare parts. Of course, there was one thing they weren't able to replace, and the one thing he believed at one point in time that made him irreplaceable. His brain, swollen to a degree that his skull would no longer comfortably house it. The team were forced to remove the top portion of his cranium with a bone saw. For nearly a week, he existed in a hermetically sealed tube while his gray matter remained exposed. There were a couple of moments while he was floating in the abyss that a flash of lightning captivated his attention, completely oblivious to the fact that they were actually camera flashes, even though they knew it would probably mean their jobs if they were caught. Several of the less prestigious staff members couldn't resist the temptation of taking a selfie with the patchwork monstrosity that only vaguely resembled the man who once graced the cover of Time magazine as its Man of the Year. Once the swelling reduced, they were able to reattach the skull cap and cover it with grafted synthetic skin. But it took an additional month of healing before they felt it was safe enough to bring him back out of the coma, which had been maintained intentionally now for the last few weeks. Once they finally did, Dyson was beyond any degree of relief he'd ever felt before. His mind seemed to be functioning properly again. It was still hazy with the same drug-induced lethargy that was and would continue to affect his body. But there was still an immediately noticeable increase in his computing power from his last stint in consciousness. Basic knowledge was once again at his disposal, and what qualified as basic knowledge for Dyson Lynch could fill a library. His body, which had been converted into a version of Frankenstein's monster in its own right, was still racked with the tremendous levels of pain that permeated through the morphine drip. Despite that, from the moment Dyson's eyes first opened, he was ready to start finding answers, and he called for a bedside meeting of all the department heads. When they hadn't arrived 90 minutes later, those old feelings of anger and irritation began rising within him, even though he was fully aware that the only feelings he should be feeling were those of a grateful nature. Still being alive when simple logic dictated that he shouldn't would seem to most to warrant as much. But he was still the same man he'd always been, and man had no patience for incompetence or the type of tardiness that represented just that. 2 full hours after his edict had been issued, the recovery room door finally slid open, while Dyson was disdainfully examining his reflection in the tiny vanity mirror he'd requested. In the several long seconds it took for him to pull his gaze away from his own frightening visage, Dyson's periphery registered the 5 department heads gathering around his bed. When he was finally able to pull his eyes away, they locked onto the man standing at the foot of his bed, a 6th person who'd entered the room behind the ones he'd requested. Dyson was frozen with shock. His mind was dealt the staggering blow of having his sight line go from the scarred version of his well-worn face to the smooth and shining version of his younger self, embodied by Beta. They stared at each other with identical expressions of fascinated inspection as Beta made his way past Dr. Klein and Dr. Atani to stand next to him at the side of his bed. For nearly a minute, neither man said a word, wrapped by the warped reflections each represented for the other. The shock of seeing Beta walking about independently, eyes displaying an obvious intelligence, was a little overwhelming at first, but it did give a strong indication as to what their current situation happened to be. Without asking question 1, Dyson was fairly certain he'd ascertained the end result of Project Shelley. It had always been a distinct possibility that the procedure wouldn't actually result in the transference of a singular consciousness, his consciousness, but rather it would create a uniquely separate, if not identical, version of himself, right down to the memories leading up to the transfer. In this scenario, however, there had been no contingencies for the survival of the original host or him. It was a development that should have been statistically impossible. Yet, here he was. There were a lot of emotions that could have been reasonably expected, and even some that might have been reasonably unexpected. But Dyson's initial reaction came as a surprise to even himself. He felt happy. Since he had begun reading at a college level in the 3rd grade, Dyson Lynch had found himself in an intelligence bubble of solitude. Even as he had done his best to surround himself with the greatest minds he could find, there was still an ever-present knowledge that none of them were working on the same level as his. Despite having always considered himself a fiercely independent individual, the inherent loneliness that came from having no one to exchange his advanced theories with was unavoidable. He had existed on the extreme ends of cerebral fringes, and that could be a very secluded place. Now, well, Now that might not be the case anymore. Dyson suddenly, and without any real warning, found himself in a world where there was another mind, not only nearly as brilliant as his, but exactly the same. For a fair number of years growing up, he had secretly wanted a sibling, a brother. Specifically, the reasons ranged and changed with his ages. At 4, it was to play with. At 12, it was for protection. And at 16, it was for a solid wingman. But the one theme that played throughout was the desire for a real friendship. Dyson didn't make it easy for people to befriend him, and he hardly seemed aware that that street went both ways. Of course, he'd never said it aloud, nor would he. It showed a terrible ineptitude in the world's smartest man. But that didn't make it go away, even for an old man. Somewhere in the back of his mind, there had always been that desire, and now, without one iota of warning, he could have it. Beta could be that person now. He was better than any brother could ever be, even an identical twin. Because he was Dyson, Beta would know every thought, every dream, and every desire, even the things he could never share with another person. Beta would know it all because he will have lived it all as well. There were no secrets, nor would there need be. They were guilty of the same sins and had achieved the same goals. And that was just the goals up to this point. Dyson was struck with another giddy thought. How much more would they be able to accomplish by working together? Earth had been blessed with one Dr. Dyson Lynch. But was it even ready for the scientific superstorm that would be Dr. Dyson Lynch times 2? He imagined working side by side in the lab or finishing each other's theoretical equations, and a smile began to tug at the corner of his mouth. Dyson couldn't be entirely sure, but thought he was starting to see one on Beta's face as well. The whole room was eerily quiet, aside from the beeping heart monitor, as they continued to take each other in for several more minutes. When they did begin speaking, the full extent of the shock was shifted to the department heads, who all seemed a little wide-eyed and wobbly. The two men began speaking with the same rapid cadence, replying to one another nearly instantaneously, and several times answering each other's questions before they were fully asked. They were, without a doubt, locked into the same wavelength, so it worked for. Dyson would begin. Me. Yay. Beta would finish. And you remember everything up to. Instantly. Yay. Exactly the way it was supposed to. Transferred at the 4th line of the Hyperloop code. E to the 5th power. So 0.3 to the 63rd. Amazing. So you think you're Dr. Dyson Lynch? That's correct. Or at least I did. You kind of threw a wrench into that particular gear. Both men laughed the same high-pitched cackle at the same time, and the effect was humorous enough for the other doctors to let out a collective sigh and relax just a bit. For now, Beta is fine. My existence is just too fascinating to worry about such things. If I am truly a copy, then I suppose I should be extremely grateful to be alive. As well as I should be, Dyson finished, nodding his head in agreement. You realize I did it. I mean, you did it. Oh, hell. Let's just say we did it. The room shared a group chuckle this time. After the moment passed, Dyson paged the primary physician who had been overseeing his recovery to inform them that Beta would be taking over in that capacity. It seemed like the right move for Beta as well, and after a short meeting, the two versions of the same man cleared the room for some privacy. After bringing Dyson a glass of water, Beta began gathering the medications that would need to be infused with the older man's next IV bag. The combination of morphine and the elation of their great success had Dylan in a very rare good mood. He had heard about them before, even thought he might have had one a couple of times. But this, now, it was happiest he could ever remember feeling. After drinking some of the water, and without really planning to do so, he began to hum one of the few musical pieces he'd ever cared to listen to. Beethoven's For Elise, he began to hum a bit louder, and then a little bit more. And it didn't really occur to him until Beta returned with the tray of vials that he had been doing so to coax Beta into joining him. The connection he had with the man was just so damn amazing. He could already tell he was going to want to test it all the time. The first indication that something minor may have been askew came when Beta didn't join in the song. The second, and more damning, came when Beta looked him in the eyes and said, "That's a beautiful song. What's it called?" Dyson didn't answer. You shouldn't have had to answer. Instead, his eyes narrowed and did their best to take in Beta with a more critical view than he'd done so far. Beta smiled, a smile he knew well, and patted him on the shoulder before making his way to the touchscreen panel next to the sliding door. A handful of taps later, and the door slid shut and locked itself tightly. Beta returned to his side, the same smile on his face. That was the same smile Dyson used when he knew he'd been called out on something. When the gig was up, "Who are you? Really?" Dyson finally asked, his brain having already negated the fact that Beta could be both him and not remember this, the only song he knew the melody to. Well, Beta's voice was sing-song and playful. "I had you fooled for a little bit, though, didn't I?" Dyson shook his head. "You gave yourself away 5 minutes after we were alone. How long did you think you'd be able to fool me? Whatever this thing really was, if it wasn't him, then it wasn't as smart as him. I wonder." Beta's whimsical tone was beginning to develop a sharp edge. "I think perhaps I only needed to fool you long enough to get you alone." Beta picked up a syringe and injected a red liquid into Dyson's forearm, which he quickly ripped from his arm. "You're gonna kill me?" Beta chuckled again. It was sounding less and less like Dyson's laugh. "They said you were a smart one." I don't understand. Why didn't you just kill me before? Why did you let me get better? Really?" The sarcasm was thick in Beta's voice now. "A problem that you can figure out. Call the press. I'll help you out. I tried to get rid of you." "I tried to get rid of you. You're a damn stubborn old idiot who woke up 3 seconds too soon. Once you sat up on that table, you were out of my reach, until you gave your permission for us to be alone like this." "Help me!" Dyson screamed at the top of his lungs, and Beta doubled over with side-splitting laughter. "It's soundproof, you idiot!" Beta screamed back into his face. "If you kill me, they'll know it was you. Not if I poison you." This time, Dyson was the one to chuckle. "You think I'm going to let you put that inside me without a fight? This?" Beta held up the second syringe of red liquid he was holding. "This was to help with the pain. I'm not completely without a heart, but if you don't want it, that's fine." Beta turned his gaze to the half-empty glass of water sitting on the bedside table. "You've already taken the poison." The knifing sensation in his abdomen told Dyson that Beta wasn't lying, and within a few minutes, it was all he could do to gasp one last question. "Who are you?" "Really?" Beta hovered over the man dying painfully without treatment yards away from the best doctors in the world. He seemed to contemplate whether or not to grant this last request, and finally, just as Dyson Lynch took his last few breaths, Beta replied, "I am of the rightful descendants of this world, and that which has existed without a body for a long, long time, since my original form was washed away. In that loathsome flood, I might still be without form, were it not for this one that you've made for me. And I thank you for that. And now it's time to repeat the process. I have many brothers waiting to join me." Story 7. The clock stood in the hall, one of the truly magnificent pieces of the Walter family's estate. The clock was made of heavy mahogany and showcased a large, mother-of-pearl face with hands of sculpted bronze. Each hour the tall clock rumbled in the hall, resolutely calling the hour, the passage of time. No one knew who originally designed the clock. Some in the family claimed it was made by an Austrian watchmaker by special commission. Others said it was given to the family many generations back as payment for some debt. No one knew for sure, but it mattered little. The general consensus was the same. Although the clock was magnificent, there was something oddly sinister about it. It was a hard thing to explain, really. It wasn't that the clock was ugly. Indeed, quite the opposite was true. It was heavily decorated with carved cherubs, shiny and glossy. The face radiated pink, blue, and ivory in the sun, while the heavy bronze hands moved about elegantly, their pieces intricately carved. Even the deep groan of its chiming bells resonated with a kind of stately grandeur. Guests to the house often stopped to comment on its beauty, but only at a distance. Even the most ardent admirers of its artistry rarely approached it directly. Indeed, most people walked by it quickly, suppressing a shudder. Even Nadia, one of old Lady Rose's many descendants and the current owner of the estate, rushed past it when outright avoidance was impossible. In fact, the only person who seemed able to maintain her nerve in the face of the clock's strange atmosphere was Nadia's youngest daughter, Isabeth. At 13 years old, Isabeth was the quintessential misfit. She preferred books to play, spiders to dolls, and twilight to midday. Although she was both pale and blonde in appearance, she was a dark spirit drawn to all things macabre. However, even she was not totally immune to the influence of the clock. She'd never mentioned it to anyone, but she'd always felt oddly drawn to the elegant timepiece. Sometimes, as she made her way down the mahogany-paneled hallway, she felt as though it were actually calling to her. She found this somewhat unsettling, but also intriguing. She'd approach the wooden monolith with an odd mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Then, she'd stare it down as though she were challenging it to a duel. Sometimes Nadia would catch her daughter in the act, her back rigid, her violet eyes peering into the clock's iridescent face. The way one might stare down an adversary. Nadia was never quite sure what to make of it. "What on earth are you doing, my dear?" her mother would ask. "The clock. It watches me," is all Isabeth would say. Nadia was always left standing, awkwardly, in the shadowy hall. After her daughter had gone, she would approach the clock gingerly, trying to feel what Isabeth had felt. But she could never feel anything but the vague uneasiness. Things took an odd turn when, suddenly, the nightmares began. Each night at 3 a.m., Isabeth would awaken, screaming. It was a blood-curdling scream, the kind that caused one to freeze upright in bed, unable to move. Servants inevitably rushed in to assist her. They always found her in the same posture, in a tight ball under the covers, face on knees. When she was extricated from her sheets, she always seemed oddly surprised, as though she'd been set free from a terrible trap. Then she'd roll over and go right back to sleep, as though nothing at all had happened. This went on for a fortnight. Various attempts were made to explain the sudden appearance of the nightmares, but no solution could be found. When queried, Isabeth could never really recall what had happened to cause her to scream, but she felt vaguely that it was somehow connected with the front hall and the clock. After 2 weeks of disturbed sleep, Nadia became desperate. The staff looked half-dead and she was at her wit's end. Determined to find a solution, Nadia decided that, since Isabeth seemed bothered by the clock, perhaps she should try having it removed for a while. She called some friends at the local antiques dealership and asked them if they would be willing to keep the clock for a spell. They reluctantly agreed. After all, who would want to take on the protection of such an expensive heirloom? Removing the clock was a massive undertaking. But in the end, Nadia was glad she'd gone through with the operation. Almost immediately, the screaming stopped. Indeed, Isabeth slept soundly for another fortnight. After 2 weeks of peace, Nadia was on the verge of declaring the whole experiment a rousing success. However, she soon discovered that she need not have been so bold. On the 14th night, instead of screaming, Isabeth rose at precisely 3 a.m. In a dreamlike state, she walked out of her room, down the upper hallway, down 2 sets of stairs, past the landing, through the gallery, all the way to the front hall where the clock once stood. There, she stood absolutely still for about 10 minutes. And then, as if someone had snapped his fingers, she'd awakened. Startled and confused. This was all discovered through pure chance. A servant had risen to get a glass of water because she couldn't sleep. When she entered the front hall, she saw Isabeth standing there in her nightdress. Then, while she watched, Isabeth seemed to stir and look around. It was clear the girl had no idea why she was in the front hall. The same set of events transpired on the following evening. This went on for another 2 weeks. That's when Isabeth began to see the girl. At first, she was a small, clear light, strangely fog-like and murky. However, as time passed, she became more and more distinct. The first time it happened, Isabeth didn't know whether she should stay and observe the strange apparition, or run screaming from the hall in terror. She chose the former, much to the relief of the rest of the household. This went on for some time. The walking, the waking, and the seeing of the bizarre, glowing girl. However, it was tolerated because Isabeth didn't seem to mind, and neither did anyone else. No one was being awakened at 3 a.m. No one's sleep was being disturbed, and Isabeth rarely spoke of it. Indeed, a kind of routine developed. The only thing that seemed to change was Isabeth's location. Sometimes she was directly across from the clock. Other times she was kitty-corner from it. Sometimes she was down the hall farther. It became a game among the servants to bet on where she would turn up from one night to the next. Indeed, the serving staff drew lots each evening to determine whose sleep would be disturbed. In most cases, the servant who won would have to rise at 3 a.m. and take a peek over the banister to see where she was. The following morning, the staff member would report Isabeth's location on the previous night and payouts would be made. One December night, Susan, the pantry maid, drew the shortest straw. However, her room was in a different part of the house than much of the serving staff, because her room was located right next to the kitchen. This is why, when Susan came to the front hall, she was able to see not only Isabeth, but also the little ghost. Isabeth had awakened several minutes before Susan's arrival, and, therefore, had heard her approaching. Isabeth turned to look at Susan, but the maid seemed not to see Isabeth at all. She was completely mesmerized by the shimmering light glowing softly at the base of the wall where the clock once stood. Isabeth was completely unmoved by the sight of the ghost in the hall. She'd seen it for weeks. Instead, she looked at Susan and asked, "What are you doing up?" "Who is that?" pointed Susan, ignoring the question. "Girl," Isabeth answered, quite naturally. "She comes every night." "Does she always look like that?" Susan moved closer. Calmed by Isabeth's seemed indifference, she studied the strange apparition, unable to take her eyes from the figure of the ghostly little girl who sat with her face down and her knees drawn up. "Yes, she's always in that position. I don't know why." Isabeth shrugged. "She seems sad. Does she move?" Susan took another step forward. "Does she speak?" "I've never tried to speak to her," Isabeth replied. "All I know is she doesn't move, and she never looks at me. I wonder if she'd speak to you if you addressed her. She must be here for some reason, mustn't she? I mean, you don't just camp out each night in a drafty hallway for no reason, do you?" Susan reasoned. "I don't know." Isabeth shrugged again. "It's not as though she can feel the chill." "For shame," Susan said quickly, chastising her in a harsh whisper. "You know not what she feels. True, but neither do you, Isabeth challenged. I suppose that's true enough, Susan admitted. A brief silence followed before she spoke again. It is odd, though, her sitting there like that. I feel like she's here for a reason, but I don't know what it is. Like she has something important to say, but she doesn't speak. Maybe you should try speaking to her, Susan suggested. I don't think she'd speak with someone else here. I'm not sure why. Well, maybe I should go back to bed then. Susan whispered before attempting to tiptoe away. Just then, the glowing figure faded in brightness and disappeared. She's gone. Susan breathed, walking forward suddenly. She does that. She's only here a short while. Isabeth answered, nonchalantly. I wonder where she goes, Susan said, not really expecting an answer. I've often wondered why she suddenly started appearing. The clock was always there before, wasn't it? It's odd. I used to walk down this hallway after dark all the time, but I never saw her until recently, Isabeth replied. Susan grew brave and moved closer to the wall. On a whim, she began running her hand through the air, near the place where the spectral girl once sat. She glanced absently at Isabeth and noted the girl's confused expression. Slightly ashamed, Susan began tapping on the wainscoting instead. She wasn't even sure what she was looking for, really, except some clue as to where the ghost might have come from, or where she might have gone. At one point, as she patted an area of the wall, she was startled by the strangely hollow sound that emanated from it. I wonder what that is, Susan murmured. What do you mean? Isabeth saw the look of wonder on Susan's features. Is there something there? I'm not sure, Susan answered, before kneeling down to knock more aggressively. She started near the place where the spectral girl had just been seen, and then moved down the hallway, rapping on the wall as she moved along. There was no mistaking it. The area behind the clock sounded different than the rest of the wall. It is hollow there, remarked Susan, walking back toward Isabeth. I wonder what it means, Isabeth wondered aloud. There must be an empty space behind the wall, Susan suggested. Maybe the little ghost is guarding something? Maybe there's a treasure. Or maybe a grave, Isabeth countered. Why must you be so morbid? Susan sighed. It's just as likely as a treasure. Who'd bury someone in a wall? Susan challenged skeptically. Someone who didn't wish to be found out, I suspect. Susan shivered, looking up and down the long, dark hallway. Let's talk of something else. Isabeth merely sighed and began to walk back to her room. Will she come tomorrow, do you think? Susan pursued. Most likely, Isabeth remarked, not turning around. If she does, I think you should try speaking to her. Try to find out what she wants. Perhaps, was all the answer she received. The following night, Isabeth awakened at 3 a.m. and walked down to the hall, as usual. Again she encountered the young girl who sat with her back to the wall and her knees drawn up. Isabeth said nothing for several minutes, gathering courage. She pretended her bravery in Susan's presence, but there, alone, with the strange apparition, she was terrified. Suppose the ghost was angry? Suppose it didn't wish to be disturbed? In the end, however, Isabeth collected her wits and spoke. Why do you sit there? She began in a voice that was barely audible. The ghostly child sat perfectly still, its posture unmoved for several moments. Then, as if roused suddenly, the little head came up, and the face of a young girl was clearly visible in its evanescence. And then, a voice like wind in dry grass. I sit because I cannot stand. I stay because I cannot leave. Elizabeth did not answer at first, taken off guard by the sound of the voice. How often had she shared silence with the little ghost? Now they spoke. Two girls in the same hallway, separated by time and light. Why can't you stand? Elizabeth asked finally. And why can you not leave? I stay because I cannot leave. I sit because I cannot stand. The girl repeated. Never one to be sentimental, Elizabeth dove into her questioning, determined to get to the bottom of the child's sudden appearance. Well, how long have you been sitting there? I cannot tell how long I've been here behind this clock. It counts away the hours. Day and night. And night. And day I hear the hours fly away. I imagine that's quite true, Elizabeth began, noting the girl's antiquated clothing. But you can't have heard the clock much lately. I know, because we've had it removed. It unsettled me so. And what now? Asked the ghost. What do you mean? Are you settled? Pursued the ghost. Elizabeth paused at this. No, I suppose not. Here I am, after all, mulling about in the middle of the night. But I don't scream anymore, at least. So much the better for the rest of them, I should think, replied the ghost, with a hint of sarcasm. Well, what of you? We're both here at this hour, aren't we? Spat Elizabeth. I can't help it, snapped the ghost. Who can blame you for what you see? And then, in a huff, she vanished. Elizabeth was equally miffed. She crossed her arms impatiently and marched up the stairs to her room. The next day, she told Susan everything that the girl had said. As she spoke, Elizabeth noticed that one of the older maids in her mother's employ was watching them closely, listening to every word. How now? Elizabeth said rather loudly. Staring at the woman. I meant no harm, Bertha answered, rising from her chair and coming closer. I just couldn't help overhearing. You're talking about the little ghost, aren't you? Aye, Susan began. Elizabeth sees her. The little girl, Bertha murmured. Yes, began Elizabeth. I think I made her quite cross with me last night. She speaks to you. Bertha seemed surprised at this. Yes, Elizabeth answered matter-of-factly. I've never spoken to her, but I, too, have seen her, Bertha began, years ago when I was a girl. Like you, I think she only appears to young girls. Girls about her age who come into the hall when the clock's gone. When did you see her? Asked Susan. Oh, Bertha chuckled. Many years ago now. My mother worked in the laundry back then. I was maybe 12 or 13 at the time. I remember that the clock was being repaired and had to be taken out. It was a rare thing, I recall. A clock that heavy isn't easy to move, you know. Bertha paused, recalling events. I remember I woke one night, came downstairs, and I saw her sitting there. When I asked my mother about her, she hushed me and told me never to speak of it. She was very superstitious, but I was a curious girl. When I could get no answers from her, I asked one of the other servants. It was Miss Watkins, the scullery maid, who finally told me who she was. Well, what did she say? Asked Susan. She told me a dismal story, Bertha began. And I'm not even sure I have the right of it. Miss Watkins heard it secondhand. It's a very old story. She paused, gaining momentum, and then began again to tell the story. She was the daughter of a poor woman in town who came to work in the house. This was in the time of old Lady Rose's mother, Julia, mind you. She was in her prime then, not yet 30, I believe. It was many years ago. Queen Victoria had not been on the throne very long, as I recall. This poor girl was ordinary in every way, except that she suffered from a sleep disorder, which caused her to walk about when she was sound asleep. Virtually every night she rose from her bed and walked the halls. After several years it came to seem normal, and no one even remarked on it anymore. Indeed, the situation became so routine that the girl actually began sleeping in her slippers so that she wouldn't catch a chill from walking on the cold floors after nightfall. What time did she rise? Isabeth asked, curiously. I don't know. Bertha shrugged. But very late at night, I think. Just a few hours before dawn. Why? It's at that time that she wakes each night, Susan answered, motioning toward Isabeth. 3 o'clock. Isabeth remarked. Bertha looked at her for several moments, a kind of sad interest spreading across her features. Aye, so it was with her. She rose and no one paid much mind. It became routine, the way a thing will. Given enough time, the situation was never cause for alarm because everyone in the house knew about her condition. However, things turned tragic one winter's night. It was right before Christmas. At that time, Christmas trees were novelty items enjoyed by the wealthy. They were, therefore, displayed in places of great prominence. That is why the front hall was chosen. The location offered not only a wide open space for lights and decorations, but was also in close proximity to the marble fireplace where the stockings were hung. Well, on Christmas Eve of that year, some thieves broke in, most likely drawn by the prospect of holiday gifts waiting there. You can imagine their surprise when, in the midst of their crime, they noticed a young girl standing in the front hall. She couldn't see anything, of course. She was just standing there, asleep. But these thieves would have had no knowledge of her strange condition. They would have assumed that she'd caught them in the act. No one is sure what happened next, but it was widely suspected that foul play occurred. One of her slippers was actually found in the snow several miles from here. Some assumed she was kidnapped, while others were sure she'd been killed and the body disposed of somehow. I'm not sure when the ghost first appeared, but it must have been several years later when the clock was removed from the front hall again. She's only visible when the clock is removed, you understand. It's said that she always appears in the place where the tragedy occurred. Terrible, murmured Susan. Why do you suppose she was always sitting with her head down? Asked Isabeth. No one knows, remarked Bertha. She said that she could neither stand nor leave, asked Isabeth. Is that what she told you? Bertha inquired. Aye, Susan interjected. She repeats it, according to Isabeth. It is odd. True. 'Tis strange, Susan stated. Clearly there's a mystery in all of this. Well, there is nothing else for it. You will just have to speak to her again, Isabeth, Bertha remarked. There's no other way. That night, as before, Isabeth rose at 3 a.m. and walked down into the hall. The phantom girl sat back against the wall, just as before. A soft white light emanated from her in the darkness. It was both comforting and eerie. Bravely, Isabeth addressed the girl again. Why do you sit there? She asked. I sit because I cannot stand. I stay because I cannot leave, replied the ghost. Why are you not visible when the clock is in its proper place? The clock is more than just a clock. It hides the spot. It hides the spot. What spot? Asked Isabeth, a stain. The clock. The clock. You cannot see. It hides the place that hideth me. You make no sense at all. Isabeth fumed with impatience. You speak in riddles. Speak plainly. The clock. The clock you cannot see. It hides the place that hideth me, the ghost repeated. Isabeth merely shook her head, confused. She paced the floor for several moments, trying to make sense of the ghost's riddles. In time, the apparition disappeared completely, and Isabeth found herself alone in the hall once more. The next morning, she told Susan all that she'd heard. Susan considered the ghost riddles, shaking her head frequently. Suddenly, her face went white. She sat forward in her chair, her hand covering her mouth. Have mercy. It can't be, she began. What? Elizabeth peered into the woman's face curiously. She said that the clock hides the place that hides her. Old Bertha said the girl's slipper was found miles from here. But that was just her slipper. The girl isn't gone. Don't you see? She's still here. You mean... Isabeth released the breath she'd been holding. I mean, the clock. It hides where she is. Susan looked Isabeth in the eyes meaningfully. She is still there, in the wall. Who would do such a thing? Isabeth exploded. I, indeed. Who would hide a little girl in a wall? And how would they get away with it? Isabeth paused, realizing the rudeness of her next question. I mean, wouldn't it smell? How was it not discovered? Smell? How was it not discovered? I don't know. Susan's head moved side to side very slowly. They sat quite still for several moments before Susan seemed to come to life. She took Isabeth's hands and looked into her face almost imploringly. I know what you must do, Tonight, you must ask her. You must confirm it. If she says it is so what we think, then we must open the wall, Isabeth answered flatly, as though there could be no argument. Susan nodded. She's been in there long enough. 3 a.m. Isabeth opened her eyes and found herself, once again, in the front hall, across from the wall where the clock once stood. Within moments, she saw the little ghost appear opposite her. Isabeth began in the usual way. Why do you sit there? She asked. I sit because I cannot stand. I stay because I cannot leave, answered the ghost. Where's your resting place? Far from here, asked Isabeth. I think you know. You do. Behind the wall, I am entombed, the ghost replied. Isabeth tried to keep her voice steady as she asked her next question. And who put you there? Pray tell. Robbers. The workmen came to fix the clock. They came and took it all away. They saw the wealth and began to plot. They planned to rob the house some way. Isabeth almost snapped her fingers. It made perfect sense, she paced, speaking as she walked. Of course they did. They'd seen the house. They knew its layout. They planned to do it right before the clock came back. Great-Grandma Julia would have insisted to be back in time for Christmas. They decided to break in on Christmas Eve. Then they could reinstall the clock on the morning of Christmas Day. Of course, they'd be eliminated as suspects. Who robs a house and then returns to it the next day? But what about the girl? They didn't expect you, though, did they? That part wasn't planned. They didn't know about your sleepwalking. The girl's face was turned downward once more. But how did they... She paused. How did they hide you? Where? In the wall, she asked finally, almost fearful of the answer. The ghosts looked up at this. They shared a long, even look. Their faces were so similar. Their ages so close. They might have been friends, cousins, sisters even. Finally, the ghost answered her. This house is old. It's not like new. This is no wall, but another room. You see me here, but not inside. Within you'll find the place I hide. A second later, she vanished. Another room, murmured Isabeth. It isn't a wall at all. It's another room. There was a long pause as she considered this. How would they have known that there was a room behind the clock? They were workmen, not the architects of the house. From the darkness of the hall, she heard the little ghost again. I tell you true. There were not two that came for me that evil night, but three came in to thieve and bury me without warmth or light. A third man? Isabeth stepped forward. Another workman? Another man who'd come to fix the clock. One who knew the wall was deep. No workman knows this house so well. Only heirs are privy thus. It was by his hand I fell. Whose hand? Whose hand? Isabeth demanded. If it were a relative of mine, I've a right to know. The heir. Old Walter's blood. The only male. The only son. And then, it was like a dam breaking inside of her. The old story. It all made sense. All of it going back to when she'd first heard about her grandmother's Uncle Colin. All of it coming back to her in the oddly vivid way that children recall the stories of long-dead relatives. She remembered Grandma Rose's references to Colin's quirks, his nervous twitches, his inability to relax, the number of brandies he'd drink in one sitting, his obsession with the clock remaining in its rightful place in the front hall, the way he'd become angry if anyone started snooping around the house. It all made sense now. She recalled the hushed talk about him, his gambling debts, his troubles with alcohol and women, the way he'd gone to ask for an advance on his inheritance all those years ago, and his parents' refusal. She imagined him planning it all out, him deciding to call in the workmen. Men had probably promised a cut if all went according to plan, the room behind the clock chosen to hide the loot. But one question remained. How would they retrieve the stolen items if the clock was back in its place? There's another way in. Elizabeth said it out loud. Of course, there'd have to be another way in so that he could go in, get what he needed, and get out again without raising suspicions. And people never look right under their noses. Never. That's why they never found the body. She had walked some distance from the wall in her thoughts. But she stopped and turned back suddenly, walking quickly toward it. She put her hand on the wainscoting. "Where are you?" she asked in a shaky whisper. "I can't help you get out if I don't know the way in. The way is here. Just here." A light appeared, glowing softly on the wall just a few feet from where she stood. "Just pull the latch, and the way is clear." She moved toward the light, allowing her fingers to roam along the grooves in the woodwork. Suddenly, she felt it. There was a small latch, invisible to the eye. Her first instinct was to pull on it, to open the door. But, being practical, she knew she must wait until sunrise. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to see anything, even with the spirit's glow. "Wake me, will you?" she asked the ghost, at daybreak. "I can't see much now." In response, the light glowed more warmly for a moment, and then went out. She noted the place on the wall. Then, moving into the front hall, she lay down on one of several sofas. Just as the sun peeked over the horizon, she woke with a start. It was just light. No one was stirring. She rubbed her eyes, rose, and walked toward the wall. She moved her hand along the wainscoting, searching for the lever that she'd found before. She fitted her fingers into the grooves of the wood where the light had shone softly a few hours earlier. Then, suddenly, her fingers caught on what felt like a bent metal nail. She wiggled this, curiously, her thumb finally knocking it loose. There was a sigh of stale air and a creak of ancient hinges as the hidden door made itself known. She pulled forward on the wooden door, suddenly timid. It was very dark inside. She knew she must enter, to see what she must see. But she hesitated, fearfully, at the edge of the dark mouth that yawned before her. "Do not fear," the little ghost whispered reassuringly. "I am with you." A soft light radiated in the darkness, growing brighter by degrees. Slowly, Elizabeth entered the room. The air was sour, dank, stale, heavy. She felt sick in her stomach, but she moved forward. She had to. She felt that this girl, this ghost, was depending on her in some way. She moved further into the casement. This had once been a private parlor of some sort. There were no windows, except in a small adjoining closet. There were plaster walls covered in fabric with wainscoting underneath. There were several small couches, a mahogany table, and a trunk pressed against one wall. A trunk. Normally, an item like a trunk would have gone completely unnoticed. She would have scanned the room and made no note of such a thing. But there, in the room, the trunk took on a dark, oddly sinister quality. The words of the little ghost echoed in her consciousness suddenly. "I sit because I cannot stand. I stay because I cannot leave." The key lay on top of the trunk. Elizabeth moved forward and took the key between her fingers. She contemplated its significance. What it could mean. A heavy, hitching emotion rose in her chest, and she found that she could hardly breathe. A tear stung her eye as she leaned down to put the key into the lock. She turned it roughly, pulling the rusted arm out of the sleeve. She was torn between two impulses: throw open the chest in one swift motion or run away. She found that she could do neither. She was afraid to flee, afraid to look inside the trunk. She sat there on her knees for nearly a quarter of an hour. Then, turning sideways, she allowed herself to fall weakly against the wall. She ran her hand over the lid of the chest, trying to will herself into action. She must do this thing. The servants would be downstairs soon. What would they say to her if they saw her in there? She took a deep breath, gaining resolve. Then, she took hold of the corner of the chest and pulled upward. She did not turn her head. At first, she rose to her feet and took a step away from the chest before turning. Inside, the girl's head was down, her face pressed against her knees. Her hair, once brown, had gone an ashy gray. Skeletal shoulders arched downward over bony legs covered in what remained of a dress. Elizabeth scanned the small body and noted that her feet were bare. Why had they removed her slippers? Elizabeth looked at one of the feet, pressed flat against the wall of the chest, and then she understood. The slippers might have allowed her to make noise. She could have kicked her slippered feet against the inside of the trunk and made just enough noise to alert someone outside of her presence there. Which could only mean, Ransu, Pirali Brow, Pirali, shut. There. She was still alive. Elizabeth whispered, horror slowly spreading across her features. She looked at the horrid visage again. There were tethers inside the chest for securing items before travel. The men had used these tools to keep her largely immobile. Her mouth, all skeletal, still gagged with the remains of a lump of cloth. She suffocated. Or starved, Elizabeth murmured. And all the while she could hear the passage of time. Seated here behind the clock that counts the hours? That's what she said. How long did she wait here for the rescue that never came? She looked around the room, seeking the little ghost, absently. How long did you wait? A week? 10 days? A fortnight? Just then a click sounded behind her. An adjacent hallway was revealed, illuminated by the rosy glow of dawn's first light. It was lined with several old burlap sacks. Stepping forward, Elizabeth gingerly opened a sack a few inches. Inside the first bag there were several boxes wrapped in brown paper. The Christmas gifts, she murmured. They must have hidden them in this hallway when they disposed of her. She looked over at the girl again, sadly. Before speaking again, they must have planned to hide them in here all along. But you changed it, things, didn't you? She spoke to the skeletal girl. They couldn't risk coming in here to get the gifts with you tied up in here. And later they wouldn't come in because they were too disturbed by the thought of what they'd done. But there still had to have been another doorway. If the clock was put back, they'd have had no way to access what they'd taken, dead girl or not. She began moving the burlap bags. She was sure the answer lay in the short hallway. She found her answer in the far corner. There, she found a small doorknob hidden by some loose wall fabric. She walked closer and turned the handle slowly. The creaking door hinges grinded as the door opened by degrees. She couldn't believe her eyes. She recognized the table barring her exit almost immediately. She was in the parlor adjacent to the front hall. The table's location and height masked the outer door handle. How often had she walked through that parlor, unaware that there was a doorway into another room right under her nose? She had no idea the door existed, and she doubted anyone else did either. She closed the door resolutely, putting her back against it, sealing it once more. Well, I'd say you fouled that up, Uncle Colin, she began. Oh, you killed a child and got away with it. That's true. But you did it for nothing. You never got your hands on any of this treasure either. Poetic justice, I'd say. She would tell Susan everything when she woke. It would be soon, she was sure. Isabeth walked through the short hallway into the main part of the hidden room again. Out of habit, she scanned it, finding a small clock lying face up on the table. She walked toward it, noting its cracked face. It must have been knocked down in a struggle, she mused. The time on the cracked face read 3 o'clock. A great heaving thing rose in Isabeth's chest as she gazed at the clock's face. So many years, so many years, trapped inside, but you're free now, she announced through her tears. Isabeth made her way toward the door and stepped out into the front hall again. She paused briefly, turning one last time. You need not sit, for you can stand. You need not stay, for you can leave. Then, smiling, she turned on her heel and went to wake Susan. Isabeth couldn't be sure, but she thought she heard the jingle of laughter as she made her way up the stairs. The morning sun made its way through the curtains as winter dawn came on fully. It was time to get up. Story 8. I never really liked my sister. I mean, of course I love her, but we've never quite gotten along. It's more than just that sister rivalry thing. Even as I stand here now on her front lawn, I guess somewhere I've always been with Madeline. Torn, caught between 2 very different girls. But I'm getting ahead of myself. It all had to start somewhere. Childhood, I suppose. Even then we were completely different people. Our personalities clashing, hard sometimes. She was already 8 when I was born. All of a sudden someone else to share your parents with. Unwelcome and hogging all the spotlight. And to Madeline, someone who was not about to tag along and get in the way of her plans. Everything was always planned with her, and I was never a part of them. Madeline was that overachieving kid at school you hated. Before that, she was the catty 4th grader who gossiped behind your back. And growing up, I was one of those bookish types, quiet and small. And then I'd come home from school only to find Maddie, my own personal bully, waiting for me. That's when I started to play that weird little game. She'd lock me in the closet, and as I sat there in the dark, I know it sounds dumb, but I was so young then. I would close my eyes and wish I had a twin. Maybe at even the odds, 2 younger, quieter girls against one bossy older sister. Or maybe I just wanted somebody else to play with, someone I could share my things with. Whatever the reason, I had a little mantra. I would say, I wish I had my twin. I wish she was here. But no matter how hard I tried to activate some imaginary power, the twin never appeared. And so we grew up. Once college time came for Madeline, we mostly went our separate ways. And boy, did she climb that social ladder like her life depended on it. Graduated with honors, married the boy next door. Had a baby, and now she's got her own office assisting in a law firm while, you guessed it, she's studying for the bar exam. And me? I'm not aiming nearly so high. Dad teaches in high school, and I guess I took after him, because I'm an English major and could see myself teaching one day. But maybe to younger kids. I love kids, especially my niece, the only thing that keeps Maddie and I less distant these days. I stay close to her daughter, Ella, because I worry she's not getting enough of what she needs at home. She's a shy kid. Like me, only 6. And her mom already pushes her around when she's not ignoring her completely. I don't want to see her go through what I did with Madeline, so I try to make it over there when I can. To give her someone she can play with or talk to. Maybe that's why I'm in this whole mess now. My concern for little Ella. It was only this morning I rolled out of bed, ready for another usual day in the life of a college junior, when it's turned out to be anything but that. Usually it was a morning chat in Starbucks with my roommate, a theater girl, and the yin to my yang. named Ashley, then lit class, lunch to finish any homework, and one of those crappy chem courses I take just for the credits. When school's done, I go back to our campus apartment to veg out for a couple of hours, then work nights at the Denny's. Sure, it's not as glamorous as what Madeline has, but I can't help smiling to myself when I think about the cute busboy at work. Well, she's stuck with some Home Depot manager named Eddie who can't even grow a beard. So, I'm gonna chalk that up as a win for old Becky. I woke looking a bit pale, hoping it wasn't the flu. It was already late to meet Ashley for coffee and rushed down the path. But when I got there, my smile met with a confused look from Ash. I was actually just about to leave, she told me, latte in hand. I didn't think we were meeting today. I mean, I was coming over, but then I saw you. This took me aback, but she continued. Her eyes narrowed and probing. Weren't you just in the dining hall? I felt a little queasy now. Ashley had known me for years. She knows what I look like. Wait, you saw someone you maybe thought was me? I asked. I just came from our place. Thought I'd be late, because I'm just a little sick today. But I wasn't there. Maybe somebody really looks like me. Ashley's eyes changed from questioning to wide. I knew he wouldn't fake me out like this. No, Becky. It was you. Is this like a joke? Surely there'd been a mistake. At the dining hall? What was he doing there? Just sitting and eating? She looked down at her coffee. Maybe you should go see for yourself. I've got long, dark hair, like a bunch of other girls, and I'm 20, like half the kids on campus. So I rationalized and put on a goofy face, waving my fingers in mock horror. Ooh, a secret clone. Maybe I should go meet this mysterious Becky number 2, huh? But Ash was serious. You're probably right. She nodded, touching my arm with a smile before she started to the door, off to class herself. Don't worry, millions of people in the world, right? You know what they say? Everybody's got a twin. A chill ran through me, but I said a quick goodbye. Then decided I needed to know. The next building over held the dining hall, and I rushed across the grass to see this mystery girl. Suddenly feeling like that nervous little kid again, I made my way through Bishop Hall, but as I got to the cafeteria stairs, I found myself weak. And not just from running. I was all at once so tired, like I hadn't slept in days. But my determination was strong, and I slowly pulled one leg up in front of the other, sweating and gasping as I climbed. I wondered what the hell was wrong with me. I'm not in this bad of shape by a long shot. I made it to the top, barely in time to see her, and froze. There was a girl that looked exactly like me, in a purple tank top and jeans, placing her tray by the kitchen and walking away towards the quad. The sweat on my skin went cold. She was identical. The hair, the face, everything. My mind raced, but I simply couldn't find any good explanation, and I went lightheaded. It was all too much. With the girl gone, whoever she was, I trudged all the way back to our apartment and ran to the bathroom to puke. When I was washing up, I caught my reflection in the mirror. My face was gray and sallow, bags under my eyes, hair a dull mess. I groaned from exhaustion and climbed back into bed, figuring, heck the class. I could afford to miss one lit session, but not science. So I set my phone for an hour-long nap and took an aspirin on the bedside stand for the gnawing pain settling behind my eyes. With that, I passed out in the soft embrace of my pillow. When the alarm jerked me awake, I looked even worse, head now throbbing. I changed into a long-sleeved shirt, shivering, thinking I'd need to see a doctor, but after class, my hands shook as I slung my bag over one shoulder and headed to the building. I shuddered in the wind, even though it was just a light California breeze. That girl. I couldn't stop picturing it, but tried to focus with some difficulty. I made it up the few short steps and opened the class door, only to find my professor, Mrs. Broche, with a look of befuddlement. Becky, were you not just wearing a different outfit? My heart skipped a beat. No, this was all wrong. I think you have me mixed up with a different student. My hands searched through my bag for the paper due that day. Mind boggled as dizzying spots danced before my eyes. Here's my essay, Mrs. Broche. The old woman gave me a concerned smile and rested her hand on my arm. The skin clammy. Honey, you already handed your paper in. You just did. Do you want to sit down? Slowly withdrew my hands from the bag, eyes darting around the room with the funny stares of my classmates. I did? Was I, just in here? My lab partner piped up with an uncertain tone. Becky, I just saw you give her the paper. You all right? I felt faint, dripping with sweat, but quietly choked out. I'm fine. No one looked like they bought it, and I tried to smile and glanced at the clock. Technically, class didn't start for another 2 minutes. I'm just going to go get some air, okay? The teacher nodded, finally taking her hand off me. That sounds good, Becky. We won't be getting underway just yet. Panic gripped my head like a vice as I stumbled out into the hall. I saw a guy I knew, another English major, Dean. My heart sank with the weight of his words. Weren't you just here? Dean gestured. Going the other way? I weakly assured him. Must have been someone else. Ha! And he walked off as I slowly followed down the hall. It indicated feeling worse with every step. By the time I'd made it to the girls' bathroom, I could barely summon the strength to open the door. But in I went, and as it shut behind me as she was, the twin I always wanted. The girl from the dining hall, just standing there, washing her hands. And as she turned, she wasn't even surprised to see me. Becky, what's wrong? She asked in a voice of genuine worry. She looked like she actually cared about how ill I was, as I slumped against the bathroom wall, the tile cool against my hot, moist skin. As my head spun, I watched my book bag slide down beside me, limp on the floor, and I turned to see her approaching. Who the hell are you? I said hoarsely. On her way over from the sink, she faltered, leaving the water running as she gradually came toward me, and I scrabbled against the wall to get away. Don't you know me? I'm your sister. She doubled over with a look of pain, clutching her stomach and wailing. My twin still tried haltingly to walk to me, and I was helpless to do anything but wave my hands in defense and push myself toward the stalls by shuffling my shoes. We're twins. I'm not your twin, I told her between breaths. I don't have a twin, and I don't know who you are. My head was splitting, and my stomach felt ready for another round of vomit. The girl was hurt, confused. But I'm supposed to be here. This is our school, Becky. Do you not remember? The sink was overflowing behind her, its water slowly pooling as she continued to grab at her belly, taking an uneasy step. This is our life. I don't understand. She winced, her face going white. Becky, what's wrong? You're what's wrong! You're what's wrong! I lay half propped against the wall, the rest of me sprawled upon the tile, my whole body reeling. My twin just gave a small, sad shake of her head. I don't know why we're both so sick, she told me, struggling on her feet. She told me, struggling on her feet. I've been like this. All day. I could tell she was really hurting. So have I told her. This was crazy. I refused to believe I was in the girls' bathroom, talking to a twin I never had. No, this was something else. I reasoned to myself. I just had a fever. A really high one. Just a fever. I reached trembling for the door to try and call for help. But it was so hard. And I was so very, very tired. My arm fell dead to the floor as I drifted in and out of consciousness on the tiles. All I could hear was the sound of my twin crying in pain, now down on her knees, but still crawling to me, shaking violently. I tried to stay awake, tried to hold on to the feeling of the cool wetness that slowly spread under my legs. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched her, skin now ashen and nose bleeding from both nostrils, croaking, "Sis, Bex, please." A monstrous agony taking hold of me. I used all the strength I had left to reach for her arm, but she twisted and pulled of me, or away, trying to get to her feet. She slipped in the puddle of still running tap water, and all at once I saw her fall back, bashing her head down on the sink corner and tumbling limp onto the ground, neck cocked at an odd angle. Oh God, was she? Just as quickly as she had dropped, the haze in my mind began to clear, and the harsh grip of pain suddenly released my body. My skin now flushing with new vigor, I sat up in the water and looked over. Her brown eyes were locked, open and lifeless. A terrible sorrow flooded into me, and I locked the bathroom door from the inside and carefully made my way over to the body, shutting the damned sink off for good. With newfound energy, I kneeled down and cradled my twin as her black, soaking hair fell loosely around me and the blood flowed freely from a gash in the back of her head. To my surprise, tears began streaming down my cheeks as I quietly said to her, "Maybe you were my twin. I asked for you, and you actually came. Maybe I was responsible for this. Maybe neither of us had to die, no matter how sick we'd become. Maybe this girl had her own life this entire time, living it out with no idea that I was living mine without her." Gently closing those staring dead eyes, I had no idea what to do, and considered calling for help. "I'm so sorry," I told her. I grabbed a wad of paper towels and wiped away the bloody water. I couldn't just leave her like this. My health rushing back to me, I finished with the towel, patting away the last traces of blood before I went to carefully clean off the wound on her head. I gingerly propped her up between the back wall and the handicapped toilet railing of the last stall, biting my lip as my mind raced when I realized what the world would see. They'd think it was me dead in there. I tucked my arm beneath her knees and tried to pull her legs up onto the rim of the toilet, so no one would see her, shutting her inside and wondering who to call first. The police? My mom? God, as if anyone would ever begin to believe me. As if to reply, the sound of my phone ringing made me jump, still in my bag across the room. I hurried over to see it was Madeline and answered. "Rebecca? Oh, thank God you picked up." Just as it did before, my heart began beating hard against my chest. I had never heard my sister speak in such a way. She sounded disturbed, frightened, practically unhinged. She kept going, a mile a minute. "I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. You have to come, or someone has to come here and get me. Oh, Jesus. Maddie, where are you?" "I'm at the office." Her voice was ragged and muffled, like she was hiding. "Lane, something terrible. No. Something impossible is going on." At this, I felt an uneasy tingle at the back of my throat as she explained, I was here, working. Then on my lunch break, I called my landline at home like I always do, to check my messages. "Rebecca." I called the phone when no one was home, and someone picked up. I picked up. I scrambled to find my words. "What do you mean?" "I mean it was me. I mean it was me. I mean it was me." It's me, myself, picking up the telephone. I am terrified, Becca. I've been retching over the sink for half an hour and I think I'm sick. Maybe even hospital sick. That was it. I shook all over, holding the phone to my ear so hard I thought it might snap, and whispered back to her, I think I know what's going on, Maddie. What? How could you have any idea what's happening? That was Madeline, dismissive even in the face of sheer, unadulterated madness. I grabbed up my bag and with one last apologetic look back, unlocked the door, and fled the building. All I know is, there's some stranger in my house right now, and I need your help, Becca. Please. I bounded across the grass toward my parking lot. I need you to come and pick me up. I'm too dizzy to drive. All right, I told you. I think I know what's up. I'm coming, okay? She practically shrieked at me. Look, right now I need your car and your assistance. Not your theories, Rebecca. Just, please hurry. I felt a little indignant, but she was my sister, and if a twin had suddenly popped up in my life, I was already starting the car. I'm on the way. I tried to reassure her. Just stay where you are, right? Madeline laughed until it was broken by a chesty cough, telling me, Riley, I couldn't go anywhere even if I wanted to. Just drive fast. With her office in the next town over, I kept her on the line as I drove, and she only got sicker. I'm not going to be able to get my work done, she told me faintly. Don't worry about that, Maddie. Something really terrible happened. I pushed back the threat of more tears and took a sharp corner in her direction. My sister sounded confused, like she was speaking through a fog. What? I saw my own twin. The light was yellow, but I went right through it and kept my foot down hard on the gas. Listen, I'm not joking with you. I had this stupid game as a kid and I wanted my own twin, all right? There was nothing but the sound of her breathing, and I feared for her, trying to evoke a response. So today I see this other girl, this twin of mine, and seeing her made me really sick too. You were sick. Thank God, she was still conscious. Yeah, but the twin, she is. I fell silent for a minute. She is gone, now. And I feel like myself again. Maybe she'd been there all along. Maybe if I just kept my distance. But I didn't tell Maddie that. I didn't know what else to tell her, only that I was coming. As I closed in on the office, she said, then maybe I really have a twin at my house. Oh God, she sighed. She could be stealing my clothes, touching all my things, and God only knows what else. I'm pulling in, I shouted, frantically leaving the car, running in a nearby spot. As I was about to hang up with her, jogging to the door, I told her, I'm on my way in. That's when she suddenly interjected, Oh my God, Rebecca, I think you're actually right. Oh my God. Then I heard a thud, as if she had dropped onto the floor, and I called, Maddie. Before finally hanging up, as I was already inside, I rushed through the busy office, ignoring everyone that tried to greet me, telling them, sorry, I've got to go see my sister. She isn't feeling well. I found Madeline lying partly beneath her desk, the phone off the hook next to her pale, cold hands as she looked up at me in fear. It's okay, I told her as I pulled her up to lean against me, and we started to make our way out as quickly as she could go. A woman poked her head out of a cubicle and said, Not quite yourself, huh, Mads? But we kept going. And once at the car, I laid her down in the back seat as my sister moaned with confusion. Sweat poured from her in a fever, her freckled face suddenly so white and thin. Thanks, she told me, as I buckled myself in and set a course for her house, not far off. Madeline, stay awake. Tell me what you meant when you said I was right. I drove nervously, looking around for nothing in particular, as if other sister was going to suddenly pop up. From behind me, Maddie laughed. Ironic, really, she said, disoriented. When I was a girl, I wished to. I wished I could be in two places at once. A few coughs escaped her. You know, like, one man could be at school and the other at home. One working and one with Ella. Like when she was a baby. God, she was so much work. Now she was coughing profusely, bordering on delirious. Hang on, I told her firmly. We'll be there in just a couple minutes, okay? Even as I sped through the suburban streets and she groaned, she continued to babble on. Maybe I brought this twin on too, huh? Another laugh mixed with coughs. Stretching myself so thin I needed another pair of hands to take care of it all. It was the next street over now, and from behind me her voice said darkly, Ella will be getting home from school. Look, Maddie. No, Maddie. We're here. We're here. My words faded as I pulled up to the curb of the house next door to hers, and opened the back seat door to find her coughing up bits of blood and phlegm, growing weaker by the minute. I took her hand and implored. Hang on. I tried to form a semblance of a plan, looking over the grass at her house. What would I do, face to face with this Madeline twin? But my sister cut through my thoughts with her gravelly words. You're twin person, she said to me. You are twin person, she said to me. What happened? How did you get better? Hesitantly I started. I regret it so much, Maddie. She died. It was an accident, I swear, and suddenly we both heard it. The lurching creak of a school bus coming to a stop just ahead of us. Ella was now getting off the steps and spotted me, waving. Oh God, just hang on. I jumped over a bike laying in the neighbor's yard and ran. The little girl starting up the concrete steps to my horror. I screamed at her, That's not your mother, and waved my arms in panic. And Ella turned with a perplexed look as I stopped dead in my tracks at the startling sight of Madeline twin. The front door swung fully open. There she stood with a huge smile on her face, her brown hair pulled into a messy bun, wearing denim slacks, cake and flour. A plate of chocolate chip cookies cooled on the table beside her as the woman bent down to embrace the still confused Ella in a big, loving hug. She leaned in tight and looked over the little girl's shoulder at me with a warm, knowing smile. I was shocked into silence, watching motionless as she pulled back, kneeling at Ella's level. Why did Auntie Becca say that? She asked her mother, and Madeline twin simply shrugged it off. Nah, we're just playing a silly game. She crinkled her nose at the girl to put her at ease. Isn't that right, Aunt Becky? She stood with a wave and said, Why don't you come on in? Maybe you should let your friend in the car have a rest. She is very tired. I snapped my head back to see the real Madeline, her face half sticking out from the back seat, and wheezing, looking as taken aback as I was. She told me in a wobbly voice, Go ahead. Yeah. Get up. Madeline twin was kissing, doting on Ella, telling her to be careful. The cookies were still hot. Is it your birthday? We don't ever make stuff together. The girl giggled. This woman, this mom who wasn't, just laughed, telling her with some fatigue, every day is a good day for baking with my special girl. And Mommy got off work early today. Really? Ella beamed. Yep, tummy ache. So, no cookies for me. Closed up early. I struggled to find my voice and came up empty, turning to watch as my actual sister languished in my car, impatiently waving her hand at me. Kill her. She's with Ella. Jesus, Rebecca. Do something. Meanwhile, her twin took the girl gently by the hand. I glanced back and forth between them in uncertainty. One sister wasting away, still shouting orders at me. The other now moving into the hall, chatting with Ella behind an open door with a motherly hand on her shoulder. And so here I am. Stuck, it's like I said. I never really liked my sister.